I ran down the stairs as screams filled my ears and terror flooded my veins. I sprinted to the front door of the pack house and flung it open, revealing rogues and pack members everywhere tackling, biting, ripping, and killing each other. My eyes squeezed shut and my hands plugged my ears, praying that this was not real. After taking a few deep breaths, I peeled them open again. But nothing has changed, and I began to panic. With only one thing on my mind, I was now determined to fight with everything I had. Sprinting across the open field, no one noticed me. They were too busy fighting, killing. I made my way through the endless trees searching for my siblings. I don't understand. They should have been in the pack house with me. How could they have been so foolish to leave? Hiding behind a thick tree, I heard someone coming near. I peeked out from behind the bark. It was Stella's wolf. "Stella?" I harshly called as I motioned for my sister. Her wolf's eyes went wide when she saw me, filled with pure terror and regret. She shook her head frantically, and tears slid down her face. All of a sudden, another wolf tackled her, teeth ripping into her throat in a flash. "Stella! Stella, no!" I cried as her lifeless body laid limp on the forest floor. Prying my eyes off her, I couldn't make myself look for any longer. My sister, she's gone forever. The wolf that attacked her turned towards me with pure evil and rage in its eyes. With no break to even mourn the loss of my sibling, they started running towards me, and I waited for the impact with my eyes shut. I waited for my death like a weak wolf would, yet it never came. Taking the chance, I looked to see the wolf that killed my sister now fighting with one of the pack guards. I didn't think twice and ran deeper into the woods. My sister's cold, dead eyes fogged my brain, making it impossible to stay focused. What am I supposed to do? How am I expected to tell everyone? I could barely take the aching pain in my heart as it slowly ate at my soul, but I kept running as tears fell down my cheeks, staining the dirt beneath my feet. I came up to more rogues battling and quickly hid behind another tree. With a racing heart, I peeked out yet again and briefly glanced at the lifeless wolves on the floor. That's until I stopped breathing and became motionless. Oh, goddess. No, please. My mother laid on the forest floor, slain next to my brother, their bodies ripped to pieces, my eyes stung with endless salty tears. I wanted to scream. I wanted to go out there and rip every single one of those damn rogues to pieces. They take my sister, my brother, and my best friend. My mom. My mother. How dare they do this to me and get away with it? What have I done to deserve this? My heart jerked and I couldn't breathe. Why? Why couldn't they take me instead? I wake up covered in a thin layer of sweat, with tears rolling down my flushed cheeks. I have this dream almost every night. I'm used to the sweat and tears, but the memories will never fade. My brain is forever tattooed with the images of their dead bodies. Over the past months, I've tried to forget about it all, but I wouldn't make it that easy for myself. I peel the covers off my sticky body and head to my bathroom to take a shower. Stripping off my pajamas, I switch the shower on and step under the downpour. I relax as the hot water streams down my shaken body, almost as if it's washing away the visuals of my constant dreaming. I wish I could just forget about the attack, but I can't accept that my family is gone. I found out after the attack that my father was also killed, his life meaning nothing to his murderer. The pack fell apart after the loss of their Alpha and Luna, but they will get over it. I never will. I turn the shower off and dry my dripping body with a white, fluffy towel from the silver rack. I wrap it around my chilled frame and walk back into my room, glancing at the clock resting on my bedside table. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, so I might as well just stay up. I trudge into my closet and sift through my clothes, scavenging for something comfortable and warm. I decided on a pair of sweatpants and one of my brother's old t-shirts that I wear constantly. It still smells like him in some ways. Heading downstairs and into the kitchen, my stomach rumbles with the desire to be fed. So giving in, I open the fridge and grab 3 eggs from the carton. Turning back around, I have a minor heart attack as Frank seems to appear out of nowhere, sitting on one of the counter stools. Glaring at the 3 eggs now splattered onto the floor, I internally groan. "Jesus, Frank, you scared the crap out of me." "You're up early." Frank casually ignores my frustration as continues to sip on his coffee. Frank is like my personal guard. He lives in the pack house with me, so I am not alone. He's been there for me since the attack and loss of my family, him now being the only family I have left. I had a nightmare and decided not to go back to sleep, I explain while cleaning up the mess on the white tile floor tiredly. Sorry about the eggs. It's not your fault. I just get scared easily, I guess. I throw the paper towel covered in egg yolks into the garbage and turn back to Frank. What's up? I ask, leaning on the counter. Anna, the pack is going under. People are joining new packs, even becoming Rouge. I don't know how much longer we can go without an Alpha or Luna. There's barely anyone left. I stay quiet, absorbing the non-surprising information. People are going Rouge? Maybe that's not such a bad idea. How many are left exactly? I question, curious. Around 30. Then what's the point? Let's just close down the pack. Give up. Are you crazy? Your grandparents built this pack on their own, he shouts, taken back by my disturbing decision. How can you just throw that all away? 3/4 of our people died in the attack almost a year ago, and the ones that survived are leaving, I say calmly. You said it yourself. The pack is going under. Frank sighs and rests his head on the counter. Where will the 30 of us go? He lifts his gaze to me. We can join another pack nearby. Don't get me wrong, it kills me to make this decision, but we don't have a lot of options left. I spoke to the Alpha of the Moonstone pack over the phone since they're the closest pack to us. He said that he would be happy to let us join his pack. My father made strong allies with the Moonstone pack, and I'm thankful for that. My father always knew to have more allies than enemies. The pack house was cleared out, and everything was placed boxes for storage. It was weird to see the place I have grown up in without pictures on the walls or any signs of my family at all. I've been thinking a lot about joining the new pack or becoming Rouge. At first, I figured I was crazy to think I could become Rouge and survive alone, but now it's all I want to do, to be free. I could travel the country, go to places I never got the chance to go because of the pack. Pretending to be a human just sounds like my best shot at a real life. Of course, I didn't tell Frank about my plans, because if I did, I'd get locked in a cell so that I couldn't leave him. So decided to escape when we arrive at the new pack and head south to California. Having a fresh start will be good for me. Maybe I will forget about the gory attack that haunts me every day. Forget about how I lost everything. We're here. Frank nudges me as we pull up to the Moonstone pack house. Glancing out the window, I examine the white mansion before me. It's quite fancy, surrounded by green grass and trimmed bushes. Soon we get out of the car and make our way up the front steps and towards the grand-looking doors. I pushed on the doorbell and heard the chime sound on the other side of the walls. It didn't take long for someone to answer. It was a tall, lean guy. I sensed power radiating off him. He must be the beta. Oh, you're here. I'll take you to the Alpha and Luna. We followed him into the pack house and down a hallway till we came up to white double doors. He pushed them open, revealing the Alpha at his desk and the Luna sitting on one of the couches off to the side of the room. Ah, you have arrived. Welcome. He motioned us to come in and take a seat. Entering into the dark-colored room, I sat down on one of the leather chairs in front of his desk as he ordered. Thank you so much for letting us join your pack, especially under these conditions. Frank thanked while I just continued to study the room. My eyes landed on the Luna. She was pregnant, at least 7 months. Like many people say, she had a certain glow around her, like joy and happiness took over her soul. Congratulations, I say to her, trying to focus on the present and not my escape plan. Oh, thank you. She sweetly smiled. Only 2 more months. When we finished discussing joining the pack and other details, they showed us where we would be staying. It's a lovely house, close to the pack house. The inside is spacious and modern, especially the kitchen, which I adore. When they left to give us privacy to unpack, I went upstairs and picked out my room, well, more like a hotel room. I sat down on the edge of the bed in the middle of the room after I finished bringing my suitcases upstairs. Getting up, I sat on the floor in front of my bag. Lazily unzipping it, I lifted the top. Inside was my packed duffel bag full of clothes, food, water, and other essentials. I pre-packed so I would be ready to go and not waste any more time. There was a light knock at the bedroom door, and I quickly zipped the suitcase back up and answered it. How do you like things? Frank asked, leaning on the doorframe. It's nice, I answer abruptly and rather awkwardly. Giving me a funny look, Frank rolled his eyes. Okay, well, I'm going to go take a shower. Don't destroy anything. Huffing at his stupidity, I shut the door in his face and got back to work. Dear Frank, I appreciate the friendship and comfort you provided me with throughout the years. I would like to thank you for taking care of me when I lost my family. You were there for me, and I'll never forget that. I have decided to leave and become rogue. I need to be free and replace my bad memories with happy ones. I'll never forget you. Thank you. Anna. I didn't want it to sound too emotional and risk him coming after me. Carefully placing the note on the bed's soft comforter, I grabbed my duffel bag and turned to the window. It's time to go. I quietly closed the front door and turned to face the forest, also known as my new beginning. The deep, dark abyss of the woods during the night always gives me the creeps, but there isn't enough time to waste cowering over it. Hesitantly, I made my way down the porch steps and the driveway. I walked along the dirt road until I came to the forest line. I took a deep breath and walked into the dark city of green. After a couple boring minutes of walking, I decided to shift into my wolf to speed up the journey. I set down my duffel bag and stripped off my clothes. I didn't want to rip them like most careless people. Placing my clothes inside the duffel bag, I shifted into my golden brown wolf, just like my mother's. Picking up the bag, I carried it in my mouth and continued deeper into the woods, heading south. After about 2 more interminable hours, I was exhausted. I guess that's what I get when I leave at 10 o'clock. Prancing up to a soft brush of bushes under a giant tree, I curled up under the foliage and relaxed my aching body. I peered up at the full moon, high in the sky with stars scattered around it. My eyes slowly shut, and soon enough, I drifted off to sleep. My eyes fluttered open, and I was greeted by large trees, jade bushes, aged rocks, and a girl about my age. Wait, what? Immediately I got up, shaking the leaves and dirt off my wolf, ready to defend myself. Can you shift back? She asked politely. First, I thought this is just a plan, and she's going to attack me. But scanning her carefully, I noted a few things. She has nothing with her. She doesn't seem like much of a fighter, and she has alpha blood. I could sense her power as soon as I calmed down. I nodded and grabbed my duffel bag, going behind the tree that doubled as my temporary bed. Shifting, I put my clothes back on and walked out. The girl was now sitting on a medium-sized boulder, but when she saw I was done, she jumped off the rock and came closer. I'm Katie. She held out her hand, and I shook it. I'm Anna, I stated nervously. What was she doing in the middle of the woods? What if I crossed on her land? So what are you doing out here? She asked curiously. I was just about to ask you that, I countered, raising an eyebrow. I'm on my way to Blood Moon Pack, just farther south. Her arm stretched out and not surprisingly pointed south. Oh, I'm going to California. Picking up my duffel bag, I decided that it's better to keep moving. We're going the same way. I'm going to Oregon. Oh yeah, I guess so. I nodded and started to walk. Why don't we walk together? And nice. We're almost at the Washington-Oregon border, she asked with puppy dog's eyes. I've had a lonely trip. Amused by how charismatic she is, I smiled. Sure, why not? She did seem kind of cool, and having company would be nice. She had long blonde hair cascading down her back and bright blue eyes, making my dull brown hair seem boring. But we started walking and got to know each other. So are you from Washington? She asked, looking up at me. Yeah. Are you a rogue? I could hear the regret in her voice, but I didn't mind her question. I guess I left my pack last night. I sigh. I wonder how Frank is doing. Hopefully, he understands why I made this decision. I mean, I already made a friend, which is a good sign. Why did you leave? She asked curiously. I glanced down at my feet and took a deep, reassuring breath. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to tell me. No, it's okay. My pack got attacked almost a year ago, killing most of us, and the pack was going under, so we split up, and I decided to become Rouge. I wanted to be free. I lightheartedly explained, ignoring the gruesome details. Oh, I'm so sorry about your pack. Thanks. I continue to watch the dirt and leaves covering the forest floor. So what about you? Why are you out here and not at your pack? I asked, changing the subject. My bossy brother, the Alpha, she said in a funny voice, made me go and talk to the Alpha of Moonstone about some alliance. she says in a bored tone. I'm surprised I didn't see her while she was at Moonstone. Well, I was only there for an hour at the most. So don't you have family or a mate that you're supposed to be with? She asks, looking up at me again. Oh, my family died in the attack and I haven't found my mate, I mumble. So much for no gruesome details. Oh, I'm so sorry. She peers down at the floor, apparently thinking she hurt me. No, it's fine. It happened a while ago. I brush it off like nothing, even though it was. Who knew a couple of months was as long as a while? So have you found your mate? I ask, trying to lighten up the conversation. No, but it's not that big of a deal. She shrugs. How old are you? 19. Oh, then you should find him soon. She smiles. We kept walking for about 2 more hours until we reached the border. We kept walking after that for at least another hour, talking about her pack in school, even though I graduated last school year. I learned that she loves to sing, so I told her how I love to dance. I've been dancing since I was 5. It took my mind off pack business and rouge issues. When I was 8, I got into ballet and stuck with it since. But I stopped dancing after the rouge attack. I'm probably pretty rusty. Oh, the Blood Moon Territory border is just up ahead. Katie motioned further ahead. It was getting dark out, so I checked my watch. It's 8 o'clock. We kept strolling until a man came into view. Come on, they don't bite. Katie chuckled. I followed her up to the tall, muscular, intimidating man and started to get a bad feeling. Hey, Mikey, I'm back! She calls to him. His face softened, but when he saw me, he became alarmed. Katie noticed and rolled her eyes. She's my friend, and we're just going to the pack house. Katie, I better go. No, I won't let you sleep in those creepy woods, plus there have been rogue sightings close by, she argued. I just sighed, but I am a rouge. I don't want to be a burden. Hey, I could use some company. It's not like my brother will paint nails and do each other's hair with me. She whined dramatically, using it to her advantage. If it's not too much trouble. It's not now, come on. She grabbed my arm and dragged me towards a big mansion-like house, which I'm guessing is their pack house. We hurried inside and into a living room with comfy-looking white couches and a big flat-screen TV. She pushed me down on one of the couches, and I snuck into the plush cushions. Katie turned on the TV. We watched Friends and Full House for a while. She was laying down on the couch next to me and laughing hard whenever something funny was said during the shows. I decided to loosen up and laugh along with her. She noticed and turned around smiling at me. Talk about an instant friendship. We continued watching TV and laughing our butts off until someone interrupted our giggling fest. Katie, who's your friend? We turned around to see a muscular guy with shaggy, dirty blonde hair. That's Jackson, our beta, Katie informed me, not caring about what Jackson asked her. Katie, did you at least ask Tyler? He sighed, massaging his temples with his fingers, seeming stressed. No, but I'm his sister. I don't have to ask. She's my friend. It's no big deal. Katie waves her hand, motioning for him to leave. Fine, but if you get in trouble, it's on you. He points to her. Turning on his heels, he walks away. I tense in my spot and sit up straight. Hey, it's no big deal. Jackson can be such a rule follower. She rolls her eyes. Katie, am I allowed to be here? I ask her seriously. Anna, there's no need to be worried. Just chill, okay? My brother's out of town anyways. He's visiting one of his alpha friends. Okay, but if I get in trouble, it's on you. I point at her. Wow, I've been getting that a lot lately. After another episode of Full House, our stomachs started to rumble and made monstrous noises, so we headed to the kitchen. What would you like to make for dinner? Katie asks me. I'll eat anything. I shrug, and that was the truth. How about pasta? Jackson pops his head into the kitchen. Okay, then I guess we're making pasta. Katie glances to me, and I agree. Oh, and make extra. Michael and Nicole are coming over too. He popped his head out of the doorway and yelled thank you from the other room. Okay then, let's get started. Katie cheers, grabbing packages of bow tie noodles out of the pantry. Who's Michael and Nicole? I ask, leaning against the kitchen counter. Michael is the third in command, and Nicole is his mate. Oh, okay. Where are the pots? Down in that cabinet. She points to a white cabinet next to the large fridge. Let's get cooking. Looking at her weirdly, she just continued to act like we were suddenly on a televised cooking show. Together, we decided to make chicken Alfredo pasta. using the recipe that my pack taught me. I used to help the pack members make dinner when I was younger. They adored my help and taught me secret pack recipes, which made it all worth it. When we were finished, we poured the pasta into a big glass bowl and set it on the dining table along with plates, silverware, and glass cups. "Jackson dinner is ready," Katie called from the kitchen. The doorbell rang, and I heard talking. As it grew louder, Jackson and two other people entered the dining room. "Oh, Anna, this is Michael and Nicole." They waved at me, and I waved back. "This is Katie's friend Anna." "Hi," I mumble, ignoring the fact that in one day I went from a lonely rogue to having dinner with the Beta, third in command, and Alpha's sister of Blood Moon. They greet me back, and Katie joins us in the dining room. "Okay, everyone, we shall eat." She cheers again, and we chuckle as we pick our seats at the table. I sat beside Katie and Nicole, across from Jackson. "Oh my God, it's incredible," Nicole moaned while eating her food. "It's Anna's recipe," Katie tells her. "Anna, this pasta is the best thing I've ever put in my mouth," she compliments, not noticing the hilarious looks from her mate. "Oh, thanks." During dinner, we chatted about random stuff. Whenever someone would ask me about my pack or family, Katie would change the subject, which I was grateful for. It turns out Nicole is pregnant. She said she's almost at 2 months. We talked about baby names and their plans. It cheered me up to talk about babies instead of deaths. When we all finished, I helped Katie clean up the plates and put away leftovers. I also received many more compliments on the food. For once after the attack, I was happy. After we had finished cleaning up, Katie and I joined the others in the living room. We just chatted more until we heard a car door shut from outside. I started to feel funny, but I couldn't put my finger on what was causing these uneasy feelings. The air filled with an irresistible scent. It was musky, woodsy, and sweet. I started squirming on the couch like I was being held down. "Anna, you okay?" Katie asked me with a concerned look. Yeah, I'm all right." I breathe out, but I was lying. The scent was starting to become stronger, making me more restless. I could hear my wolf whimpering on the inside, wanting to go to something. Trying to control myself, I took deep breaths and attempted to clear my mind of all thoughts. All of a sudden, the front door swung open, forcing me to turn around. He was tall and muscular like a warrior. His face was chiseled with a jaw like stone, and his eyes were a dark blue oasis. This man standing in the doorway was the most handsome, perfect, sexiest person I've ever set my eyes on. Our gazes connect, and I'm in a trance. My wolf keeps yelling at me over and over again one word. Mate. It's my mate. This perfection of a person standing in the same room as I, driving me insanely crazy, is my mate, my other half. My heart stops and doesn't plan on acting anytime soon. I couldn't read his expression. Was he disappointed that I am his mate? Did he not want me? Am I not good enough? My wolf started to panic as these thoughts ran through my mind continuously. Just being in the same room with him, I felt safe. I felt needed. "Oh, Tyler, you're back early," Jackson mutters, surprised. I tear away from his hypnotic gaze and stare at Katie wide-eyed. She notices my staring and shakes it off, turning to face Tyler. "Oh yeah, Tyler, this is my friend Anna. She's gonna sleep over," she states, not even caring about his answer. I glance back at Tyler, my mate. His eyes are still resting on me, only causing me to become hotter and bothered. "Tyler," Katie yells, trying to get his attention. "Tyler." She waves her hands up in the air. She gazes back at me, then him, then me, then him. I think she's finally catching on. Oh. The room fell silent. I could hear the crickets outside. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I felt like I couldn't breathe while staring down at my hands resting on my lap. I wanted to get up and run into the forest and not dare to come back. My mate is standing 5 feet away from me, and I can't move. I want to run into his arms. I want to be his, but I can't move. Katie is sitting on the couch opposite of mine, completely shocked, like everyone else. I feel like I'm going to puke. The tension in the room was slowly suffocating me. I stood up and looked him right in his piercing, deep blue eyes. I did not run into his arms. Instead, I left the room. I speed walked into the kitchen and took a deep breath. The air was fresh and untouched by emotion. This isn't how it's supposed to be. He was supposed to run up to me, hug me, kiss me, but all he did was stand there, emotionless. Come on, I'm not that bad. Katie ran into the kitchen, and when she saw me, her face softened. Anna? I didn't answer. I just kept looking at the white tiled floor beneath my feet. A tear splattered on the tile. I didn't even know that I was crying. Anna, what happened? She asked soothingly while walking towards me, as if she has known me long enough to calm me down. I kept my stare on the floor. I wish I would just disappear. I could hear Jackson's voice from the other room, but I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. I should go, I mumble. Katie ran to me and held me in her arms. No, don't talk like that. She then held me at arm's length, looking at the tear stains on my cheeks. I don't understand, I sigh. Her face falls and she drops her arms from my shoulders. None of us do. I can hear the sorrow in her voice. Nicole enters the kitchen and walks towards us with a sorry frown. Oh, honey. She wipes a tear from my cheek. Is he going to reject me? I softly ask, though, on the inside, I'm screaming it. Would he reject me? Well, I already feel rejected. He won't even try, because if he does, I'll beat him up, Katie warns severely. I chuckle and rub off the rest of the tears from under my eyes. I have to be strong. Even if he does reject me, I already lost my mom, dad, sister, and brother. What's one more person? But I feel if I lose my mate, I might just crack. If I lose, my other half life isn't worth living. Come on, let's go back into the living room, Katie suggests. I guess it's time to face the music. What am I going to say? What will he say? Well, hopefully not the word reject. I walk back into the living room with Katie and Nicole at my side, but Tyler is not longer here. Where did he go? Nicole asks Jackson and Michael. He said that he was going for a run. Jackson answers, he just found his mate, and he's going for a damn run. Katie yells at the boys. That's what he said before he left out the door. Michael yells back. Did he leave? I could feel it. The emptiness inside me started to grow. I have to go after him, even if he does reject me. I can feel my wolf howling at the thought of being abandoned. I'm going to go find that son of a... No, I'll go find him, so we could at least talk about what happened. I cut Katie off. She glances at the boys, then back at me. Are you sure? It can be dangerous out there with the Rouge sightings recently. Yeah, I'll be fine. I got alpha blood. I joke, trying to lighten the mood. Okay, just be careful. I nodded, then went out the front door, shutting it behind me. The crisp autumn air blew past me, causing me to shiver. I walked across the driveway and followed a dirt path leading to the tree line. I walked through the woods freezing and over-emotional. I passed tree by tree, hoping he'd appear when I passed the next, but he never did. I walk over and sit on a rock on the now faded pathway. I try to relax and calm myself down, stupid werewolf emotions making me go crazy. A gust of wind blows against my face, but I can smell him, the musky, woodsy, sweet scent that drove me crazy. I stand up and run, following his addictive scent. I start to hear voices the further I run. I can tell one of them is my mate. I start to see him through the trees with another man. I try and quietly sneak up on them, but of course, I step on a twig and it makes a snap noise, causing them to stop their aggressive-sounding conversation. Who's there? The other man calls into the trees. Tyler's eyes go wide. He knows I'm here. He can smell me. If you won't come out, then I'll drag you out, he calls again. I peek out from behind a tree and suddenly come face to face with the unknown man. He grabs my arm roughly and drags me out towards Tyler. Let go of her, Tyler yells using his alpha voice, or I swear I'll rip you to shreds. His grip tightens around my arm and his nails dig into my skin, causing me to whimper. You're a pretty little thing, aren't you? The unknown man trails his hand over my cheek. I try to face away, but he grabs my hair, pulling it to face him. I might just keep you. Tyler lets out a deep growl. Jackson, I warned you. Oh no, please don't tell me he's your mate? He asked me while chuckling darkly. I wince as his canines emerge from his mouth. Well, we can change that, he laughs. I shut my eyes as his mouth comes closer and closer to my neck, but all of a sudden I feel him being torn off me. I open my eyes and Tyler has him pinned against a tree. I warned you. Then Tyler snaps his neck and Jackson's body fall limp on the forest floor. I take a deep breath and look at Tyler. Let's go, he commands. I don't think twice before I follow him back to the pack house. That man was going to mark me. He was going to use me. I shudder at the thought of being marked by a complete stranger. We walk back in silence, not even a sigh or a cough. He opens the door for me. and I walk in to immediately be hugged by Katie. Anna, your arm, it's bleeding. What happened? Katie questions. I guess we're instant best friends now. I ran into Jackson and he saw Anna. He was going to mark her. Tyler informs Katie tensely. What? That psychopath! Katie screams. She turns back to me and has a closer look at the scratches on my upper arm. Did he grab you or something? Yeah, I answer blankly, trying not to seem over-emotional. Let's spray some disinfectant on it to get his pervert germs off you. I'll be right back. Katie left to grab some disinfectant or whatever, and I was left alone with Tyler. I faced away from him as my nerves surfaced. You should stay away from me, he says, his voice husky. I'm not good for you. My heart cracks a bit at his words. He's going to reject me, I know it. I turn to face him, but he was the one looking away now. But you're my mate, I whisper. He turns to face me. Yet again, his face shows no emotion. You're supposed to be good for me, I continue. We stand silently, looking into each other's eyes. I felt complete just being around him. I'm supposed to, but I'm not. He turned around and left the living room, leaving me with an aching heart. I found Where did Tyler go? Katie asked, holding a bottle of disinfectant spray for my wound. I don't know. Katie cleaned up my scratches and showed me to the guest room upstairs beside Tyler's room. It was a large room with a king-sized bed in the middle and a bedside table on each side with a window above them. There was a big bathroom connected to the bedroom and a walk-in closet. The room had other stuff in it, like a desk, dresser, and a giant mirror. It was well decorated with a gold and white color scheme. It gave it a more elegant feel. When it got later, I told Katie that I was going to head off to bed. I came into the guest room and the ensuite. I took an inebriating shower and brushed my teeth with the new toothbrush and toothpaste that Katie kindly gave me. I finished up in the bathroom and turned off the lights. I walked over to the bed and climbed in, cuddling one of the pillows, wishing it was my mate, his guy I don't even know. I couldn't sleep. He was sleeping in the next room. My wolf was hurting, and I was starting to feel it too. I tossed and turned in between the covers, getting frustrated with myself. I threw the covers off my body and stomped out of the guest room to the room down the hall, which Katie said was hers. I opened the door, and she was peacefully sleeping in her bed. Katie, I loudly whisper from the doorway. She didn't move. Katie, I call a bit louder. She just rolled over on her other side. Ugh, I walked up to her bed and shook her. Katie, wake up. Frgmach, she mumbled, and her eyes popped open. Anna, what? What's wrong? She asked, sounding tired while rubbing her eyes. I can't sleep. My wolf is restless. She sat up on her bed and rolled off. She walked over to her closet and pulled out a large t-shirt and threw it at me. How is your shirt going to help? I questioned her dumbly. It's Tyler's. It smells like him now. Go to sleep. She crawled back into her bed and waved me off. I left her room, closing the door on the way out. I walked back down the hall and back into the guest room. I shut the door and brought the shirt up to my nose and sniffed it. My wolf relaxed at the intoxicating scent of our mate. I got back into the bed and put the pillow on the shirt, using the shirt as a pillowcase. I rested my head on the soft fabric and fell fast asleep. I woke up and laid in the warm bed for a couple of minutes before I got up to brush my teeth and my hair. I slept like a baby. I haven't had slept like that for a long time. I slugged downstairs and into the white, bright kitchen. Katie was standing at the stove cooking eggs and bacon. She turned around when she heard me enter. Good morning. Did you fall asleep? She asked while sliding the food on 2 plates. Yeah, right away. I trudged to the table and chairs in the kitchen and sat down. Good, I was thinking that we could go shopping to take your mind off things. Katie set the food at the table and sat down herself. Oh, I should probably get going. I mumbled, shoving food in my mouth so I couldn't talk. She started to laugh. What's so funny? What? I asked, confused, while swallowing my eggs. You think you're going to leave, she giggled. I dropped my fork on the table. Anna, you just found your mate, the alpha, so that makes you the Luna. Come on, he practically told me to stay away from him. I don't think I'll be the Luna anytime soon, I pointed out. She sighed. I know it feels like he doesn't want you, but believe me, on the inside, he can't control himself around you. Could she be right? If she was, Then why would he tell me that he's not good for me? Now go get dressed, we're going shopping. She cheered. Yeah, okay. I nodded, smiling. I need some girl time. I got the plates, just go get ready. She grabbed my plate and brought it to the sink with hers. I've been here for 24 hours, and I already made a friend. I headed upstairs and grabbed the cutest clothes that I brought with me and got dressed. I was wearing a black skater skirt and my flowing white, thin strapped crop top. I also put my black leather jacket on. It reached just above my hips. I went back downstairs with my small crossbody purse with my wallet in it. You ready to go? Katie asked while zipping up her boots. Yep, let's go. Katie drove us to the mall in her cute yellow Volkswagen Beetle. Katie told me that she could have got any car that she desired, and she chose a yellow Beetle. Why? I have no idea. When we arrived at what I'm guessing is the mall, we got out of the car and headed inside. Katie led the way past stores till she stopped in front of a lingerie shop. I gave her a confused look. You want to get Tyler, don't you? She asked in a duh tone. Not like that, I yelled. I grabbed her arm and dragged her away from the store. I saw a shop up ahead and dragged her into it instead. I let go of her arm and started looking through the clothes on a rack. I ended up picking out some things to try on. I went to the changing rooms and hung the clothes on the hook in the stall. First, I tried on a sweater. It was gray with white polka dots. Next, I tried on a red velvet pencil skirt. I tried on all the clothes and ended up getting the sweater, skirt, some tops, and dress. I made my way through the clothing racks and displays to the checkout counter. I placed the clothes on the counter and grabbed my wallet from my purse. Cash or credit? The tall blonde woman asked. Credit. Katie barged in and handed the woman the card in her hands. Hey, I yelled at her, putting my hands on my hips. What? When I asked Tyler if we could go shopping, he gave me his credit card and told me to use it for you. She shrugged. My eyes widened. Is that all? The man behind the counter asked in a bored tone. You know what changed the Diet Coke to a Sprite? Katie scans the menu. Katie, you've been ordering for 15 minutes. There's people waiting for us. I scold her. I'm done. Behind us, you can hear people sighing and mumbling finally. She turns around and glares at the other people in line. Come on, let's go sit down, I suggest. Katie grabs her chicken sandwich, fries, and Sprite off the counter and carries her tray with her chin up high. We pick a table by the fountain in the middle of the food court and sit down. Are you sure you don't want to go back to Victoria's Secret? Katie asks while munching on her fries. I'm sure, I grumble for the 1,000th time. After I had got my clothes from the first store, we kept on shopping for 3 more hours. My arms were killing me. Every time Katie swiped Tyler's card through the little machine, I felt guilty. We at least spent $300. Throughout our shopping trip, Katie would constantly ask me if I wanted to go back to Victoria's Secret. Why did my mate's sister want me to get lingerie for me to wear, for her brother? Maybe she felt bad for me. Are you almost done? It's getting late. Yeah, I'll carry my drink with me. Katie got up and threw away her garbage. Then we walked back to the front entrance of the mall. Are you sure? Katie asks as we pass the lingerie shop. Katie, yes, I'm sure. We hopped in her Beetle and drove back to the pack house. It's already 9 o'clock. When we got back, we had to grab all our bags from her car. When she opened the truck door, some of the bags started to fall out. Why did we buy so much? Katie cries as she tries to grab all her bags off the cement ground. You're the one that said, oh, let's go to this store, then that store. Oh, how about the store over there? I mimic her. Hey, I might have a small shopping addiction. Small, I motion to all the bags. Let's just get them inside. We managed to hook all of our shopping bags on our arms, and we looked ridiculous. We couldn't open the door, so Katie attempted to knock, but it wasn't loud enough. Hurry, my arms are dying, I whine. How about you try? She yells at me. Use your head, I suggested. Hell, no. You use your head. No, my mate's in there, I protest. So, she questions. I don't want to get a mark on my head and look ugly, I mumble quietly. All of the sudden, the front door swings open, revealing Jackson with an amused smile. How did you? I heard you guys yelling, and Tyler asked me to go see what it was. He chuckled. Whatever. Katie pushed past him with all her bags, and I followed her inside. Did you guys buy the whole store? Where's Tyler? Katie asks, ignoring Jackson's comment. In his office. Why? I have to give him back his credit card. Katie holds the plastic card in her hand. Tyler gave you his card? Jackson asks, amazed. No, this is a sandwich. Katie jokes flatly. Here, go bring it to him. She holds the card, trying to give it to me. No way. I shake my head. Why not? The third time I talk to him won't be to give him back his credit card. Do it, or I'll say bad things about you, she threatens. Jackson comments, that's cold. Katie, I beg, don't make me. I thought we were friends. She stares me dead in the eyes and hands the card to me once again. I huff and rip the card from her hands. You'll thank me later, she calls to me as I walk to his office. I sure hope so, I whisper to myself. I walk down the wide hallway. His office is at the very end. I walk slowly, giving me time to think about what to say. Thanks for the money. Katie told me to buy all that stuff. Here's your credit card. Then sprint out. I sigh as I stand in front of the double doors. I take a deep breath and knock. I hear a low, come in, and I twist the door handle and push the door open. Tyler was sitting at a large desk in the center of the office. There was a small stack of papers on his desk. When he looked up, I could see bags under his eyes. Even when he's tired, he's irresistible. I walk to his desk, trying not to embarrass myself. Thanks, I murmur while handing him the card. His hand lightly touches mine as he takes the card from my hand. I feel electricity flow through my body, pure pleasure. I quickly move my hand and hold it to my chest. Why didn't you reject me? I mutter out loud, not thinking about my actions. He doesn't answer, but he stands up from his office chair and walks towards me. I told you that I'm not good for you. He breathes out. I know his wolf wants him to hold me, touch me. I don't care, I say, my voice filled with emotion. Anna, I don't want to hear stay away or I'm not good for you. You're my mate, I shout as a tear slides down my cheek. We were made for each other. If you're unhappy, then reject me, he said with a straight face. No. Anna, reject me, he orders. What? No, I won't. My back ran into the wood door as he held my arms at my side. My breath was heavy and my knees weak. Say it, he demanded. I shook my head and tried to free myself from his firm hold, but I had no luck. Say it, he hollered again. I look him dead in the eyes as his grip on my wrists tightens. No, I cry, praying he would let go. Anna, I said. I cut him off mid-sentence. I won't reject you. More tears roll down my cheeks. He lets go of my arms and turns the other way, facing away from me. If you don't want to be my mate, then you reject me. He takes a deep breath and turns back around. I can't, he states directly. Why not? I question, crossing my arms. I can't because from the second I saw you, I knew I didn't deserve you. He walks closer. I wanted you so bad. I wanted to make you mine. Our faces are inches apart. You're so beautiful. His hand caresses my cheek, and his thumb ran over my bottom lip, sending shivers throughout my body. But as I said before, I'm not good for you. His minty breath fans my face. How many times do I have to say I don't care? I move my lips closer to his, millimeters apart. He runs his hand from my thigh up to my neck, sending shivers through my whole body. I love the way you react to my touch. He breathes out. I can't take it anymore. I want to touch him. I need to feel his lips on mine. I move closer. Our lips are barely touching, and I gently press my lips to his. I know he's trying to control himself. I press harder. He suddenly pulls away and whips his hand down his face. This was a mistake, he sighs. My heart breaks at his words. I get off his desk and run to the door, slamming it behind me. I run down the hallway and upstairs. I run to the guest bedroom, my tears hitting the wood floor. I swing the door open and shut it behind me. Sliding down the door, my butt hits the floor. Tears start to pour from my eyes. I thought for a second. He took down his guard. I didn't sleep all night. Katie would come by and knock on the door, asking me to let her in, so we can talk. I didn't feel like talking, just being alone. At first, all I did was cry. Now I'm just staring at the ceiling while I lay still on the bed. I knew that if I tried to leave now, he would haunt my mind and heart forever. Why did he think that he wasn't good for me? We were made for each other. He's supposed to be the best thing to ever happen to me. How can I have a future with someone that said our kiss was a mistake? Knock. Anna, you can't stay in there forever. Katie talked to the door. Yes, I can. I protest in a bored tone. Come on, Anna, please open the door. Katie cries. Was she crying? I quickly got up placed my ear to the door. I heard her sobbing on the other side. I unlocked the door and swung it open. She was crying in her hands until she looked up. I should have done that first. She smiles and pushes past me, entering the room. Fake crying? I ask, annoyed. She sits down on the bed and pats the space beside her. I sigh and walk to her. I sit down where she instructed me to. Tell me what happened, Anna. You've been in here for 2 days. She asks soothingly. I don't think you want to know, Katie. Anna, just let me help you. I guess after being alone and all my crying, I could use a friend. Fine, I went to go give him back the credit card, and I did. I take a deep breath and continue. I asked him if he was going to reject me, and he told me to reject him, I explain, my voice shaky. What? Katie yells. I said no, then he pushed me up against the door. He kept telling me to reject him. I kept saying no, and he let go. He said how he didn't deserve me and how much he wanted me. I looked her in the eyes. He said I was beautiful. I blush. See, I told you he was holding back. He wants you, Anna. Katie cheers. I'm not done. We kissed. I glanced at my hands in my lap. Katie squealed. That's so great. We're going to be sister-in-laws. I waited till she calmed down. He said it was a mistake. I breathe out, my voice cracking. Her face went blank, and she stopped dancing. He said what? She asked, pretending she misheard me. That it was a mistake. I would cry, but I wasted all my tears earlier. Oh, she sits back down beside me. We sit silently beside each other, looking at the floor. Knock. We didn't get up to see who it was, and we just sat there. The door opened, and Jackson stood in the doorway. What are you guys doing? He asked, confused. Being sad, Katie answered blankly, not even looking up at him. What happened? He asked, closing the door behind him. Tyler kissed Anna, and he said it was a mistake. She blurts out, Katie, don't tell people. I scold her. He kissed you? Jackson repeats, surprised. Stop talking about it. I demand both of them. Okay, sorry, I just came up here because I ordered Chinese food and it should get here any minute, he informed us. Katie and I glanced at each other and nodded. Okay. We went downstairs and waited for the food while watching some weird TLC show. When the doorbell rang, Jackson grabbed the food and paid the delivery guy. He set the 2 full bags on the coffee table. Why did you order so much food? Katie stared at the bags. I like Chinese food, okay? We ate all the food and laid down on the couches lazily watching more TV. Do you think I'll ever find my mate? Katie asks in a sad tone. Of course. We should go out. Jackson sits up on the couch. Where? I ask, interested. Like a club. Yeah, let's go. Katie jumps off the couch. Come on, Anna, you can wear the new dress you got. Sure, let's go. I agree. Katie and I run upstairs and start getting ready. I walked into my room and took a quick shower. I got out and wrapped a towel around my body. I went to my closet and grabbed my new dress. It was black and white and hugged my curves. There were cutouts on the sides, making it extra sexy. I twirled in front of the mirror. I feel like a supermodel. I put on light makeup and black mascara, even a smoky eye. I went back downstairs, Katie, and Jackson was waiting at the door. Okay, let's go. I cheered, hoping to get my mind off of Tyler. We got in Jackson's car and went to a nightclub called Route 33. The inside was full of people dancing and drinking. Jackson said that most of the individuals in the club were werewolves like us. It made me feel way more comfortable. We pushed through the crowd sat at a round booth. This place is packed. I yell over the noise and music. I know, let's hit the dance floor. Katie squeals. Okay. Katie and I headed to the dance floor and joined the crowd. I loosened up as the music blasted in my ears. We laughed, sang, partied, and danced our hearts out. When we were dancing, it reminded me of when I used to dance, front of the crowd on stage. I was 6 years old at my first dance recital, and I was one of the mice in Cinderella. After I had gone out in front of the audience, I knew that I wanted to dance ballet forever. I worked hard. I went dancing classes every day, and I got good, superb. But being the alpha's daughter and a werewolf meant that I couldn't dance forever. I had to help my pack. When I lost my family, I stopped dancing altogether. I thought I didn't deserve to be happy. Hey, Anna, want to get something to drink? Katie asks, yelling in my ear. Yes, sure. We pushed through people dancing and went up to the bar. Hey, Mike, Katie calls at one of the bartenders. One of the bartenders turns around to face us. Hey, Katie, what can I get ya? he asks while cleaning a glass. Can I get a round of vodka shots? Sure thing. The bartender turns to make the drinks. Katie, vodka shots. He didn't even ask for an I'd. You're 18. I yell at her. Dude, just chill. I huff and wait for the drinks. Hey, sweetheart, looking for a good time. I spin around and come face to face with a guy that looks about 30 and his breaths reek of alcohol. Katie heard him too, and she turned around. Hey, buddy, get lost, Katie yells at the guy. I wasn't talking to you, he fires back. Look, she's not interested, so go. Katie waves her hand in front of his face. He grabs it and pushes her hand back to her chest roughly. Hey, don't touch her, I yell, pushing back the drunk guy. Feisty, I like it. Come on, honey, let's get out of here. He grabs me by the arm and darts, pulling me away from Katie. Let go, you drunk idiot, I shout while trying to get free. Katie jumps on his back and starts to strangle him. He wiggles and shakes trying to get her off, but she has a death grip on his neck. What the hell is going on? The three of us turn to see Jackson with his arms crossed and a pissed look on his face. Look, man, just leave the ladies alone. Jackson reasons while Katie jumps off the guy's back. Dude, if you want one, you can have the blonde. Now let's go, honey. He pulls me near the exit. I try and rip his hand off of my wrist, but his grip is too strong and I whimper as he squeezes tighter. I believe she said let go, Jackson warns once again. Man, just leave us alone. As Jackson distracted him, I quickly kick him hard right in his jewels. He bends over and lets out a yelp. You little bitch, the guy yells as he holds his, well? He grabs my hair roughly and pulls me down my knees. I quickly spit on his face and he cringes. Before I know it, his hand comes flying at my face and he slaps my cheek hard. My skin burns and stinks as I caress it in my hand. Hey, jackass, didn't anyone tell you never to hit a girl? Jackson punches the guy right in the nose. Blood starts oozing out of his nostrils. I think you broke it, Katie cheers. Jackson kicks him right in his stomach and the drunk tumbles to the dirty floor. He groans and holds his stomach. We look up and notice the crowd that has formed around us, watching for our next move. Everyone carry on, Jackson orders to the sea of people staring at us with wide eyes. Come on, let's get out of here, Katie suggests. We leave the club and head straight home. My cheek hurts and it's starting to get red. When we get back to the pack house, we crash on the couches in the living room. Anna, your cheek is super red, Katie comments worried. It stings, but I'll be okay. That was so much fun, she squeals. Jackson chuckles. Yeah, we beat that guy's ass. Beat whose ass? We all turn around and see Tyler standing at the living room entryway with his arms crossed. You missed it, Tyler. Some drunk was hitting on Anna, and he tried to take her away. Then I jumped on his back and started choking him. Anna kicked him in the balls, but he grabbed her hair and slapped her. He what? Tyler mutters, then he rushes over to me and sits beside me on the couch. Your cheek, he mumbles while gently running the back of his hand over the red splotch on my face. I sat there wide-eyed at his sudden nurturing action. What did he look like? Tyler asks, anger pouring from his words. Maybe 6'3", black hair, muscular. He had a tattoo on the back of his neck. It was something in Chinese. Katie lists off his description. Oh, he was a wolf, but not from our pack, she adds on. Jackson, find him. Tyler orders using his alpha tone. Sure thing. I'll start right away. Jackson left the pack house and started looking who knows where. Katie, go to sleep. You have school tomorrow, he ordered again. I'm going to sleep because I want to, not because you told me to. She calls down to Tyler as she climbs the stairs. Tyler turns back to me and his glare softens. I know I affect him as much as he affects me, and I love it. You should go to bed too. Your cheek will heal by morning. Oh, also, we'll have to talk about that dress. I nod my head blushing and go to my room, obeying his orders. I remove my eye makeup and brush my teeth. I grab a tank top and shorts. It feels so good to be out of that tight dress. I climb into the soft covers and rest my head on the pillow. Tyler's shirt's still on it. I relax and try and fall asleep, but I had no luck, even with Tyler's shirt. All of a sudden, the bedroom door swings open, revealing shirtless Tyler in all his half-naked glory. I can't stay away. You drive me crazy. He breathes out, gripping the door frame. Tyler stood in the doorway, his eyes filled with lust. He came closer to the bed, trailing his fingers on the soft covers. The closer he got to me, the more restless I became. I studied his naked chest, his defined abs that make my mouth water. My wolf purred as he bent down, our lips almost locking. I couldn't wait for the sensation of his kisses. "Anna," a voice mumbles, ruining the moment. "Anna Lee, wake up." My eyes shoot open and are greeted by Katie's face. It was only a dream, darn. "I wanted to show you around the pack today." She cheers, clapping her hands. "Don't you have school?" I ask, rubbing my eyes. "What time is it?" "I went for the first half, but it got boring." She plops on the bed beside me. "Now get up and get dressed." "What time is it?" I grumble. "Like 11:30. I must have slept in. Well, there's no one to wake me up. "Now go get ready," she yells, hitting me in the process over and over again. Okay. I'm going. Katie leaves the room, and I hop in the shower, nothing like a hot shower after being attacked by your friend. When I'm finished, I scavenge through the closet looking for an outfit. I decide on a pair of black leggings and a sweater. When I'm done with everything else, I head downstairs and into the kitchen. First, we can check out the training grounds, then the little dance studio. I remember you telling me you used to dance. Maybe you can get back in it. Katie hopes. I shrugged off the idea of dancing again. After I'd eaten lunch, we left for the training grounds. It was outside in front of the tree line. I looked around, and there were kids around 10 years old sitting on the grass in front of a muscular man. "Hey, Katie." One of the kids calls at us as we walk closer to them. "Hey, guys, are you learning to kick butt?" she asks the small crowd of kids. "Yeah," they all scream. "If they would listen," the instructor mumbles. The kids giggle and start their training. I watch as they try and fight each other. It's pretty cute. The trainer walks up to Katie and me after helping some of the kids. "So, ladies, what brings you here?" he asks, crossing his arms over his chest. "Oh, I'm just showing Annalie around," Katie explains. "Well, nice to meet you, Annalie." He holds his hand out. "Oh, I go by Anna." I correct him as I shake his rough hand. After our introduction, he shows us around the training ground. On the other side of the grounds, there are some guys training. They look about 20. As we walk closer to them, I notice that one of the guys is Jackson. "This is the training area for pack members above 18. The instructor explains. "Which also means I have to train with the little kids," Katie complains. "Katie, you don't train, you sleep." The instructor chuckles. "Whatever." Jackson notices us walking up to them and runs towards us. "Oh, hey, guys, what are you doing here?" Jackson asks. "Katie's showing me around," I answer. "That's great." We watched Jackson fight another guy before we left to go to the dance studio. Katie leads me to her car and gets in. "Why are we taking your car?" I ask before getting in myself. "The studio isn't on pack grounds. Now get in." I sigh and hop in the car. We drive off pack grounds into town. As we drive, I see the mall through the car window. The studio must be by the mall. Katie pulls into a shopping center and parks in front of a quaint building called Studio 3. We get out of her car and head into the building. The inside is all white with black furniture. Katie walks up to the front desk, and I follow her. "Good afternoon, Katie," the old lady beside the desk grumbles. Yeah, can we just go in?" Katie rushes. "Whatever." I give Katie a weird look, and the old lady rolls her eyes. "Don't ask." Katie sighs and leads me to a back room. She opens the door, and there's an empty room with wood floors and mirrors covering the walls. "I want you to dance for me," Katie commands. She sits against the wall. "What?" I chuckle. "I can't dance." "Well, I can, but I'm not going to." "Just show me what you got," Katie suggests. "Why?" I cross my arms over my chest. "Come on, don't be like that." Katie whines. I huff and lean on one of my legs, popping out a hip. "Please." Katie plasters puppy dog eyes on her face. I can't handle the puppy dog face. I look away and sigh. "Fine. Yay." Katie claps her hands. "What song?" she asks. "I guess All of Me by John Legend." Katie presses a button on her phone and music starts to play throughout the room. I look around trying to figure it out. It's Bluetooth. Now dance. Great, I have to come up with something on the spot. I could do my dance routine from a few years ago. I decided on that and started to dance. As I moved across the floor, I lost track of my surroundings. I was alone. Music flowed through me as my thoughts disappeared. I dance across my room, spinning in front of my mirror. Music blasts through my phone as I practice my routine. All of a sudden, The door swings open, revealing one of the pack guards. Anna, we're under attack. Your parents instructed you to stay here till it's over. He yelled at me over my music. I run to my phone and pause the song. Instead of music, I hear screams. The guard leaves my room, shutting the door behind him, leaving me alone to listen to the cries outside. I can't sit here and do nothing. I have to find my family. The music stops, and I come back to reality. Clapping fills my ears, and I look towards Katie. But instead of just her, there are little girls in leotards cheering. Anna, that was incredible, Katie cheers. I blush and look down. I guess I wasn't as rusty as I thought. I walk back towards Katie and sit next to her on the hardwood floor. Anna, that was just Katie yells. I laugh as the little girls dance around the room. We watch them until a middle-aged woman enters through the door. Girls, what are you doing? The lady asks the adorable little girls as they spin and twirl. Dancing like Anna. One little girl giggles. Anna? The woman ponders, confused. This is Anna. Katie points to me. The lady turns around and sighs. Katie, what are you doing? She grumbles. I was showing Anna around the pack grounds, Katie says matter-of-factly. Well, can you please go so I can start my class? Yes, we can, I say and pull up Katie from the floor. Come on, let's go. Katie and I left the small dance studio and made our way back to the pack house. On the way home, Katie wouldn't stop talking about my dancing. At first, I was flattered that she thought I was amazing, but now I want to tape her mouth. When we got back to the pack house, we hurried into the kitchen and made lunch for Jackson and Tyler. They were busy dealing with pack business. This smells so. Okay, Katie, I get it. I pick up the tray of food and carry it to Tyler's office where they're working. Anna, let me have a bite. Katie cries as her hand nears the grilled ham and cheese sandwiches. No! I swat her hand away. Bad Katie! Katie opens the office door as I enter the room. Tyler is sitting at his desk and Jackson is standing beside him. A guy is sitting in one of the chairs opposite of Tyler. The man turns around and I almost drop the tray, but Katie quickly saves it. Anna? What the hell? Frank yells as he holds the note I left in the air. Anna, who is this? Tyler asks from behind his desk. This is Frank, I mumble. Anna, why the hell did you leave? I thought I would never see you again. Frank yells as he scolds me. How could you be so stupid to become Rouge? I gulp down my pride. I don't know. I thought I could start my own life. Start your own life? With what? Frank questions, not understanding me. With us, Katie says with pride. With me, Tyler stands up. With me, Tyler stands up. Anna is my mate. Just hearing him say those words makes my heart flutter, my mind race, my knees grow weak and makes me feel whole. It's the first time he said Anna and mate in the same sentence. I look down at the hardwood floor trying to hide my blush. Anna, is that true? Frank asks. I peek up to see everyone's eyes on me. Yes, he's my mate. Frank sighs and walks up to me. Anna, there's something I never told you, and that thing is why you can't just run away. Frank has been keeping secrets from me. I'm not surprised. Everyone does. Well, what is it? I ask, slightly curious. He takes a moment to look around the room after his eyes meet mine again. Are you sure you want me to tell you in front of everyone? He asks, unsure. Before I could answer his question, Tyler already did. Jackson, Katie. Tyler points his finger at the door. Jackson nods, and Katie huffs as they exit the room. When the door shuts behind them, Frank pulls me to one of the chairs in front of Tyler's desk, and I sit. Frank's relaxes in the other chair, and Tyler sits back in his office chair. Well? I question, impatient. My fingers were tapping against the end of the chair arms and my feet against the floor. Anna, you remember the attack, right? Frank sits up. Are you kidding? I ask blankly. Well, before every attack, your father would tell me that if anything happened, I would take care of you. But before the attack a year ago, your father told me more than that. You knew about something and didn't tell me? I murmur. I know I'm used to people keeping secrets from me, but it's about my family. How could he not tell me? Anna, I'm sorry, but your father asked me not to tell you anything. He apologizes. Whatever, what did he tell you? I ask, trying not to cry. He told me that for a while, a group of rogues was threatening the pack, but your father never took them seriously. At the beginning, they were just a small group of rogues, but by the time they grew and more joined their group, your father started getting worried, and met with the leader of the rogues, the one who started it all. Frank pauses before continuing. The leader would always ask for one thing every time they would meet, but your father would never give it to him, so they threatened to attack, and your father still didn't make the deal, so they attacked. I sat quietly while I tried to process the new information. How could my father not tell us about these threats? Did he even tell Mom? What did this leader want that was so important? What did this leader want? Tyler asks seriously. Thank you, Tyler, for always asking first. Frank takes a moment before answering. He wanted a mate. What does that have to do with her pack? Tyler questions confused. What he wanted was something he couldn't have because her father knew that they were destined to be with someone else, and he couldn't take that away from her, Frank explains. The only thing he wanted from the pack was Anna. But of course, your father never made the deal. The leader wanted you, Anna. Frank turns to face me. Your father knew the pack wouldn't survive the attack, but he told me that if I made it, I would fake your death and hide you from them forever. But when you ran away, someone called the Alpha of Moonstone, saying that they know you're alive. Tyler lets out a deep growl. Anna, they're looking for you. Frank finishes. Out of everyone, why did he want me? There are prettier girls. What's so special about me? We all sat quietly until Tyler broke the silence. Frank, can you give us a minute? He asks. Yeah, of course. Frank stands up and opens the door, but before the door closes, he gave me a small, sad smile. Anna, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. No one will ever take you from me. Tyler leans against his desk with his arms crossed. What you said before. I know what I said, and I might not deserve you, but you deserve to be protected. He looks into my eyes. Why do you think that you don't deserve me? I ask, dying to know his answer. Why does he push himself away from me? He looks up at me and into my eyes. You're so innocent, pure, so untouched. He slowly makes his way towards me. But I'm not. My breath hitches as his electric touch slowly glides down my arm. I can feel my wolf getting restless. I don't want to take that away from you. He chants into my ear. I'm not who you think I am. I look up into his mesmerizing eyes. I might as well go with this crazy rogue guy then. He'll just steal it away from me. I tease. He quickly spins me around and my butt hits his desk. Like hell, I'll let that happen. He growls. Well, then I guess you have no choice, I whisper in his ear. He grunts before his lips crash against mine, moving in perfect synchronization. That spark I get when our lips meet is becoming my addiction. I have no idea where this side of me came from. I feel sexy and in control. I don't feel like the sad little girl whose family died. I feel confident. Before anything became too heated, he pulled away. Immediately, my wolf whimpered at the distance between us, that she didn't feel his irresistible touch. Please, don't stay away from me. I breathe heavy. Before he could answer, the phone started ringing on his desk. He sighed and picked it up. I couldn't hear what the person was saying. Tyler only answers in yes or no. I don't want to get in the way of his work, so I left and went back to the living room. Katie, Jackson, and Frank are all talking about who knows what. When they notice me enter the room, they all stop talking. I crash on one of the couches and relax in the plush cushions. I don't even want to think about our kiss. How are you taking in everything? Frank asks as he sits beside me. Frank, I'm scared, I answer honestly. How many people thought I was dead? I would have gone with this leader if my family would still be alive. Just thinking about a chance that they could have lived makes me want to go crazy. I could have done something. I know, Anna, it's going to be okay. Frank soothes me. I could have done something. No, you couldn't have. It wasn't in your control. Frank puts his hand on my shoulder. Yes, I could have. It's all my fault. I yell, losing control. Anna, calm down, Katie says in a relaxed, soothing tone. No, I should have gone with him. I could have saved everyone. I scream as tears run down my cheeks. Frank grabs my hand, but I pull it away. You knew. People died because of me. I cry. A hand from behind me pulls me into their arms. Right when our skin touched, I knew it was Tyler. He held me in his warm embrace as I cried on his chest. I could have saved them. I cry onto him. I know. Come on. Tyler picks me up bridal style as I bury my face in his neck. He carries me upstairs and into his room. Everything in here smells like him. He lays me on his bed and lays beside me, pulling me against him and holding me tight. I calm down because being beside him feels so right. His hand rubs my back as I sniffle. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Anna, you're so beautiful, Tyler whispers. I woke up in Tyler's room alone. I was a little disappointed. I wanted to wake up next to him. I shrugged it off and pretended to get over it as I slipped out of his warm duvet. I went back to my room and took a shower. Even after the shower, I still smelled like him, and I love it. I got dressed and went downstairs, and the house was empty. Katie was at school. Tyler was working, who knows where, and Jackson was training. I ate break fast and decided to go for a run. I haven't let my wolf out in a while, and she was starting to bother me. I walked through the field in front of the woods and into the tall trees. I was getting ready to take off my clothes and shift, but I hear a noise behind me. I turn, but nothing is there. I shrug it off and take off my shirt, leaving me in my sweats and bra. As I reach for my pants, I hear the noise again. I grab my shirt and hold it against my chest. Hello? I call out. I get no response. I'm just going to come back later. I slip my shirt back on, covering my bare stomach from the cool breeze. Crack. I turn to the noise, but yet again nothing. Who's there? This isn't funny, I yell into the trees. I think it is. I immediately spin around and come face to face with a man I have never seen before. I quickly back away. What do you want? I ask. My voice is shaky. Look, I don't want to hurt you. All I need is for you to come with me, he orders. I shake my head and start sprinting the way back to the pack house. I look back and see him chasing after me in wolf form. Crap. I get ready to shift, but nothing happens. I try again as I dodge trees and boulders, but still nothing. I look back and he's still chasing me. Where's everyone when I need them? I would fight him, but I can't shift. When I look back in front of me, I trip over a fallen tree's branch and hit the hard forest floor. I quickly struggle trying to get up, but his wolf steps on my back, pushing me back on the ground. Help! Help, please! I scream, trapped under his heavy paw. All of a sudden, another wolf appears out of the trees. He shakes his head and motions for them to go with him. He lifts his paw off my back and growls in my face. My heart racing, I stand up and run back to the pack house. I swing open the door and slam it behind me. I make sure to lock both of the locks. Breathing heavy, I turn and see Katie sitting on the couch eating popcorn. She's facing me with wide eyes as a piece of popcorn falls from her mouth. Anna, what happened? She screams. She dropped her popcorn and rushed towards me. I went for a run. You went for a what? Are you crazy? Katie waves her hands frantically. I don't get it. What's wrong with that? I breathe out, still trying to catch my breath. You don't go out in the woods for anything alone. But you went for a run yesterday alone, I protest. Yeah, but I'm Katie, an average 18-year-old werewolf. You're Anna Lee, 19-year-old werewolf being hunted down by scary rouges, Katie explains. I guess I didn't think about that. I didn't think that this whole situation would mean little stuff like that would change. I can't even go for a run alone. I forgot. I lie. You forgot. How the hell do you forget? Okay, I get it. I yell at Katie. Don't you want to know what happened? She nods and leads me to the comfy couches. Okay, I went for a run, and some stranger showed up, and he told me to go with him. I obviously didn't, so I ran, and he chased me. He trapped me, but when another wolf showed up and gave him a signal, he growled and left. Why didn't you shift? Katie asked. I couldn't. Before we could continue, the front door swings open, and Tyler walks in the house. He immediately turns to us, and his eyes go dark. Who were you with, Anna? I can smell it on you. He walks up to us. That was fast. I went for a run, and another she-wolf showed up. I guess her scent got on me. I lie again. Anna, don't lie to me, he says seriously. What are you talking about? I'm not. I can smell another male on you. He cuts me off. I'm going to go. Katie gets up and goes to the kitchen. I slowly turn back to Tyler. He has his arms crossed over his chest and a serious look on his face. Anna, who were you with? He asks slowly and impatiently. I was, running in the woods. I smile. He can obviously tell I'm bending the truth. With? Myself. Anna, you went alone. He bursts. I look down at my hands resting on my lap. Yeah, but I'm fine. My voice cracks. His face softens, and he sits beside me on the couch. What happened? He asks. I take a deep breath. A man was chasing me, and I didn't know what to do, I explain as tears threatened to fall. I could have died. How could I have been so stupid to have thought I could be a rouge? I wouldn't last a week. Why does life have to be so messed up sometimes? It's so unfair. All I want to do is disappear and never come back to any of this drama. Anna, you could have been killed, hurt. He yells. How could you have been so clueless? I keep looking down at my fingers as they lightly tap on my thigh. All I seem to do is make mistakes. I, Annalie Evans, reject. Stop. It's what you wanted. It's what I thought was right. Tyler cuts me off. I glance up at Tyler as a single tear slips from my eye. He whips the tear off my cheek and looks into my eyes. Anna, you're so beautiful, Tyler whispers. Why do you keep saying that? I mutter. Because it's true, he says as his hand cradles my cheek. Tyler, I'm scared. What if they get me? I promise they never will. We sat on the couch looking into each other's eyes. I've never felt safer. All I can do now is hope this never ends. Anna, it's getting late. You should go to bed, Tyler suggests. I stand up from the couch and turn to the stairs. You should too, I call to him before going up to my room. I walk to my bed and jump onto it, landing on my back. Does this mean something? What just happened? Are we a couple or something? Did Tyler accept that I'm his mate and that he wants to be with me? I'm acting like a 14-year-old girl. I walk to my closet and change into a pair of pajama shorts and a t-shirt. After I brush my teeth and other stuff, I slip in between the warm covers and try to sleep. But I don't. Too many thoughts are running through my head. I even keep looking at the window. I'm scared someone is going to climb through and kidnap me in my sleep. I'm acting ridiculous. For the next 2 hours, I tossed and turned on the bed, praying I would go to sleep. I turned towards the door. Oh my God. Tyler is standing in the doorframe with bags under his eyes. I guess dreams do come true. I know you can't sleep. Tyler sighs. I don't say anything. Come on. Tyler motions for me to go with him. I nod and pull the covers from my body. I get up and follow him to his room. I run to his bed and jump on it. I pull the soft blankets over my body. I hear Tyler chuckle. The bed dips down, and Tyler's heavy, strong, perfect arm pulls me into him. Let's just say I fell asleep. I finished off breakfast with Katie as we talked about going to the mall. She wanted to go get new shoes or something. She's been explaining to me why she needs a whole new shoe collection. Either they didn't fit or they're unexceptional, whatever that means. Anna, all you have to do is ask Tyler, Katie finishes. Ugh, what if he's busy, I protest. He's not. It's just paperwork. That's something. I put my hands on my hips. Yeah, but he does that every day. She whines. Fine, I complain. I have a feeling Katie's been using the fact that Tyler and I are mates to get what she wants. I walk down the long hallway that leads to his office. I reach for the door handle. Oh, Tyler, I know you want to. I hear through the door. What the hell? I place my ear on the door and listen. Tyler, what's wrong? Do you need me to cheer you up? The flirty, girly voice rings in my ears. I can't even breathe. My heart starts to race and my eyes grow watery. Should I go in? I feel like I'm going to puke. Emily, please, Tyler says. Oh God, I let out a small whimper. I can feel my wolf hurting. I thought things were getting better. I thought that I finally got what I've been waiting for, happiness. I gently move my ear from the door. I don't want to hear anymore. I can't even comprehend what I just heard. Anna? Katie calls as she peeks down the hall. I look up at her as a tear falls down my cheek. All I've been doing is crying. I'm such a baby. I'm weak. I walk past her into the front room. Anna, what happened? Katie asks. I turn around and face her. Tell Tyler I hope he's happy with Emily. I chuckle. Her face goes blank and her eyes grow wide. I'll get my stuff later, I say before going out the front door. I slam it behind me and start walking down the dirt road that leads who knows where. I walk until I reach the main road. It leads into town. I walk along the road until I get into town. I check my phone that luckily was in my pocket. I've been walking for about an hour. As the sun starts to set, I walk up to Route 33. I might as well get everything off my mind. I get in line and wait until I reach the bouncer. Let me in, I ask, a bit annoyed. Whoa, I need to see some ID. The bouncer chuckles. I glare at him. He's a wolf from Tyler's pack. I've seen him around. Look, buddy, let me in or I'll get Alpha Tyler. Oh yeah, you're gonna get the Alpha. He laughs. I'm Annalee Evans, Tyler Parker's mate. Call him if you have to. He raises an eyebrow and lets me in. I give him a smile and pat his chest. Good choice. I enter the club and head to the bathroom. I look in the mirror and fix my hair. I guess I'm not dressed for clubbing, I mutter to myself. You need a dress? A girl asks as she comes out of one of the stalls. Yeah? I have to admit that this is a little weird. I got one for ya. She slurs. Obviously, she's been drinking. Come on, I'll switch clothes with you. Switch clothes, I question. I like my outfit. Give me your number, and we can get each other's clothes back, she suggests as she stumbles to the sinks. Are you sure? I ask. Yeah, I'm going anyways. Then sure, I guess. This is probably the weirdest thing I've done. I go into one of the stalls and strip off my shorts and blouse and throw them over the stall wall. After I throw mine, she throws her dress over and it lands on my head. I put on the dress. It's nude and black. It really hugs my body and reaches mid-thigh. It's a little more revealing than what I usually wear, but it will have to do. I exit the stall, and so does the girl. Here, give me your number, and I'll call you tomorrow. She pulls out her phone. I give her my phone number and look in the mirror. I look good. Oh, I'm Chelsea, by the way. She holds out her hand. I'm Anna. Thanks for letting me borrow your dress. I shake her hand. No problem. Here, have my shoes. She takes off her black pumps and gives them to me. I take off my flats and hand them to her. Wow, they fit, I say, not believing that we are the exact same size. Yeah, it's a little weird. She laughs. We'll see you tomorrow. She waves as she stumbles out the bathroom door. Did that just happen? I walk out of the restroom and push through the small crowd by the bathroom doors. I make my way up to the bar and sit on one of the stools. Can I buy you a drink? A wasted guy asks me as he attempts to act smooth. Yeah, you can, I answer in a sweet, flirty voice, but I immediately cringe at myself. He smiles and orders me some drink I've never heard of. I could use a drink. I can feel my wolf getting angry at me for flirting with someone other than our mate. Here. He hands me the concoction, and I don't think twice before taking a sip. It burns my throat and has quite an aftertaste, but overall it wasn't that bad. An upbeat song plays throughout the club, and I gulp down the rest of my drink and make my way to the dance floor. I join in the crowd and just let go. I move my body along with everyone else. I feel hands on my waist. I let it go and just dance along. Come on, the person whispers in my ear. I follow the guy through the crowd to a table full of other werewolves. Sit down and join us. A girl yells over the music. I smile and join them at the table. The table is covered with shots and other drinks. The guy that danced with me hands me a shot and I swallow the cool, burning liquor. Before I know it, I've taken a ton of shots and other drinks that will surely give me one hell of a headache in the morning. At this point, I know I'm drunk. Let's dance. The group cheers and I join them. We all stumble to the dance floor and start to dance with random people. I've totally lost my mind. As I'm dancing with my new friends, I feel someone grab my wrist and pull me out of the crowd. I knew the second that he touched me that it was Tyler. Stupid mate bond. He drags me towards the back door. No, I don't want to leave. I pout. Anna, come on, you're drunk. He drags me out the door. The cool breeze outside hit me and I shiver. Get in the car, he orders, pointing to a very expensive-looking car. No, I'm going back to my friends. I yell as I stumble back towards the back door of the club. Tyler sighs and grabs my arm. He opens the car door and forces me in. He shuts the car door and gets in on the driver's side. What the hell were you doing at a club? He scolds. I ignore him and look out the car window. Damn it, Anna. He yells and starts the car. He starts speeding down the main road. I start to freak out. He's going over 100 miles per hour, and he's only getting faster. Tyler, slow down. I yell at him. Why the hell were you at a club? He shouts at me, not slowing down. Tyler, slow down. Anna, why were you at a club at 2 a.m? He speeds up. Tyler, I scream. Why did you leave and go to a goddamn club? I'm not asking again. Why don't you ask Emily? He abruptly stops the car and my body flies forward, but the seatbelt holds me back. You could hear the tires screech. He sighs and lets go of the steering wheel. She's no one. He barely explains. Do you think I'm stupid? I cry as I unbuckle my seatbelt. Look, before you came, she had a thing for me, and she wanted to be Luna. Emily would come bother me and try to seduce me. He mutters. I don't want to carry on this conversation about girls that wanted him. Let's just get back to the pack house, I mumble. Tyler doesn't say anything as he drives us back to the house. All my wolf wanted to do is attack him with kisses, while I, on the other side, am hurting. When we arrive at our destination, I unbuckle my seatbelt and get out of his car. I thought about slamming the car door, but I don't want to seem crazy. I marched up the porch steps and opened the front door. Oh, God. Destruction. That's the only way to describe it. The TV had a giant crack in the screen like someone pushed it. The couches were thrown around and the cushions covered the floor. The coffee table was completely broken and thrown across the living room. There's a giant dent in the wall where I'm guessing the coffee table hit. Lamps and vases were shattered. I stood in the doorway completely shocked at my surroundings. What the hell happened? Katie appears with a trash bag and looks me in the eyes. You broke him. I've never seen him this angry, this upset. She shuddered. Where is he? Still outside, I rushed out of the car. Suddenly, Tyler walks through the doorway and goes straight upstairs, not saying a word. Go talk to him. Katie pushes me. It's probably the right thing to do. I want us to be okay. I slowly climb the stairs and walk up to the double doors, the doors to his bedroom. Okay, Anna, you can do this. He's your mate. I reach and grab the handle, twisting it. The door opens, and Tyler is sitting on the edge of his bed with his head resting in his hands. When he notices me, he looks up, his face showing little emotion. Tyler, I'm sorry I left. It just hurt to picture you with someone else. I confess honestly, I don't care anymore. I want to be with him. He stands up and walks towards me. I've been waiting to find my mate for a while. No other woman will ever compare to you. Now that I've found you, I'm never letting you go. He presses his lips against mine, and I'm in heaven. Is this what I've been waiting for? Him to want me? Anna, wake up! Katie shakes my sleeping body. No, I mumble with my face buried in the pillow. Please, I need your help, she whines. With what? I turn over on my back to face her. I'm not sure if I want to know what she needs help with, though. I'm stuck babysitting 3 kids, and I can't do it on my own. She plasters on a puppy dog face. Please help me, Katie begs. When do they get here? I ask, agreeing to help her. Yay, thank you. They get here in 20 minutes. Katie cheers. Okay, just give me time to change. I slip out of my warm covers. Okay, I'll be in the kitchen. She calls back to me as she leaves my room. Why do I get myself into this stuff? I quickly take a shower and brush my teeth. I scavenge through the closet trying to find something comfortable. I slip on a pair of sweatpants and a tank top. I grab a pair of fluffy socks to keep my feet warm. The weather's been getting chilly. I go down the stairs and enter the kitchen, and I sit down on one of the stools at the counter as Katie cooks. You hungry? Katie asks as she flips a pancake. Yes, she is, Tyler answers for me as he enters the kitchen. He's holding papers and scanning them quickly. Busy? Very. He bites into a pancake and sits on the stool beside me. Well, Anna and I are babysitting Farah's kids the whole day. Katie cheers, obviously being sarcastic. I like kids. I used to help at a daycare when I was 16 and 17. I smile. Yeah, of course you did. You're like an angel. Katie munches on her pancake. No, I'm not, I protest. I can be a badass if I want to. Ha, yeah, okay. You help the women cook at your old pack. You dance like a pro. You help children. Okay. I cut her off. You dance? Tyler asks, looking up from his papers. No, I mutter, giving Katie a death glare. Katie hits me back with a devilish grin. She's the best dancer I've ever seen, even better than Mom. Your mom dances? I ask curiously. She did. Now she just tans on the beaches of Barbados, Katie answers, a bit of annoyed. I'll have to see for myself. Tyler changes the subject. I better get going. He stands up. Where? I ask. I don't want him to leave. I'm going to one of our neighboring packs for a meeting about increasing the guards on watch. Why are you increasing guards? I ask as I shove a piece of pancake in my mouth. Were there more Rouge sightings? Because not one Rouge that works for this leader is getting near you. Tyler looks me in my eyes. I can see the pain on his face. I'll see you girls later. Seconds later, I heard the front door shut. Okay, the kids should be here any second. Katie warns me as she cleans up the mess from breakfast. I get up to help her, and 5 minutes later, the doorbell rings. I'll get it. I call back to Katie as I jog to the door. I open the front door and I'm greeted by a tall, black-haired woman who I'm guessing is Farah, and 3 kids, 2 boys around 10 and 11, and a little girl around 5. Hey, I'm Anna. I'm helping Katie. I greet Farah. Oh, great, she smiles. I'll be back at 9:30. Okay, come on, guys, Katie's in the kitchen. The kids run into the house as I wave goodbye to Farah and shut the door. I walk into the kitchen and see the 2 boys jumping all over the place and the little girl sitting on the cold tiled floor. Anna, this is Daniel. He's 10 and Derek his twin. Katie points to the 2 boys. And this is Isabel. She just turned 5. Katie looks to the little girl giggling on the floor. Hi, guys. I smile. Hey, hot stuff. Daniel smirks. I stand back in horror. He's only 10 and already a player. Bless their family. Daniel, there's no way unless you want Alpha Tyler to kick your butt. Katie laughs. The kid shakes his head. Darn. I feel I tug on my shirt and I look down to see Isabel. Can you pick me up? My bum's cold, she asks. She is just the cutest thing. I pick up her up and place her on my lap as I sit on a stool. Let's go to the park, Derek yells. Yeah, Daniel screams. Okay, we'll go. Just no more screaming. Katie complains. We all walk down to the park on pack grounds. The boys and Isabel run to the playground as Katie and I crash on the bench in the park. Goddess, they're so energetic, Katie whines as we watch them run around chasing each other. Help me, Isabel yells as she runs to us, the boys chasing after her. They said Raph was going to get me, she cries as I lift her up on my lap. Who's Raph? I ask Katie. Just some stupid, scary monster kids come up with. Katie brushes it off. I swear she seemed a bit worried. Raph is a scary wolf that kills rogues in the woods. He's a monster, Isabel explains as she glares at the 2 boys. They even call him the killer in the woods, Daniel says. That's enough, Katie scolds them. Go play. The kids ran off back to the playground screaming as they played tag. You okay, Katie? I ask her a bit worried. Yeah, I'm all right. Why did she flip out about this Raph person? I have to find out more. Maybe I should ask Tyler later. After the kids had been tired out, we went back to the pack house for lunch. I made grilled cheese as Katie drew flowers with Isabel. The boys were playing video games in the living room. Lunch is ready, I call to the boys in the other room. I grab the plate piled with grilled cheeses and place it in the center of the table. I hear the front door open from the other room and Tyler walks in the kitchen, the same time the boys run in. Daniel turns to Tyler and pats arm. You're one lucky guy? Tyler turns to Katie and me with a confused look. Come on, food's ready, I call out, changing the subject. Everyone gathers around the table and starts to munch on my amazing grilled cheeses. Before I sat down, I put the pan in the sink. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. I'll get it, I call to the table of children. Yes, I went there. I speed walked to the front door and pulled it open. I look up and paused. My heart stopped, and so did my breathing. Anna, who is it? Tyler yells from the kitchen. Anna? Tyler walks into the front room. I couldn't move. Dad? I was going crazy. That's it. He's not there. I am just imagining him out of mourning. My dead father is not in front of me. Anna. The man at the door breathes out. I shudder at the thought of this being reality. I have to be dreaming. This isn't real. No, you're not here right now, I mutter, trying to figure this out. Anna, I know you must be confused. No, I'm not, because this isn't happening, I yell. Fear, confusion, pure terror is all I felt. My father died a year ago in an attack against our pack. He's dead, along with the rest of my family. Please, Anna, I beg you, just let me explain. The man pleads. I take a deep breath as I hold back the tears forming in my eyes. A sense of comfort floods through me as Tyler pulls me into his chest. His hand draws patterns on my back, calming my raging emotions. Please come in. Tyler invites my so-called father into the house. I don't dare let go of Tyler, as the 3 of us sit down on the large white couches in the living room. After Tyler's rampage, Jackson and Michael had to come over and help move everything back. We even had to buy a new coffee table. I gently sat down next to Tyler, and I stared down at my lap, not wanting to face reality. Anna, I'm so very sorry. My father breathes out. I know this is a lot to take in. I let out a deep chuckle. I'm sitting in front of my dead father. It's quite a lot. How could he just knock on my door one day and say sorry? Sorry doesn't fix that you lied about your death. It doesn't fix that I had to mourn on my own. A year of believing I lost everything. Annalie, please just let me explain everything. He begs, pain-filled his dark green eyes. If Tyler weren't here, I'd most likely be the one ripping apart furniture by now. You're a bastard. How dare you do this to me? I cry. Fake your death for your own daughter, your own blood. I can see the hurt in his eyes. Anna, I'm going to give you privacy for you to talk with your father. Tyler stood up and left the living room, leaving me cold and alone with my alive father. All I want to do is tell you everything. Why I faked my death, why you had to fake yours, why Richard wants you, he explains. All the answers? He wants to give me all the information I would kill for. Fine, I agree briefly. A small smile forms on his face. Anna, when you were a little girl, you were special. You have always been special, he explains. Back about 100 years ago, there were creatures called Lycans. I know Mom would tell me stories about them and how their power was 10 times stronger than any alpha, but they extinct 100 years ago. I smile at the memories of my mother and her amazing stories. The ones of the great Lycans were her favorite. Many wolves believe that they can be brought back. My father's face turns serious. Ha, that must be a joke? I laugh. Who could be such a dreamer? It's not. There is a way to reproduce their species. What? That's impossible. You can't reproduce if they're all dead. I don't understand, I say honestly. Anna, there is said to be a gift that the moon goddess gives to the lucky daughter of an alpha to be able to reproduce the Lycan species. No. I whimper. Please don't tell me. Anna, you're the daughter, he states abruptly. No, please no. I whimper again. No, this is bullshit, I yell, standing up from the couch. Anna, every male werewolf wants you. They want to reproduce the Lycans as their own. My father's face filled with hatred for these psychotic men. No. A tear rolled down my cheek. You are the key to their dreams. Lycans could make any pack undefeated, untouchable. I try to block out his painful words as they infect my mind. They all want to use me. What kind of gift is this? My dead father is alive, and I'm made to reproduce a powerful extinct species. What else? Was I made to be used as an object? Anna, this is not a curse, it's a gift that everyone wants. My father's face falls. I'm so sorry, Anna, my precious little girl. How did you find me? Frank. He reports back to me he's known the whole time. Anna, I have to go, but it's not forever. My father stood up from the couch and made his way to the front door. His time with me was too short. I have so many more questions. I'll be back, Anna, I promise. His last words replayed in my mind after the door closed. I want my questions answered, but do I want him to come back? He lied to me. I wiped the tears from my eyes and calmed down. I went back into the kitchen where everyone sat silently. I knew they heard. All their eyes lay on me. They know everything. Tyler knows everything. I couldn't bear to look at him. I've cursed him with my gift. I'm sorry. I apologize for running out of the room and up to my bedroom. I slam the door shut and slide down its smooth surface. What does Tyler think of all this? His mate has the gift to reproduce Lycans, to only ever reproduce Lycans. I stand up and crawl into my warm bed, searching for a sense of comfort. Suddenly, the door opens, and Tyler stood in the door frame, his face worried. I'm so sorry, I burst into tears. He immediately walks over to me and joins me in my warm covers. He pulls me into his embrace as he holds me in his arms. Why are you sorry? He asks as he strokes my hair, creating a soothing feeling. You heard what my father said. Yes, I did. He answers like he wasn't affected. How can he still want me? Maybe for the perks of a strong pack, but the drama? I don't care if you give birth to Lycans or regular wolves. Whatever it is, it will be ours. My heart swells at his words. How did I get so lucky? Thank you, I whisper against his hard chest. I laid in his arms as he played with my dark brown locks. With him, I was safe. I didn't have to be scared because I know he will protect me. Tyler, who's Raph? His body suddenly stiffens at the mention of their name. Nothing, just a made-up monster to scare the kids. The kids today were talking about him, and Katie started acting weird. I ponder out loud. He takes a deep breath and shrugs it off. She doesn't really like that kind of stuff. Oh, a part of me can't help but notice the worry, the sudden scare when I mention his name around Katie and Tyler. What are they hiding from me? Please, just no more secrets. I woke up alone in my bed covered in a thin layer of sweat. There was a sharp pain in my pelvic area. I let out a small whimper at the sudden course of pain. What is happening? After waiting a couple of minutes, the pain didn't subside. I quickly got off the bed and slowly made my way to the door, holding my pained area. I pushed the door open and tried to hold in my screams. The pain was just too much. Tears started to form as I crawled to the stairs. Come on, Anna. You can do this. Ah, goddess! I cry out as I attempt to climb down the steps. Where is everyone? Someone, please. I cry out into the empty house. When I reach the bottom of the staircase, I roll onto the tile, the cool stone causing the silliest sensation of relief. Please, I mumble as my face pressed against the tiled floor. How could such pain be a gift? Suddenly, the front door swings open, and Katie enters the house. She turns around and locks the door before her eyes land on me. Oh, goddess Anna. She rushed to my limp body. She kneels beside me and attempts to lift me up. What happened? Did you fall down the stairs? I whimper out in pain as she tries to move my body. Anna, I don't know what to do, Katie cries out. I turn my face to look at her. Katie, call the doctor now. I croak. She quickly gets up and pulls out her phone. Yes, I need the pack doctor at the pack house now. She yells into the device and swiftly hangs up. Anna, what do you need? She asks. I can tell her heart is racing. I need Tyler. I let out another cry as the pain doesn't seem to end. Why me? Why now? I can tell Katie is mind-linking Tyler by the emotion on her face. Don't worry, he's coming. She coos in my ear while stroking my back. The door bursts open again moments later, and a woman is rushing into the house. Okay, what happened? She asks Katie seriously. I don't know, Katie whimpers. The doctor turns to me as if transferring the question. I don't know, it just hurts so bad, I cry. I need you to show me where. She asks calmly. I gently roll over and hold in my screams from the sudden movement that seems to cause more pain. I immediately place my hand on the throbbing area and take deep breaths. Is there any chance you are pregnant? The doctor asks as she pulls out a notepad and a container of pills. I shake my head no. Really? Katie whispers in my ear. Katie! I growl. Okay, I'm going to give you so heavy-duty painkillers and we'll have to see what happens. The doctor hands Katie 2 small salmon-colored pills. Katie lifts my head up on her knees and pops them in my mouth, then holds up a water bottle to my lips that the doctor gave her. I drink the cold liquid, and the pills drain down my throat. Where's her mate? The doctor asks. Right here. Tyler bursts into the room and takes Katie's place. The doctor seems taken back that my mate is her alpha. Alpha Tyler. What happened? He asks the doctor but looks into my eyes. His hand strokes my hair as my head rests on his knees. Katie found her at the bottom of the staircase, and we don't seem to know what happened, but she is experiencing sharp pain in, I'm guessing, her ovaries. I gave her painkillers, and we have to wait and see if the pain subsides so we can find the cause of the pain. The doctor explains to Tyler. We should move her to the couch, the doctor suggests. I frantically shake my head, remembering the pain of when Katie tried to move me. Anna, it's okay. I'll make it quick. Tyler's voice laced with pain, worry, fear. His arms slide under my body, and he lifts me up from the cold floor. I hold in the pain as he moves me to the couch. I don't want to worry him more. When I'm placed on the plush white cushions, the pain decreases. I think the painkillers are starting to kick in, the doctor informs us. I glance beside me. Tyler is holding my arm, looking like he's about to break down. I'm okay, I mumble to him. My eyelids grew heavy and darkness overcame me. My eyes shot open, the light burned them, but that wasn't my top priority now. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I figured out I was in my room, lying on the bed. I didn't feel any more pain in my pelvis. What happened? I stretched out my aching limbs and slipped out of the warm duvet. I tiredly walked to the door and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. I guess everyone is downstairs. I slowly make my way down the steps, remembering the events of last night. Was it even at night? I can't remember. All I do remember is blacking out, or did I fall asleep? I need some answers before I think I went insane. I could hear talking coming from the kitchen, and my mood immediately lifted up. I entered the kitchen and everyone turned to me. Everyone being Tyler, Katie, Jackson, Michael, Nicole, and Nicole's small but noticeable baby bump. When Tyler saw me, his face lit up, and he rushed to me. His arms wrapped around my body, and I was welcomed into his embrace. He's hugging me in front of people. How long was I out? You scared me, Anna. He whispered in my ear, sending chills down my spine. What happened? I asked, my voice sounding sore. You blacked out for 2 days straight. Katie pipes up. I pulled away from Tyler's arms and looked at him straight in the eyes. Why? When you blacked out, it gave the doctor a chance to run some tests and take x-rays. The pain was coming from your ovaries. Your body is starting to produce different egg cells, the ones of a Lycan, Tyler explains. Then why does it hurt so much? Right now, this is very unnatural for your body, but the doctor said over time the pain will drastically decrease. Well, I guess Jackson, Michael, and Nicole know about my so-called gift now. Anna, you have to go and get changed or do whatever you have to, because the doctor wanted me to take you to see her right when you woke up, Tyler informs me. Something about Tyler. He's different. It's like he cares a lot lately. Plus, he still didn't really answer my questions about Raph. I nodded and fled upstairs. I wanted the doctor to tell me everything she knows about what's happening with my body. I took a quick shower and changed into warm clothes. I hurried back downstairs, and Tyler was waiting for me in the front room. Ready? He asks, grabbing his car keys. I guess. We both got into his expensive sports car and made our way to the pack doctor. I was nervous, even though I knew what was wrong with me. I can't help but wish the doctor would tell me I'm normal, that this gift just disappeared. My hopes were too high. How are you feeling? Tyler asked me, but kept his eyes on the road. Disappointed, depressed, upset, furious, terrified, weak. I poured my thoughts to him, not even caring anymore. Tyler's grip tightened on the steering wheel. His knuckles turned white. At least I'm not alone. I reached my hand out and rested on his tense shoulder. But he wasn't relaxing. Tyler, Anna, I don't want you to feel those things. It kills me. I just want to make it stop. He pulled into a parking lot that belonged to a giant dark gray building. The car stopped in one of the parking spaces, and Tyler pulled out his keys, making the engine fade away. Kiss me. I turned to his worried face. He didn't think twice before gently placing his soft lips on mine. I missed the feeling, electricity, fireworks, the feeling that confirms that he's my soulmate. Our kiss didn't last long, but when we pulled away, I looked straight into his deep blue eyes. For that 5 seconds, it all went away. You made it stop. He brushed back a strand of my hair behind my ear. That's all I want. He crashed his lips on mine, and everything disappeared. Our lips moved in perfect synchronization. He gently bit my bottom lip, asking for an entrance. My body couldn't help but grant it. His sweet tongue invaded my mouth as he lifted me up onto his lap. As his hand held my neck, his other gripped my waist. I let out a low moan into our kiss, and I know it only turned him on more. He started to trail kisses down my jaw. I tilted my head back to give him better access. Tyler left a trail of burning kisses down my neck. He stopped when he came to the place in between my neck and shoulder. Not here, he mumbled. I wasn't disappointed. I understood. We were in his car in the middle of the doctor's parking lot. We better get going. I breathed out, trying to recover from our breathtaking moment. He opened his door and I crawled out first. The cool wind hit my face hard, making me cringe. Tyler stepped out of his car and clicked a button, locking the doors. He turned to me and grabbed my hand. My heart fluttered. I know he's just holding my hand, but to think that the first time we met, he didn't say anything to me. This was special to me. We walked hand in hand along the sidewalk that leads to the front entrance. I couldn't help but blush at how romantic Tyler was acting for a big bad alpha. Tyler, how old are you? I asked randomly. I'm 23. Suddenly my face fell. Tyler's waited 4 years to find me. Usually, you find your mate before you turn 20. Tyler, It's fine, I found you. He assures me, squeezing my hand. We made our way up to the doors, and he held it open for me. I smiled at him and turned to the beige office area. There was the main desk straight ahead of me, with 2 human older women sitting behind it. Tyler grabbed my hand again and led me towards one of the kind-looking women. We're here to see Dr. Kent, Tyler informs her. Alrighty then, I'll let her know you're here. Take a seat. She'll come out and fetch ya. The lady smiled. We nodded and sat down in the waiting chairs. My heart started to pick up pace, and my feet started tapping against the short carpet. I'm nervous, I blurt out to Tyler. There's nothing to be nervous about. He throws his arm around my chair, and I lean into him. I like this, Tyler. I watched the TV while we waited. Some wedding show was playing. It was quite amusing. It was about horrible brides going psycho. Anna, you're here. I turned to see the doctor that helped me a couple days ago. Please come this way, she orders kindly. I stand up and follow her to a room in the back area. Tyler followed behind us. She opens the wood door and walked in. I automatically jumped up onto the examination table, and Tyler sat in one of the extra chairs. So how are you feeling? She turns to me on her spinny chair, kind of nervous. I honestly tell her. What if something's wrong, other than me making Lycan babies? What if it's ruining my body? I mean, it hurt pretty bad. Well, I have quite a bit of information from the tests I took to give you. I nodded. This is what I wanted, to hear all the perks, all the consequences. Okay, so to start off, your ovaries are producing the egg cells of the Lycan species. Since your body was originally made to produce werewolf egg cells, for the time being, you will experience pain. But after time, the pain will eventually fade away. Dr. Kent explains. She turns to her desk and pulls out a bottle of small salmon-colored pills, the same ones that she gave me before. I prescribed you for heavy-duty painkillers. Only take them when you're experiencing pain. She handed Tyler the container of pills and turned back to me. Her face turned serious and a little apologetic. There is a permanent consequence with your condition. I knew that I wouldn't get away with temporary pain. I'm not that lucky. Part of me wants to cover my ears and yell, la la la. Conceiving a child is unlikely, but still possible. It's a 70% chance of miscarriage and a 30% chance of a smooth pregnancy. I let out a whimper. What Luna can't have children. I've ruined Tyler's pack, who will take over as alpha after him. I'll never have a family. This is just all too much. I feel Tyler's arm wrap around my waist, and I can't help but lean into him. I don't want to keep having to say I'm sorry. I rushed down the steps and speed walked into the kitchen. I swiftly grabbed an apple and Tyler's car keys. In a hurry? Katie skips on the clean white tile. Yeah, I called the dance studio and asked if I could use one of the practice rooms before the classes start. I bit the sweet red fruit. Yesterday, I called the studio and asked if I could borrow a room while there were no classes. The doctor said I could use a distraction, and dancing seems to take away my stress. Katie's eyes traveled to my hand and her eyes widened. Tyler let you use his baby, she whisper-yelled. No, so don't tell him. He's working in his office for the whole day, so he won't find out. I shrug. Katie started to chuckle. Okay, just don't hurt his baby. She emphasizes baby. I raise an eyebrow at her, then check the time on my phone. I'll be back in 2 hours. I bit my apple again and walked out the front door. I pulled out the car keys and clicked the unlock button. His baby, it's a car, I mutter. I climbed in the front seat and started the engine. My foot pushed down on the pedal and the car was off. I drove down the main road until I came to the small shopping center with the dance studio. I parked the car and made my way to the front doors. I walked in and went straight to the front desk with the cranky old lady. Hi, ma'am, I called yesterday about using a practice room. She looked up at me and sighed. Katie isn't with you, right? No. Okay, then you can go on back. The first class starts at 4. She pointed her finger down the long hallway. I smiled and made my way to the same practice room I was in with Katie. I took my phone out and connected it to the wireless speakers in the room. I set my songs to shuffle and just messed around. As I danced, I let my thoughts run free. Suddenly, I spun to the door, and there was a group of girls about my age standing watching me. I stopped immediately. They told me this room was open till 4, I explained. Oh no, we aren't using this room, we're next door. We saw you dancing and wanted to watch, you're amazing. The girl in the middle of the group gushed. Well, thanks, I'm Annalie, but I go by Anna. We know who you are. We watched your routine to you and me by disclosure for an example in class. They watched my routine as an example. People really think I'm that good? A giant smile stretched across my face. This really made my day. Could you maybe do it for us? A girl in the back squeaks. Sure, why not? I scroll on my phone down to the song and hit play. I scurry across the floor and get into position. This is one of my favorite routines. I'll never forget it. The girls entered the room and sat against the wall. As I danced across the wood floor, I forgot all about my gift and the people that are looking for me. I forgot about Raph and my dad. I felt free. The music stopped, and I finished off in my ending position. I turned to the girls, and they all started clapping. "You're way better in live action." "We better go before Madame Stahl gets angry. Thanks for showing us your routine." The girls stand up. "No problem. Thanks for watching." I thank them and wave as they go back to their class. I picked up my phone from the floor and checked the time. It's 3:55. I might as well go. I collected my things and left the practice room. On my way out, I waved to the old lady at the front desk and headed to Tyler's car. As soon as I got outside, I looked up and saw a police officer on the phone writing a ticket. Hey, stop!" I ran to him and tapped on his shoulder. "What's with the ticket?" "Ma'am, you parked in a handicapped parking space, and there is no disabled parking permit displayed." The officer barked at me. "Crap! I didn't even notice that it was a handicapped space." "Look, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice, I beg." The officer sighed and slapped the ticket in the hood of Tyler's car. "Just be careful next time. I could have got you towed," he warned. "Thank you so much. I will." I call to him as he gets back in his cop car. I grab the ticket off the hood and scan it. $260. I'm dead. I stole his car and got him a ticket. At least he didn't tow me. Or else, I don't even know what would happen. I took the ticket and climbed in the car. I really don't want to tell Tyler. What if he breaks things again? I don't think he would be more worried about the money than his baby. I drove back to the pack house with my nerves on edge. I pulled up to the house and got out of the car. My feet slowly tapped against the cement as I tried to waste time and think. I quietly peeled the front door open and peeked through. It's clear. I crept into the kitchen and leaned against the counter. How do I hide a ticket? "Anna, you're back." Katie sighed, completely relieved. "Yeah? So?" I muttered, trying to act normal. "Someone called Tyler and said that they had you in their sight, that they saw you dancing in the studio. They told him that you weren't coming home." She panicked. Someone was watching me. Oh, goddess, that's just creepy as hell. But why didn't they attack me? "Where's Tyler?" I breathe out. "He went out with a bunch of guards to find you. I'm going to let him know that you're back." Katie left and rushed to Tyler's office to call him. Someone was watching me, and I didn't even know. They must have followed me to the studio. How did I not notice? All I wanted was Tyler to tell me it's all right. I want him to remind me that he's protecting me. I should have told him I was going to the studio. I called him, and he's on his way back, Katie assured me. "I got a ticket," I mutter, but my mind is somewhere else. How? I didn't notice it was a handicap spot. I didn't notice someone following me. Katie's face softened, and she pulled me into a hug. "Anna, it's fine. You're so distracted with all this Lycan business. I wouldn't notice either." Suddenly, the front door bursts open, and Katie pulls away. Tyler rushes to me and pulls me into him. His strong arms wrap around me, and I've never felt safer. "Anna, please stop scaring me," he begs as he breathes in my scent. After my nice hot shower, I pulled on my robe and crawled into my bed covers. I turned on the TV, and the bride show I watched in the doctor's office was on. I relaxed as I let all the stress of today seep out of my bones. Tyler had to catch up on the work that he missed to come find me, so I had some alone time. My phone beeped on the side table, and I picked it up, reading the text. From unknown. "Having fun with Raph?" I stared at the message. Who was it from? How did they get my number? Was it a joke? Who is Raph? I tossed my phone on the bed like it had cooties, and I was in second grade. Ugh, can I not get a break from the drama? I didn't respond to the message. Should I show Tyler? I didn't want to bother him. It's my fault he's behind on work. I took a deep breath, calming my nerves, and placed my phone back on the bedside table after I deleted the mystery message. I grabbed the remote and turned the TV off. I should probably go to sleep. I might be going crazy. I got up from the bed and turned off the lights. The only light in the room came from the moon as it shines through the window. I climbed in between the covers and attempted to relax. I knew I wasn't going to get any sleep, knowing someone texted me about Raph, the killer in the woods. Maybe I should ask Jackson and see how he reacts to the name Raph. Just as I start to get comfortable, I hear a loud crash from downstairs. I immediately sit up and slowly peel the covers off me. Is someone breaking in the house? I tiptoed to the door and peeked into the empty hallway. I slipped through the door and peered downstairs from the staircase. Another crash rung thought the house. I quickly rushed down the steps and sprinted to Tyler's office. Tyler, I think someone's trying. I burst through the office door, but stopped mid-sentence when I see Tyler's desk flipped over and Tyler leaning up against the wall, breathing heavy. I stare at the mess, then turn to Tyler. I what? Anna, just go back to bed. He cuts me off. His voice is hoarse and husky. He didn't look at me. He just continued staring at the opposite wall. Know what happened? I rush to him and rest my hand on his tense arm. He shrugs it off and I step back. Why is he pushing me away again? We were doing so good with the doctor's appointment and our heated moment in his car. He mentioned marking me, and now he doesn't want me near him. My face fell, and I turned around looking at the flipped desk and papers scattered on the wood floor. Tears threatened to fall, and I turned back to Tyler. I am so tired of crying, I mutter, my voice cracking. He glances up at me. I can see the pain in his eyes. You want to break stuff? Then gets break stuff. I yell as I pick up a vase from the bookshelf. I throw it against the wall and it shatters. All the broken pieces scatter on the floor. Next, I grab a picture frame without a picture in it and I chuck it at the door. As I reach for another object, Tyler pulls me away and into his arms. He holds me close and strokes my hair. How can he be so bipolar? I tried to push away from him, but he was holding me too tight. I give up the fight and grow limp. Please, I mumble agents him. I just want you to want me, I mumble again. I bury my face deeper into his chest, hoping I would disappear. Anna, I do. Then why do you push me away? I push off him and stare him dead in the eyes because I don't want to hurt you. I jumped as he punched the wall, leaving a giant hole. Why do you think you're going to hurt me? Because I'm Raph. I'm the killer in the woods. He yells again. What? No, I protest. He can't be Raph. He's Tyler, my mate, my soulmate. He's not some rogue killing machine that scares kids. Yes, I am. He fights back like he wants me to believe him. No, there is no Raph. He's not real. But I'm real, he says in a hushed tone with anger pouring from his voice. I shake my head and move closer to him. I reach my hand out and cradle his chisel face. Raph is my middle name, he mutters. I can tell he regrets it. Why did you lie to me? I didn't want you to be scared, he mutters and runs the back of his hand over my cheek, sending electricity throughout my body. I'm not scared. Just please explain, I beg him. He nods and leads me into the living room. We sit down beside each other on the white couch. It started when I turned 20. After 2 years of not finding my mate, I thought she didn't exist. I decided to believe the moon goddess didn't grant me a mate, so I turned all my thoughts to fighting. I took out all my anger on killing rogues, attacking other packs, just horrible things. I went by Raph, so no one knew it was me. He admits. I wasn't scared or angry about his past. I understand losing your mate causes people to kill themselves. But thinking that you'll never find your mate, your other half, it's terrifying. It's like you're living your life without purpose. Your mate unlocks the rest of your life. Love, family, trust. I wish I was there for him. I wish I found him earlier. When I found you, I decided to hide my past. Everyone thought I was too cruel to have a mate. I didn't think I deserved you after all I've done. I hate it when he says he doesn't deserve me because I want him so bad and he won't let me. I want him to let me. I don't care if he was a killer. When I was little, I thought mates were the most magical thing in the world. I thought once I found my mate that I would be complete. I can't feel complete until he realizes that I'm falling in love with him. I've been at his pack for almost 2 months now. I've been waiting for the moment when he accepts me. The moment when he tells me there's no one else that he will ever love but me. I might sound ridiculous, but all I want is for Tyler, my mate, to say he's falling in love with me too. So I can confirm that I'm not just a lovesick puppy, that finding your mate is really the start of your life. That after you find your mate, you are complete. Tyler, I don't care. That's your past. I know that you'll never be able to change it, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve me. From the second I saw you, I couldn't believe that I found my mate. the one person that's supposed to be the rest of my life. I tell the truth quietly. All I want is for him to understand I don't care about his past. I just want our future together. I might be able to give birth to Lycans. He might have been the killer in the woods, but there's not one bone in my body that doubts he's made for me. I have people looking for me, wanting to take me as their own. The only person I want to be with is Tyler. He's the only person I'll ever want. Every bone in my trembling body knows that with him, I'm always safe, that when I'm in his arms, there's not one bone in my body that's scared. I know that he'd do anything to protect me. I don't want him just to protect me. I want him to love me. Anna, you're so beautiful. He mumbles as he gazes into my eyes. You're perfect. You're a lovely person. You're trustworthy. You brighten everyone's spirits when you enter the room. You'll be a perfect Luna. Mark me, please. I let out a small whisper. He leans in and our lips connect. The feeling of electricity and fireworks make my body shudder. His tongue swipes across my bottom lip, asking for an entrance. My body couldn't resist. His sweet tongue danced with mine, making me restless. He trailed burning kisses down my neck, leaving love bites. I yet out a quiet moan as he reaches the spot between my shoulder and neck. This is it. He's going to mark me, make me his. It will only hurt for a second. His voice husky. His canines emerge from his mouth and traced along my skin. They sink into me, causing me to whimper out in pain, but slowly it starts turning into pleasure. He pulls away, and I quickly rush to the mirror. I hear him chuckle behind me at how eager I am to see my mark. I look in the mirror at my mark. It's a full moon with two wolves beside each other. It's perfect, beautiful. I stare in awe, just like you. I was his. I barred his mark on my skin. It's been a week since Tyler's marked me, and we've been closer than ever. It's starting to feel like we're a normal couple. I feel normal, besides the pains I get from my whole making Lycan egg situation. I haven't seen my dad since he told me about my gift. It's like he just disappeared again. He said that he would come back, but it's been 3 weeks. I haven't seen Frank because he went back to Moonstone before my dad showed up. The Rouge sightings have drastically decreased, and it's really helping with my nerves about people taking me. But something is telling me that the battle isn't over yet. It hasn't even started. Anna, you're spacing out again. Katie whines as she tells me about a hot guy she talked to at school. Sorry, but didn't you say he had a girlfriend? I question her, with a confused look on my face. So, I'll just steal him? Katie explains like I'm stupid. You're going to steal her boyfriend? Well, when you put it that way. Katie frowns. I roll my eyes at her and continue eating lunch that I made. Katie and I are like sisters now. We share secrets, paint each other's nails, watch romantic chick flicks. It reminds me of the stuff I used to do with my sister, Stella. I shake the thoughts of her out of my head. I don't want to start bawling. Since it's Saturday, let's go to the mall. Katie suggests as she finishes off her grilled cheese. Katie doesn't know about my mark yet. I've been wearing my hair down all week to hide it from her. I just want a little bit of time before I inform her I'm not ready for screaming. Sure, why not? I agree and take our empty plates to the sink. I could use a girl day. Let me go tell Tyler. Oh, he should be on the training fields. Katie reminds me. I'm going to go get ready. She cheers and heads upstairs. She has such a bright personality. I'm glad I ran into her in the woods. If I didn't, I would still be mateless in Seattle. I make my way over to the training fields in the cold weather. If I wasn't a wolf, I would get frostbite. I see some people training ahead. The closer I get, the more one looks like Tyler. The wind blows straight on me, causing my hair to fly back. Now my mark is in perfect view. I grab my hair and hold it down. We aren't telling people yet. I walk up behind Tyler and my scaring thoughts come to mind. I quietly tiptoe up to him and give the people he's talking to a signal to not tell him. They just shake their heads, like they know I can't scare him. I start running and jump on his back, yelling, "Boo!" Suddenly, he grabs my legs and flips me over him, and I land on the hard, cold grass with a thud. I whine on the floor as the pain hits my head and backside. Anna, what were you thinking? Tyler helps me up with a worried face. Are you okay? I just groan in response. I just came to tell you that Katie and I are going to the mall. My voice sounds like a man's. I really need to crack my back now. Okay, My inner self cheers. But bring Jackson. Why, we're fine on our own, I protest, trying to win him over. Jackson is going with you guys for protection. I don't want anything to happen to my sister and my mate. He fights back and helps me up. I can't win that battle. He just wants us to be safe. I sigh and yell for Jackson, who is training also. Jackson, come on, we're going shopping, I call in front of everyone. Some of the girls start to giggle, and Jackson sends me a thanks, Anna, not glare. I roll my eyes and motion for him to hurry up. He jogs to Tyler and I, while shaking his head. Jackson, I need you to go with Katie and Anna to the mall, Tyler orders, but not in an alpha voice, but more like sucks to be you. He lets out a deep sigh. Fine, but only because she's your mate and Katie's your sister, and I just happen to be your friend also. Yay. Okay, bye, Tyler. He turns around and faces the training field again. What no goodbye kiss. I clear my throat and he turns around. Oh, my credit card's on my desk. He informs me and turns back around, watching to werewolves spar. No, Tyler, not that. He turns back around with a confused face and shrugs as if asking what. Fine, I guess you don't want my goodbye kiss, I mutter, pretending to act hurt. Let's go, Jackson. Wait, I want it. Tyler calls after me as I start to walk away. I spin around and walk backward. Too late. Then I turn back facing the house and keep walking. Suddenly, I'm lifted up off of the grass, and Tyler presses his lips to mine. My heart starts to swell. He ran after me. I always get what I want, Tyler says with satisfaction. I playfully smack his chest, and he places me back on the ground. Whatever. I mumble, trying not to smile like an idiot. Jackson and I make our way back to the packed house, and Jackson leaves to go get clothes from Tyler's room. Apparently, he has spare clothes here, because they used to train together, then come back and get to business with pack stuff. I fled to my room to quickly change into warmer clothes. It's colder outside than I thought. When I'm finished, I grab my bag and head back downstairs to find Katie and Jackson watching TV, waiting for me. You ready? Katie asks, not taking her eyes from the screen. I find this normal because Friends is on. Yup, let's go. How about this? I hold up a purple beaded dress. Ew, no, Katie screeches as she scans through the dress rack. Katie, choose something. We've been looking for an hour. Jackson whines as he lays down on the cute waiting chairs. Katie's winter formal is coming up, and she insisted on getting a dress today. We've been in 3 different dress stores. This is the last one. After the first store, Jackson been complaining about the whole hour we've spent looking. How about this? I hold up a long, sweetheart neckline gold dress. The top is jeweled and sparkles. She takes the dress from my hand and examines its sheer fabric. I can tell she's really thinking about this one. I'll try it on. She smiles. Finally, we follow her to the change my rooms. She goes in the stall while Jackson and I wait outside. So he marked you? Jackson asks. What? How did you know? I've been super careful to hide it for the past week. When he picked you up, your hair uncovered it. He chuckled. Darn. Suddenly, Katie swings the door open, and she's wearing the gold dress. She has a disappointed face on. How can she not like this one? She looks absolutely gorgeous. Anna. She sadly mumbles. I love it. She surprises Jackson and me. Thank goddess! Jackson yells. Thank you. Katie and I laugh at how ridiculous Jackson is acting. Then Katie goes back into the changing room and pulls out a beautiful red silky dress. It has a jewel outline in the top. I wanted to see you try it on, she bubbles. Ha, no. Please, you're going to need a dress anyways, she protests. No. Anna, please, I picked it out for you. She cries out, and the whole store turns to us. Anna, just put on the dress and we can go. Jackson agrees with Katie. Fine, I mutter and grab the dress from Katie's hands. I trudge into the changing stall and strip off my clothes. I unzip the dress and slip it on. Wow, I mumble as I look in the mirror. I actually look good. It hugs my curves nicely and brightens up my eyes. Let me see, Katie calls from outside the stall. I open the door and Katie gasps, It's perfect. What do I need a dress for anyways? Your Luna welcoming party. Katie spills. Oops, I wasn't supposed to tell you. I roll my eyes at her and re-enter the changing room so I can get the dress. That girl can't keep a secret. But I can't help but wonder about this welcoming party. As I pull my shirt back on, my phone buzzes in my bag. I take it out and read the text. From unknown. You look gorgeous in red, darling. I freak and drop my phone on the wood floor in the stall. It lands with a thud, making a loud noise. You okay? Jackson asks as they wait for me. Yeah, I'm fine. I grab my phone off the floor and delete the message. The last time I got a message like this was the RAF one. I quickly finish changing and I rush out of the changing area. Someone's in a hurry, Katie mutters as they catch up to me at the purchase counter. I place the dress on the counter as the lady rings it up. I grab my wallet out of my bag and take out my debit card, but I'm too late. Jackson has already swiped Tyler's card. I glare up at him and cross my arms. Again, really? Tyler told me to. He defends himself. I groan and grab my dress from the lady. It's in a nice box, which is inside a bag. Come on, let's go home. Why are you in such a rush? Katie questions as she grabs her bag with her gold dress in it. I'm not. I just miss Tyler. Even though it was an excuse, I do miss him now that I think about it. Aw, you guys are so cute. Okay, let's go. We leave the mall and head back to the pack house. The whole car ride, I kept looking behind us to see if any cars were following us. I also scanned the woods just in case there was a wolf watching us. This stalker is driving me crazy. I just feel so paranoid. Maybe I should tell Tyler about it when I get home. When we get to the house, Katie, Jackson, and I grab all of the shopping bags out of the truck and carry them into the house. I needed more clothes. My duffel bag and the few outfits I bought last time won't last me forever. Why did we buy so much? Katie cries out as the heavy bags weigh down on our arms. Jackson just laughs at us as he easily opens the door. Stupid boy strength. I feel like we've been in this situation before. We get inside and place all of our bags on the floor and sigh. Now they just have to get upstairs. I think out loud. I can help. Tyler joins us in the living room. Okay, those bags are mine and those bags are Anna's. Katie directs the guys pointing to our piles. I'll take Anna's, you take Katie's. Tyler grabs some of my bags and starts bringing them upstairs. All the stuff we got doesn't seem to bother him. I grab some bags myself and carry them upstairs. Go through my door but don't see Tyler. I check his room and I see him placing the bags down. I want you to be in here with me. No, the chocolate fountain goes on the dessert buffet. Katie yells at Jackson. Jackson rolls his eyes. You guys stop. This will get done faster if we get along. I cut in, trying to break up their shouting charade. Tomorrow is my Luna introduction dinner party, and Katie, Jackson, Michael, Nicole, my Tyler, and I are finishing up the last decorations and food issues. Everything is very formal. Alphas, Lunas, and Betas from neighboring pack are attending. Along with our pack's higher-ranking members like the head warrior, Dr. Kent, obviously Katie, I asked if Frank could come too, and he is. I can't wait to wear my new dress. It's been hanging up in my Tyler and I's closet for 3 days. Having to look at it and not be able to wear it kills me. Ow, I whimper. Stupid egg cells are driving me insane. You okay? Tyler asks me while carrying in a big box from outside. Yeah, I'm just going to take a painkiller. I couldn't rip my eyes away from his bulging arm muscles. I hurry into the kitchen and grab my pills off the counter. I always have them handy. I pop 2 in my mouth and grab a water bottle from the fridge. I drink the refreshing liquid and let out an I'm starting to think that the pain will never go away. Hey, are you okay? Tyler joins me in the kitchen. My heart can't help but flutter at how much he cares. Yeah, I'm fine. I place the water bottle on the counter island and take a deep breath. The pain is a little more intense right now. Tyler comes up behind me and wraps his arms around my midsection. He moves my dark brown locks from my neck and gently kisses my beautiful mark, causing a shiver of pleasure to run down my spine. I giggle as we slowly sway, and Tyler keeps kissing my neck. Ah! My eyes immediately turn to the doorway to see Katie standing with wide eyes. He marked you, she screams again. This is why I didn't want to tell her yet. This is why. How could you not tell me? When did he mark you? Katie fangirls. Last week, I admitted sheepishly. How come you didn't tell me? Katie grumbles. I feel bad now. I mean, she is Tyler's sister and my best friend. My face falls as I pull away from Tyler and walk towards Katie. I'm so sorry, you deserve to know. I pull her into a tight hug. That is not what I expected. Katie mouths to Tyler while pointing at my back. What's going on here? Nicole pops her head into the kitchen. A girl moment, Tyler mutters and shakes his head while going back to help. Oh, yay. Nicole joins in our hug. Well tries. Nicole are huge. When's the due date? Like next week sometime. She answers like it's no big deal. Should you even be coming to the party? Katie freaks. What if? Katie, it's fine. It's not until next week, Nicole assures her. Okay, just be careful. We all go back and help the guys finish up with the setup. May I say it looks very nice, very classy. I can't wait for my party. I feel like things are finally coming together. I'm gonna be a Luna. Oh crap. I'm gonna be a Luna. Oh goddess, I'm gonna be a Luna. I don't know anything about running a real pack. I've only temporarily took charge of 15 people. What if I mess up or the pack doesn't like me? What if Tyler thinks I'm a horrible leader and he rejects me for another girl? I don't know what I would do without him. I mean, I already probably can't give him children. Are you going to get ready? Katie asks as she climbs the stairs. Yeah. I hurry up to our room and pull my dress out of the closet. Nothing happened to it. Good. I rest the silky red fabric on the bed while I jump into the shower. The hot water trails down my back, causing me to forget about all my worries. I'll be a great Luna, and I'm going to make sure of it. When I'm finished, I turn off the water and grab a white soft towel to cover myself. I enter the bedroom and jump when I see Tyler opening the door. When he notices me, his eyes turn full of lust and want. His gaze trails up my clean body. Tyler, just go shower, I order, starting to feel restless. Yes, ma'am. I giggle at how silly he can be sometimes. I grab my robe off the hanger in the closet and switch it for my towel. I tie the fluffy fabric around myself and sit down at my vanity. Tyler got it for me, so the room feels less manly. I applied light makeup with a smoky eye and mascara. When my hair is semi-dry, I brush through it and blow dry it completely dry. I grab my curling wand and gently add loose wavy curls to the bottom half of my hair. I sprayed in some voluminous hairspray that definitely livens up my hair. I quickly grab a nude lipstick and apply it to my lips before stepping into my dress. I pulled it over my body and zipped it up on the side. I glance in the mirror and smile. I feel like a princess, or in this case, a Luna. I hear the water turn off in the bathroom, so I knocked on the door. I'm going to check on Katie, I call through the door. Tyler gives me a simple clear, and I head down the hallway to her bedroom. I peek through the door and see her putting in a pair of diamond earrings. Oh, Anna, come here. She signals me to join her. She turns around and her face lights up. Oh, Anna, Tyler is going to fall to his knees. Thanks, and you look amazing yourself. I gesture to her gold dress. I decided to wear it for both your party and my formal. You're missing something. She studies me. Oh, of course, diamonds. She turns to her dresser and lifts a beautiful diamond pair of earrings to my head. Perfect, here, put these on. I grab the pair and put them on. Oh, and this bracelet. She hands me a gray diamond bracelet. Why do you have so many diamonds? I ask while putting on the bracelet. For my birthday, my parents send me a diamond collection each year, she states, but sounding annoyed. That sounds luxurious. Yeah, her face falls, but before I could ask if she was okay, she smiles. You should go get your red velvet heels, then we can head downstairs. I smile and nod before going back to my Tyler and I's room. I wonder why Katie always gets upset when we talk about her parents. I walk in the door and see Tyler buttoning up his white shirt. Dark, I was too late. He turns to me and his eyes go wide. Anna, you look gorgeous, amazing, perfect, beautiful. I giggle and grab my shoes. I put them on, then I'm finally ready. I grab Tyler's tie of the bed and bring it to him. Anna, you're absolutely breathtaking. A blush creeps onto my cheeks and I look down, then back up. Thank you. He tied his tie quickly and slipped on his suit jacket. Okay, let's get downstairs. I followed Tyler downstairs and saw about half the people already arrived. We are expecting 35 people. I wanted to invite more, like the pack, but the pack house couldn't fit more than 70 comfortably. So we stuck with higher-ranking members and neighbors. Tyler and I made our way through the crowd, but every now and then being stopped and congratulated. There was elegant piano music playing throughout the house, making everything seem even more high class. I saw Katie talking to Jackson by the dessert buffet, so I told Tyler I'd be with them. He was talking to another alpha about pack stuff. I should have listened. I am going to be Luna. I made my way up to Katie and Jackson while they waved. Hey guys. I greet. I feel relieved to be around people I know. Not that I don't like these people or anything. How are you liking the party? Jackson takes another swig of his drink. It's fancy. Yeah, most of them are like this, Katie says in a bored tone. I'm guessing she got used to this. My old pack had parties that were more elegant, but not this elegant. So where's Michael and Nicole? I ask, changing the subject. They should be here any minute. After everyone arrived, we all sat down for dinner. There was 5 large round tables set up with 7 chairs at each. I sat with Tyler, Katie, Jackson, Michael, Nicole, and Frank. I didn't get to talk with Frank much so far, so I'm hoping later I can before he leaves. Tyler taps his glass and stands up in front of everyone. I have a toast to my beautiful mate. When I first saw you, I knew that we would be forever. You brighten up everyone's day and make life worth living. You make me a better person, and Alpha, I know you will be a wonderful Luna. I love you. My eyes fluttered open, and I was greeted by sunlight pouring in through the window. I feel Tyler's arm holding me close to his strong, muscular, hot. Anna stops it. Tyler likes to hold me super close at night, ever since I told him I was scared someone was going to take me when I was sleeping. I'm glad I told him. Tyler started mumbling something, and I couldn't help but giggle. On the outside, he's all tough and manly, but on the inside, he's a big teddy bear. I try and wiggle out of his embrace, but he mumbles again and pulls me back against his chest. Next, I try to lift his arm, but he quickly wraps it around my side. I sigh. I didn't want to wake him up, but my bladder isn't going to wait. Tyler, let go, I whisper while lightly shaking him. No. He mumbles against my neck. He was awake, that jerk. I roll my eyes and attempt to lift his arm again, not a budge. Tyler, I pout. 5 more minutes. He mutters, keeping his eyes closed. I grumble, then smack him hard on his shoulder. I have to pee! He doesn't even flinch at my hard slap, but I hear him chuckle. That was cute. He lets me free, and I scurry off the bed and into the bathroom. I'm not going to explain in detail. Let's just say I no longer had to pee. I washed my hands and brushed my teeth before crawling back into the bed. It was so warm and comfortable, plus it had my sexy mate lying in it. I pulled the duvet over my chilled body, and Tyler pulls me back into his embrace. Feeling his naked chest against my back instantly warms me and gives off a calming aroma. Suddenly, the door opens and Katie is standing in the doorway with her hand over her eyes. Is it clear? Katie, I hiss at her. She peeks through her fingers and sighs. I sit up from my relaxing position and glare at the girl that ruined our happy time. Sorry, but Tyler, don't you have alpha things to do? Katie calls to an exhausted Tyler. He grumbles in response, then sits up also. I told Jackson to look after things while I spend time with Anna. He mutters while fully waking up. My heart bubbled at his words. He wanted to spend time with me. I fight back the blush that is threatening to creep on my face. Well, I better get to school if I want to talk with James. Oh, and I made breakfast. She happily waves before leaving, but forgetting to close the door. James is her date to her winter formal. I can't help but feel bad that they aren't mates. It's sad because they know they can't really be together. I sigh and crash back down onto my soft pillow before cuddling back up in the blankets. I'm going to take a shower. Care to join? Tyler flirts. My heart spazzes a little before I mutter, in your dreams. Then I will keep dreaming. Tyler informs me before closing the bathroom door. This is going to mess with my head the rest of the day. I turn to the side table and check my phone if anyone called. Oh no. From unknown. Have fun at the party, Luna? I automatically delete the message and place my phone back on the bedside table. I still haven't told Tyler. Should I? I mean, I don't want him to worry, and it's not like these texts matter. They're just texts. This isn't Pretty Little Liars. So I was thinking maybe we could go out tonight, just the 2 of us, as a date. I turn around to face Tyler as we walk downstairs. Me and Tyler on a date, I never thought that would happen. I mean, he's Tyler. He doesn't really come off as the good romantic type. He's more like a Christian Grey. I would love that. I agree softly and blush, then swiftly turn back around. He just asked, but I already can't wait till our date. I'll call it date night. We both enter the kitchen to see 2 plates covered in tin foil. Katie, what if it's a prank? I slowly scoot closer and lift up the foil. Oh, goddess! Oh, never mind, it's eggs, bacon, and toast. Wow, she really did make breakfast, I mumble as I shove a piece of crispy bacon in my mouth, and it's edible. After we chow down the amazing breakfast Katie kindly made us, I let out a loud sigh. That was a lot of food. I can be such an animal sometimes. I'm going to run upstairs and grab my phone, I informed Tyler before rushing up to our room. Okay, I probably shouldn't have ran. Food is about to come back up. I grab my phone off the bedside table, and unfortunately, it beeps in my hand. From unknown. I see you, but do you see me? I gasp. This never ends. I scan outside the window in front of me. Holy crap. Standing in the tree line is a man dressed in all black, but I couldn't make out any facial features. My heart started to race. I gripped onto my phone and sprinted downstairs. They're outside to get me. They're outside to get me. I quickly scanned the living room. No Tyler. I ran into the kitchen. No Tyler. Oh, goddess, where is he? Did they take him? I checked the dining room and his office, and I still couldn't find him. Tears were streaming down my cheeks. They got him, and they're coming for me next. Who the hell is playing tricks with me? To unknown. Who is this? My fingers tremble as they typed the text message and sent it. A few seconds later, I got my reply. From unknown. I can't tell you, but I can show you. Anna, what happened? I spin around in my spot to see Tyler standing in front of me with a packet of paper. Relief floods through my bones and my headache fades away. Where did you go? I freak. I thought they took you, you jerk. Anna, calm down. I forgot some papers in my car, so I went to get them. I can't take this stress. This unknown person is driving me insane. I'm about to lose my mind. I mean, that person was just outside the same time Tyler was. What if something happened to him? My phone beeped again. From unknown. I wouldn't tell Tyler unless you want to take him and his pack down with you. What was that? Who just texted you? No one. It was nothing important. I stammer as I shove my phone in my back pocket. His face turns stern and he lets out a sigh. Anna, who was it? I look down at my feet. Crap, I suck at coming up with lies on the spot. It was Nicole. It was about the baby. He raises an eyebrow. Okay. His voice is unsure. Why are you crying? He questions while stepping closer. No, my eyes are just irritated. Nice one, Anna. Have fun on your date, you two. Katie calls as we get in Tyler's car. I wore a simple black dress and white kitten heels. I didn't want to look too overdressed or too underdressed. We drove downtown to a new restaurant that opened yesterday. Since Tyler is who he is, we got reservations easily. We were lead to our table for two and given menus. The restaurant wasn't too fancy. It was just right for us. I hooked my purse on the back of my chair and scanned through the menu. I pretty much wanted to get everything, but I'm a lady, not a pig. See anything you like? Tyler asks casually. I glance up at him and smile. I can't believe I'm actually on a date with him. My tough, rogue-slaying, drool-worthy, smart, and handsome mate, my mate. The salmon sounds good, so does the golden Yukon potato soup. Anything you like? I glance up at him. You look pretty delicious. I ended up ordering the golden Yukon potato soup, and it did not disappoint. Tyler ordered some fancy steak that I don't remember the name of. He's so manly. I held the spoon up to my lips again and swallowed the addicting soup. This should be our regular place for date night. I should probably tell Tyler that I made date night a thing. No texts, no pains, no worries. Tonight was just perfect. The best part was that I was with my mate. May I say he may be a rogue slayer, but right now he is my European prince. Am I pretty sure he's European? Not from Europe, but his heritage has to be Italian. How is everything? The waiter brings me back to reality and I answer with a simple perfection. The whole time, Tyler and I small talked, just learning more things about each other. He became alpha at 18 because his father stepped down. I guess being alpha comes with a lot of pressure. Then it happened. The only thing that I didn't want to happen, it buzzed, my phone buzzed, my face went blank, and I carefully looked around the room. I didn't see anyone suspicious. Anna, what's going on? Are you okay? I snapped back to Tyler. Yeah, everything is fine. I almost can't fight the urge to read the text. I smile awkwardly and glance at my purse. It's in there, my phone. It's so close. Who texted you? He asks, laced with seriousness. I shrug and shake my head. Anna, give me your phone. He orders and holds out his hand. I look at his hand in pure terror. Oh no, it's fine, I can. Anna, give me the phone. Oh no. Oh no. I slowly reached in my bag and grasped my phone. Do I give it to him or dunk it in my water? My heart starts to race uncontrollably as I hold it across the table and drop it into his hand. He looks at the screen, reading the message. Oh God, please let this all be a dream. What if the guy was serious? Will he really attack our pack? Will he hurt Tyler? I held my breath until he spoke. Nicole is in labor. He breathes out. Thank God. Wait, let's go. I panic and grab my purse. Tyler throws money on the table and we took it to his car. We climb in and Tyler speeds off to the pack doctor. What if was that guy? I take a deep breath and try to relax. It wasn't. We're still okay. I could feel my wolf getting mad at me for keeping secrets from our mate, but I can't risk it. This is all my fault. I just keep getting everyone into trouble. What does the future hold for me? I can barely have kids. People are looking for me. My dead dad is alive. What else could happen? I just have to stay strong and try not to ruin anything more. We got out of the car and ran into the building. Tyler went up to the front desk while I waited behind. I glanced around the room. It was empty except for Tyler, the lady at the desk, and I. While Tyler found out the information, I sat down in one of the waiting chairs. I wonder if it's a boy or girl. I wonder what they're going to name it. Nicole will be a great mom. She's always happy. She puts a smile on your face. She knows how to cheer you up. Nicole has a motherly vibe. Anna, come on. Tyler motions for me to follow him, and I do. We enter a room that's almost all white. It's so clean and pure looking. Laying on the bed is Nicole holding her little baby with Michael. They're smiling at the camera that Katie has in her hands. They look like a family. Oh, you guys are here. This is Isabel. Nicole introduces us to her little baby girl. She's so cute and small, so fragile. Anna, you want to hold her? Do I? Well, of course I do. But what if I mess up? What if I drop her? Yeah, sure. I blurt before really thinking. I walk up to her bed and reach out for Isabel. I carefully take her into my arms and hold her close. A part of me is longing. I want this. I want the option of holding my own child in my arms, rocking them in my embrace. I want to protect my own child. I'm not saying I want to have a baby right now, but in the future, hopefully, the odds will be on my side. She has your eyes, Nicole, and your nose, Michael. I say quietly. She looks exactly like them. She's their little miracle. I feel my heart start to crumble. I want this, these moments. I want to know that one day I can be happy and have a family too. But I don't, and I'm sure I won't. I hand Isabel back over to her mother and step back. I can't help but want to cry. I blink and blink, trying to get rid of the water forming in my eyes. I'm going to the bathroom, I mutter before rushing into the hallway and to the nearest restroom. I swing the door open and quickly shut it and lock it. I grab onto the sink and slowly raise my head up, seeing myself in the mirror. Is it even me anymore? I let out a blood-curdling scream and grab my phone, throwing it against the mirror, leaving a long crack in the middle and shards on the floor. I can't take it. Why can't I just be a human, be normal? Damn it. I look up at my face as a long crack ran through it. What did I do? I broke a mirror. How can I be so selfish? I pick up my phone off the tile floor covered in glass. It's cracked. A message popped up on the broken screen from unknown. Angry? Suddenly there is banging on the door and shouting. How long have they been there? Anna, open the door. Tyler, oh no. I look down at my arm as I begin to feel a sharp pain. There's a glass shard in my arm. Anna, open the damn door before I break it down. Blood slowly drips down my forearm, trailing its way to my palm. I'm weak. I reach for the lock of the door and gently turn it, freeing the lock. I don't want him to see me like this. I'm supposed to be strong and confident. But all I am is depressed, scared, nervous, and weak. People only want me for my stupid eggs, my curse. Other than that, I'm a burden. Anna? I turn to my left to see Tyler standing in the doorway, breathing heavy. His eyes scan my surroundings. When they reach my arm, he looks away. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed, upset, angry. My nerves were on edge. What have I done? How could I be so childish, so unappreciative? I wish Mom was here to hold me and tell me everything is okay. I wish my sister could tell me that I'll always have her. I wish my brother could still threaten any boy that came near me. I still miss them. I always will. Can we go home? I mutter while gently touching the glass in my arm. What, there's glass in your arm? You broke the mirror. What happened? he shouts. I cringe as I grab onto the glass and slowly pull it out of my skin. Ouch. I drop the bloody shard on the floor and look back up at him. My arm will heal fast. How about now? I ask, my voice cracking. Anna, what happened? He yells at me again while slamming his hand on the counter. I opened my mouth to speak but closed it. I didn't have an excuse. I just had to get out of this bathroom. I feel like the walls are closing in on me. I try and push Tyler out of the way, but I'm not that strong. Ugh! I try again, but he didn't budge. Anna, stop. I didn't listen. I kept trying to push him. Tears were starting to sting my eyes. I just have to get out. Anna, stop, he orders as he grabs my shoulders. No, I want to leave. I fight. Stop acting like a child. Let me out of the damn bathroom, I yell while ripping out of his tempting touch. Would you quit being such a brat? Before I knew it, my hand collided with his cheek. The sound rang through my ears. I turned away and started to cry. What am I doing? Who am I? I just hit Tyler. More and more tears streamed down my cheeks as I crouched down. I'm a monster. I turned around, but Tyler wasn't there. I immediately looked down the hall, but it was clear. I ran back to the hospital room and swung the door open. He wasn't there. Anna, what happened? Katie freaks as she stares at me in this state. I don't even answer. I just leave and run back down the hallway to the front waiting room. Anna! Katie calls as she runs after me. I want Tyler. I want him to hold me and tell me everything will be okay. I want him to tell me I'll always have him. I want him to protect me. All I need is him. I love him. I sprint out the door into the cool night. Tyler! Tyler, I'm sorry. Please. I cry into the night sky. Please, I need you. An arm pulls me into a hug and rubs my back. Katie. I cry on her shoulder while I mumble all about how I hit him and he left. She strokes my hair and rocks back and forth. Anna, let's go home, okay? He's probably at home. I burst through the door and sprinted up the stairs. I couldn't smell him. I couldn't smell him. I couldn't smell him. I swung our bedroom door open and my heart sunk. He wasn't here. Is he up there? Katie calls from downstairs. No, I weakly yell back. He wasn't here. I couldn't smell him. Where did Tyler go? I sucked up my emotions and went back downstairs to Katie. It's all my fault. I had no right to cry. Anna, I'm sure he's just blowing off steam. He's probably on his way back, Katie assures me and hands me a glass of water. It's not your fault. You're going through a lot, and Tyler understands that. I gulp down the cool water, hoping it will calm me down. I already have my wolf furious at me for hitting him. I guess I let my human emotions take over. I'm going to go find him. I set the empty glass on the counter and look up at Katie. Oh, no, you're not. Her face turned serious, and she crossed her arms over her chest. Not when you have people after you, plus it's nighttime. But I want him. I want to let him know how sorry I am. He wouldn't want you to go out in the woods at night with people after you. He would want you to be safe. I knew she was right. I mean, Tyler wouldn't even let Katie and I got to the mall alone. I just miss him so much. I'm craving him, just to have him here. Why would he still want me here anymore? I'm a crappy mate and Luna. He loves you, Anna. He would never let you go. She assures me. It's late. We should get to bed. Yeah, I'll be up in a bit. Okay, just don't stay up too late. Katie heads upstairs and I walked into the living room. I laid down on the couch, I grabbed the throw pillow and blanket and curled up on the couch. There's no way I could sleep in our bed alone. I was half asleep when I felt warm arms scoop me up. Comfort flooded my body. I grabbed onto his shirt and breathed in his addicting cologne. I'm sorry, I whisper, not opening my eyes. Shh, I love you, Anna. His husky voice filled my ears like a love song. Suddenly, I was placed on our soft bed and I curled up under the covers. The bed dipped down and Tyler pulled me into his embrace. I love you too. I turned my head to face him. He leaned in and gently kissed my lips. I turned back and he moved my hair away from my face. He gently kissed behind my ear before the tiredness consumed me. Hey, Katie, have you seen my phone? I asked eagerly while going through my purse. Nope, last time I saw it was in Tyler's office. What? Oh no. I dropped my purse and rushed to his office. I didn't delete the last few messages. I peeked through the door and saw Tyler on the phone, but my phone was sitting right on his desk, right in front of him. I motioned to my phone and went up to get it. My hand was so close until Tyler grabbed it. He said his goodbyes on the phone and hung up. I just came to get my phone, I explain, hoping he doesn't find anything mysterious. Who's texting you, Anna? Tyler asks, surprising me out of nowhere. Did he read the messages? He must know everything. Maybe he's testing me. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night at the restaurant, when you got that message, you freaked out. He states obviously. I'm not going to tell him that a mystery person is threatening me, but I am going to tell him the somewhat truth. It's just, I've been a little on edge, and with everything going on, I was paranoid. Anna, you know that with me you're safe, you. Then he was cut off by my phone buzzing. I stopped breathing as his eyes traveled down to the screen. Anna, who wants to meet you? He questions extremely seriously and protectively. Oh, chicken shiznit. Anna, what are you hiding from me? He asked calmly. I could tell he's trying not to yell. Do I tell him? Do I risk that Tyler and this pack could get hurt? Do I lie to him again and lose his trust? I don't want to almost lose Tyler again. I couldn't handle it. Tyler is my mate, my soulmate. He needs to know, right? Yes, he does. I'm not going to be childish or a brat. I'm going to be responsible and honest, like a true Luna. Tyler, I've been keeping something from you, I explained slowly and softly, praying he doesn't flip. I glanced up at him. He took a deep breath. What? He questioned uneasily. Someone has been threatening me. I was cut off by his hands slamming on his desk. I jumped at the sudden burst. He shot up from his seat and threw the phone across the room, crashing against the wall. I was scared. They said they would attack us and hurt you. I didn't know what to. They said not to tell you or else. I'm sorry. I was so scared they were coming for me. I saw him out the window, and he would constantly message me as if he's following me. I panicked. Please, Tyler, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to risk anything. He didn't say anything. He just leaned on his desk, looking down. Tyler, I'm so sorry. I should have told you, I mutter quietly. What he said next is what I really didn't want to hear. Anna, maybe you should go meet with him. I know, Tyler, Wait, what? I blurt. He must be joking, right? There's no way I'm meeting this psycho-stalker that's been taunting me for the past month. What if something happens to me? Why is Tyler okay with that happening? Am I that easy to let go of? Suddenly, Katie peeks through the door. Hey, you find your phone? She asks casually. I spin around with a panicked glare, and she caught on that something is wrong. She smoothly steps into the room and closes the door behind her. Look, Tyler, whatever she did now, I bet she's really sorry, Katie babbles. She's under a lot of pressure, and sometimes she can lose her mind. But other than that, she's like perfect. I mean, look at her butt. It's Katie, I hiss at her, stopping her from continuing the ramble. Did she know? Tyler questions. I can tell that he's hurt. It's killing me. I should have told him sooner. How could I be so stupid? Lately, all I've been doing is hurting him. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to look at him. If I did, I would start to cry. Why would he want me to meet him? He would just hand me over, wouldn't he? What's going on? Katie asks, completely confused. She put her hands on her hip and rose an eyebrow. I wasn't planning on explaining and disappointing Katie also. I kept my head down and shuffled to my even more cracked phone on the floor. I swiftly picked it up and rushed out of his suffocating office. It's like I couldn't breathe. Walking down the hallway, I could hear Katie and Tyler talking, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Maybe Tyler had a good idea. Maybe I should just hand myself over. Maybe I'm going to. Obviously, I'm just a burden on him and his pack. But those people want me. They desire me. They'll fight for me. I never thought I would have to choose between Tyler or someone who would kill for me, someone who needs me. I marched into my old bedroom and locked the door. I couldn't handle being in a room covered in his scent. I guess I made up my mind. I'm meeting with the mystery man today. He told me to meet with him in the clearing on the far east side of the forest. I was going to obey him, even though my wolf was crying for her mate, our mate. But after all, this is what Tyler wanted. I haven't spoke to him or Katie the rest of the day. I'm guessing he enlightened her on the situation. I can't help but wonder what she thought. Did she understand why I did what I did? If she didn't, then I guess I have two people I love against me now. I slipped on my thick jacket and my black boots. It's time to go. I tucked my phone deep in my warm pocket and headed into the cool winter weather. Walking across the field by the training area, I saw Jackson sparring with another wolf. He won the match, but his eyes roamed to me. Crap! I immediately looked away and sped up my walking pace. He could see I was heading into the woods. Anna! He called after me. I didn't dare look back. Just keep walking, just keep walking. Anna! I could hear him getting really close. I guess I can't dodge this one. I turned to see him running right up to me. Time to lie. Hey, what are you doing out here? He asked, trying to catch his breath. Just going for a walk, I explained simply. Please don't say that Tyler will be mad, blah, blah, blah. You know you shouldn't be out in the forest at night. Tyler will be worried and probably angry. And there it is. Oh well, I already asked him. He just said to be quick. I lied through my teeth. I couldn't help but feel super guilty. Really? Well, I was just going to see him now, so I guess I'll see you when you get back. I could tell he didn't believe me, but I'm the Luna now, and Tyler stressed on everyone not to disrespect me, even though I thought he was being a little dramatic. We said our goodbyes, and I took in a deep breath. That was close. I hurried up and made my way to the clearing, the same one that Tyler broke a guy's neck right in front of me when I went after him. As I got closer, I started to feel uneasy and very nervous. I have an extremely unsettling pinch in my stomach. I walked past the last couple trees until I stepped foot in the empty plain of grass. I scanned the surrounding area looking for the guy, the man that wanted me, that stalked me. A cool breeze blew my hair back, sending shivers down my spine. Someone is here, I could feel it, I was not alone, and I was scared. There's my precious, gorgeous, mysterious, perfect lady. An unknown voice rung in my ears. Betrayal raked over me. What have I done? I'm with the enemy. I betrayed Tyler, Katie, my father, Jackson, my family, and my pack, all to feel needed. A hand slithered up my arm. Disgust flooded my bones. It felt so wrong, so forced. I tugged away and spun around to come face to face with him. Who are you? I questioned, trying to stay strong. I need to be tough. His hand lifted and touched my cheek gently, cupping my head in his hand. Our children will be strong, beautiful, indestructible, he thought out loud. He was a nice-looking man, tall, muscular, but not a bodybuilder. His hair was pitch black, and he had black stubble on his chin. But to me, he was nothing to be compared to my mate. Who are you? I asked again, but not as confident. Fear was dripping off my body by now. Soon you will be one too, he whispered into my ear. My heart thumped against my chest, and my palms felt clammy. Who are you? I shouted, wanting an answer. Richard. The name left his mouth, sounding like a sin to my ears. I felt so weak in his presence, like he was stealing my strength. I can't wait until I have you, his hand traveling down my back. Suddenly, I was pushed against his chest by his hand. His lip assaulted my neck as I squirmed to get free. I shoved him hard, and he lost his grip on me, an evil smirk plastered on his face. Why don't you just steal me now? I hissed at him, while I wiped my neck, trying to get rid of his unwanted kisses. That would be too easy. Plus, I like a fight. Richard's voice was almost threatening. He's warning me. I turned away from him and tried to comprehend what just happened. What have I done? I turned back around. I stopped when I saw he wasn't here anymore. He's gone, but his scent still lingered in the thick air. I didn't wait 1 second before rushing back to the house. One thing that he said scared me the most. Soon you will be one too. The 6 words felt as if I was cursing. The way he talked about our kids, him having me, stealing me now would be too easy. He wanted to take me in front of everyone as his prize. I walked up to the house and pushed all of the thoughts about the fight I had with Tyler out of my head. I had other things to worry about now. I pushed the front door open and casually walked in, pretending nothing happened. I looked up to see Jackson, Katie, and Tyler sitting in the living room. This cannot be good. How was your walk? Tyler asked, laced with anger. It was fine. I stopped when he looked up at me with dark eyes. The scent. Richard's scent. It's on me. I must have forgotten about that minor detail that now has become ginormous. My body hit the wall behind me hard as Tyler held me back roughly by my shoulders. Who were you with? He boomed at me. You were with him, weren't you? Suddenly he was ripped off of me by Jackson. I started to panic. My head became light. Yes, I was with him, I confessed blankly. You told me to. My words were poison. Katie had to join Jackson to help hold Tyler. I'm only making it worse, but right now I don't really care. Find someone else. Murderous. My words were murderous. Tyler stopped fighting against Jackson and Katie. I couldn't look back. I wouldn't be able to handle the pain. Footsteps fled the room, and so did my heart. Anna, fix it, Katie demanded from behind me. And so I made my way to Tyler's office. 5 more steps, 4 more steps, 3 more steps, 2 more steps, 1 more step. The 2 white doors in front of me looked heavier than ever. I took multiple deep breaths before slowly reaching for one of the handles. The cool metal chilled my shaky hands before I peeled open the door. I scanned the room until I saw Tyler standing and staring out the window. He didn't even twitch when I entered his office. Tyler just stood there, staring through the clear glass. I guessed that I would make the first move. Tyler, I wasn't thinking. I know I've been messed up lately. It's just because I don't know what to do. I felt so alone, I thought that going to him would make me feel wanted. I stopped when I noticed Tyler's hand curl up into threatening fists. I knew that he was dying to look at me, but something inside him was fighting it. I thought that you didn't want me, I whispered, almost as if I was talking to myself. I slowly started to make my way over to him. He still didn't show any sign of speaking. I carefully reached my hand out and gently placed it on his tense shoulder. It scares me. He started and turned around to face me. It scares me when I think about losing you. I don't even know what I would do without you, Anna. I didn't mean what I said earlier about you going to him. I know. I went because, when you said to go, the only thing I thought of was how easy it seemed for you to let me go. I looked up and gazed into his deep blue eyes. Just being near him makes me restless. He didn't speak. He just pulled me into his embrace. His strong arms held me tight while his hands slowly rubbed my back soothingly. I wanted to stay like this forever. I wanted to stay in his arms. His hand combed my hair from my face, and I looked back up at him. I reached up until our lips were millimeters apart. He gently brushed his addictive lips against mine, and my body couldn't hold it in anymore. I wanted him. Our lips moved in synchronization, only growing more hungry. An electric sensation of pure pleasure flowed through my body. I ran my hands through his soft hair, only making him more restless. Tyler swiftly tugged at my bottom lip, but I didn't grant him an entrance. He groaned, then suddenly squeezed my behind, making me gasp. He didn't wait a second before taking advantage of the moment, and his tongue explored my mouth. I left a soft moan into our kiss. We pulled away, needing air. Our foreheads rested against each other while I breathed heavy. Tyler, I'm ready. I want to. Before he could answer, the office door swung open, and Katie barged in. Tyler let out a groan in frustration, and I turned to her with a deadly glare. She didn't even notice how angry we were, but she seemed worried. Anna, your dad's here. She breathed out like she sprinted here from miles away. What? I yelled at her and pulled away from Tyler. What do you mean my dad's here? Katie rolled her eyes before grabbing my wrist and dragging me out of the office and down the hallway. I tried fighting out of her hold, but when I saw my father standing in the living room, everything seemed to pause. He was there. After weeks of not seeing him, he had to come now. I pulled my wrist out of Katie's arm and brushed off the invisible dirt of my clothes. Hey, Dad? He didn't wait 1 second before getting straight to the point. I'm here with news, he says extremely seriously. I nodded in response and motioned for Katie and Jackson to leave the room. I turned to Tyler and grabbed his hand. I pulled him to the couch and sat us down across from my dad. What is it? I asked eagerly. He wants a fight. Well, he did say that he wanted a fight, but I didn't think he meant literally. You go meet a guy for a couple minutes and now they plan on destroying your pack. Geez, I'd rather be making out with Tyler instead of this. Wow, I really just thought that. Who wants a fight? Tyler questions with irritation laced in his tone. Richard, the man that I've been fighting against for years. My father says tiredly. My heart crumbled at his words. He's been fighting him for years, just because of me. The rage that I held against my dad for lying about his death was starting to fade. He was doing it to protect me. It made it look like I died too. That's what he meant when he first came to me weeks ago. Richard, who the hell does this guy think he is? Tyler rants, but I cut him short. He warned me. I think out loud. He said that he won't take me without a fight. Anna, what do you mean he warned you? My father asks carefully. He spoke to you? Uh-oh, I meant with him today. You what? I don't see the... Anna, what the hell were you thinking? He's dangerous. Dad scolds me. He could have taken you, hurt you, yeah. He could have hurt you. I could tell that he hadn't been a real parent in a while. I turned back to Tyler just to see him completely agreeing with my dad. I told her, Mr. Evans, he mutters. I rolled my eyes and leaned back into the couch. Okay, I get it. Continue. The two men stopped their ranting and calmed down. My father took a deep breath before continuing with his urgent news. I've been told that he's coming soon, with others. Richard is planning an attack against your pack, and he won't stop until he gets what he wants. Believe me. Well, when do you estimate the attack will be? Tyler asks, all in business mode. I have to say, I like business mode. It could be tomorrow, for all I know. Tyler groans, then stands up. I'm going to go prepare the pack just in case. He walks out of the room, leaving me alone with my dad. I hesitantly turn back to him and somewhat smile. Is he treating you right? Dad asks. You should be worried about how I'm treating him, I mutter into my palms. Why is that? I've been a handful lately. You've always been a handful, darling, Dad chuckles. Seeing the small smile on his face lit up my heart. It reminds me of when Mom and he would take my sister, brother, and I to the park. Devin and Stella would chase me around the playground, and I would run screaming for Daddy to protect me. He would pick me up on his shoulders, and I would laugh at my siblings because they couldn't reach me. It's nice to see you again, Dad, I say thoughtfully. He smiles in response. Suddenly, Katie walks back into the living room and sits down beside me. Hey, there's some people outside. She informs me with boredom as she shoves her hand in a chip bag. Dad and I immediately look at each other. How many people, Katie? I don't know. Like a lot. Suddenly, Katie walks back into the living room and sits down beside me. Hey, there's some people outside. She informs me with boredom as she shoves her hand in a chip bag. Dad and I immediately look at each other. How many people, Katie? I don't know. Like a lot. Dad and I immediately shot out of our seats and panic rushed through my bones. My glare switched between Katie and my father multiple times as I thought of the possibilities. The possibility that those people outside aren't here for directions to the nearest restaurant. Where's Alpha Parker? Dad quickly ordered. I stumbled over my words. I don't know. Where was my mate? What do we do? Should we go see what they want? Does Tyler already know what they're here for? Is it even them? I'll go check his office. I rushed out of the living room and turned towards the long hallway. I hurried in the direction of the big white doors, but Tyler came bursting through them. He ran up to me and gripped my shoulders. His eyes were becoming darker as I stared into them. Suddenly, Jackson followed after him out of the office. Anna, stay in the house. Do not go outside, Tyler begged as his hands still gripped me tightly. Get Katie and go up to our room, okay? I swiftly nodded my head multiple times before going back to the living room with Tyler and Jackson. Anna, Katie, get upstairs. I grabbed Katie's arm and dragged her up the steps and into the bedroom. I locked the door and rushed to the window to see if I could catch a glimpse of anything. Anna, what's happening? Katie freaked. I don't know, Tyler just told me to get upstairs and not to go outside. I didn't see much through the window, just the tree line that leads to the forest. I turned back to Katie, who was now laying spread out on the bed. What do you think it is? I asked her. She lifted up her head. It could be anything, she answered simply. I peered back out the window, but this time I saw groups of wolves charging from behind the trees. Katie, look. Before I knew it, Katie was standing beside me and pulling back the velvety curtain. This can't be good, she muttered. What do we do? Stay up here and don't go outside. What? We have to help, I protested. Believe me, they won't need our help, Katie said simply and let go of the curtain, covering the window. What? Why? Have you seen Tyler fight? He could take them all. There are only about 60, maybe 70 wolves. She sat back down on the bed and picked at her nails. Tyler can kill 70 wolves. Dang, even though he could take them, part of me was still worried about him. What if something happens? I started to hear sounds of fighting, screams, yelling. How was Tyler prepared for this? He didn't seem worried at all, just angry. "Come on, it will be over soon," Katie called to me and patted the seat beside her on the bed. "How did they get into our territory?" Jackson yelled at everyone in the living room. "I had extra protection set up on the borders," Tyler muttered. "Who were they?" Katie panicked. "Look, we need to just calm down," I suggested and stood up to get everyone's attention. The attack was small, more like a warning. My dad said that he didn't see Richard or any important leaders of their group. I didn't see anything. I was locked up with Katie in the bedroom until Tyler came to get us. When he knocked on the door and said that it was him, relief came over me. I swung the door open and practically jumped into his strong arms. He didn't even have one scratch or one bruise. "Anna is right. Panic will not help." My dad agreed. Tyler, Jackson, and my father took care of the whole attack. They didn't have to call for help. I guess when they all work together, they're like a dream team. "Jackson informs the pack they must be very confused," Tyler ordered. I could tell he was stressed. I wanted to help him relax. I wanted to get his mind off things. "Why don't we all get some rest and deal with everything in the morning?" "Alpha Evans, you're welcome to stay here for the night." My father nodded and accepted Tyler's offer. Jackson left and Katie headed upstairs. "I'll take you to your room, Dad." I lead him upstairs and opened one of the guest bedroom doors. "I hope this will do. There are a new toothbrush and toothpaste in the bathroom. I can get you a change of clothes," I offered kindly. "Thank you, Anna, for everything." I smiled and quickly grabbed a change of clothes for Dad. He thanked me again and he headed to bed. I sighed and turned to our bedroom door and skipped in to see Tyler coming out of the bathroom. He had taken a shower. I could tell by his wet hair and the towel around his waist. His bare chest was exposed, showing off his toned muscles. Water droplets beaded down his skin, causing me to grow restless. He strutted his way up towards me and brushed a stray hair behind my ear. "I didn't forget what you said earlier." Tyler made me feel so gorgeous, so sexy. He made me feel like a woman. Tyler let out a quiet grunt. He was waking up. I immediately shut my eyes and pretended to still be sleeping. The bed shifted, and I could feel Tyler getting out of the warm sheets. My wolf whimpered at the thought of not being by our mate, especially now that we are fully mated. The bathroom door opened, and I could see Tyler coming out through my squinted eyes. "Anna, I know that you're not sleeping." Tyler chuckles and climbs back into the bed. His arm wraps around my waist and pulls me against his naked chest. "I have to go to a meeting in Washington for a couple days." Suddenly, my heart sank. "What? Why?" "It's only for 2 days. Then I'll be back here with you." I can't believe he has to leave right after our mating process is completed. "Who will cuddle with me?" "Oh, okay," I said, my voice sounding disappointed. "I guess I'll just have to find someone else to cuddle with while you're gone," I teased. "Anna, you're mine, only mine," Tyler says protectively. "Prove it," I whispered seductively. A smirk rose from his lips and I squealed as he lifted me on top of him. "Katie, I don't want to. How about we go to the mall?" "No. How about we go to the club?" "I'm not feeling that. How about we train?" "Katie, I told you, I don't feel good." I whine and roll over on the couch. I snuggle further into the blanket and close my eyes. "Anna, you've been on the couch for the whole day," Katie complains and plops down beside me. "I told you that I don't feel good. I've been feeling under the weather for over a week. At first, I thought it was because I had a cold. Then, after I threw up a few times, I knew that I had more than a cold. So I decided to live on the couch until Tyler gets back from duties so he can cure me with kisses." "How about we go to the studio?" Katie suggests yet another idea. I let out a loud groan and pull the blanket over my head. I wanted to call Tyler and let him know that I'm not feeling well, but I didn't want to bother him. He was working, my big, important alpha. "Katie, I don't feel like puking all over a dance floor." "Then, do you want me to get you anything? Like some Pepto-Bismol?" "Isn't that for diarrhea?" I glare at her. "What, I don't know my medicine's okay?" She rolls her eyes and leans back into the plush couch. "Maybe you should have told Tyler. He would be back in a second just to take care of you." "No, he's busy, plus I'm not hopeless." Suddenly, Jackson appears in the living room with a stack of papers. He smiles at us briefly and heads to Tyler's office. "Why isn't Jackson with Tyler?" I ponder out loud. The meeting was apparently super privet, alphas only. Katie mocks Tyler in an annoying voice. I swiftly grab a pillow and throw it at her head. That's my mate you're talking about. She glares at me and throws the pillow to the floor. Ever since you and Tyler became fully mated, I swear you have been such an... Hey guys, everything okay? Jackson asks as he joins us in the living room. Just peachy. Katie hisses with a clenched jaw. You guys want to go swimming? I found this awesome lake in the West Woods. Sure, I agree briefly. I thought you were sick? Katie says confused. Yeah, but a swim sounds nice. I smile smugly. I'll meet you guys out front, okay? I nod and get up to get changed. I look back and see Katie still sitting on the couch. Come on, Grumpy. I chuckle. Her face breaks out into a smile and she shakes her head. Before I know it, Katie and I are changed into our suits and ready to go. We race outside to see Jackson walking up to the house changed also. We walked through the woods enjoying the fresh air. I glanced at the birds chirping in the trees and the small forest animals scurrying on the dirt floor. As I look further into the trees, a body of water comes into view. Come on, guys. Jackson cheers and runs towards the lake. He jumps into the water and lets out a loud scream. Boys, Katie and I laugh. We catch up to Jackson and set our stuff on the ground before jumping in the cool water ourselves. We splashed around and hung out until I got super tired. I sat down on a fallen tree and relaxed. Hey, when did your dad leave? Katie asks and joins me on the tree log. Hey, had to go to the same meeting as Tyler, I answer briefly. It's getting pretty late. Maybe we should head back to the pack house. Oh no, not again. I swiftly slip out of the bed sheets and sprint to the bathroom. I swing the door open and run to the toilet. I got down on my knees and released the contents from my stomach. When I was finished, I flushed the toilet and grabbed my toothbrush and toothpaste. I still haven't gotten over that cold. Tyler is coming back today. I can't have him see me like this. I just can't figure out why I'm only getting sick in the morning. Katie, I screeched throughout the pack house. Before I knew it, the bathroom door slammed open and Katie had a giant knife in her hands. She was breathing heavy, but when she saw me, her face fell. Anna, I thought someone was attacking you. She scolds me like I was the boy who cried wolf. Katie, I think. Wait, you don't think. Katie, take me to the doctor. Katie and I got in her car and sped off to the pack doctor. In and out, just keep breathing in and out. I thought the doctor said that I couldn't become pregnant. That's what she said, right? It's probably nothing. I'll see the doctor and she'll tell me that nothing is growing in my stomach. Then I can go home and wait till Tyler gets back later. It's all going to be fine. How are you doing? Katie asks with her eyes still on the road. I'm freaking out. I am too, just a little. She breathes out. We arrive at the pack doctor's and rush into the building. There were only a couple people there when they saw me. They smiled and lightly bowed their heads before continuing with their lives. Katie ran up to the front desk while I stayed behind in panic. She motioned for me to follow her, and I did. Katie led me to the same room that I always get treated in. She shut the door and let out a deep breath. The ladies at the front desk told us to wait here while they send an emergency message to Dr. Kent, Katie informs me, and takes a seat in the waiting chairs. I sat up on the examination table and attempted to relax. Tyler cannot find out that I'm at the pack doctor. Katie, what if? Anna stops. Everything will be okay, she assures me. The door suddenly opens and Dr. Kent walks in with a clipboard and a smile. Hello, girls. So what seems to be the problem? She asks sweetly. Dr. Kent, I've been getting morning sickness and Tyler and me, I think I'm pregnant. I choked out as I tried not to burst into tears. Dr. Kent nodded with a trace of concern. Well, let's find out. Darling doesn't have a problem. Lying to herself 'cause her liquor's top shelf. It's alarming, honestly, how charming she can be. Fooling everyone, telling them she's having fun. The music played through the radio in Katie's car as we drove back to the pack house. I sat in silence and gazed out the window, watching the passing trees. She says, You don't want to be like me. Don't want to see all the things I've seen. I'm dying. She says, You don't want to get this way. Famous and dumb at an early age. I'm lying. The music filled my ears, calming me. I rested my hand on my stomach and my breath hitched. Anna, I told you everything will be okay. Katie rests her hand on my shoulder. Well, it's not. How is this not okay? You should be happy, Katie says in a cheery voice. 70% chance, Katie, I muttered and turned to face the side of her head. She pulled into the driveway of the pack house and stopped the car. She didn't make any move to get out, and either did I. What am I supposed to do when I loose it? I choked out and my voice cracked. How am I supposed to tell Tyler? Katie was silent. I don't want to go through this. I yell and swing the car door open. I slam it shut and make my way up to the front door. Look, Anna, I know this sucks, Katie screams from behind me. But life isn't fair, okay? Everyone has problems and everyone has to deal with shit, okay? I turned around to face Katie. But you have family and friends to help you get through it. She speaks softly. I don't waste another second before attacking her with hugs. Thank you. You always know just what to say. Come on, Tyler will be back in an hour. Katie chuckles. We have some news for him. I nodded. I was worried, nervous, scared. The list went on and on. How am I going to tell Tyler? How will he take it? Come on, let's make dinner and invite Jackson over too, Katie suggests, and I push all my worries to the back of my mind. I smile and nod. We make our way into the pack house and to the kitchen. Time to busy myself, so I don't think about how I'm pregnant. I poured the spaghetti from the pot into the glass bowl before setting it on the table. Jackson was setting forks and knives next to plates, and Katie was tossing the salad. I placed the bowl in the middle of the table, then grabbed the dirty pot. I shoved it under the faucet, cleaning out the leftover sauce. Suddenly, a car door shut from outside. Tyler's home. My chest became tight. I couldn't help but start to panic. Katie came up to me and rubbed my back soothingly. Hey, it's going to be fine. She cooed. But what if it wasn't? He's probably almost at the front door by now. Maybe I could spill spaghetti on myself and run to change. It would buy me some time. Then the front door opened in the other room, and I reached for the spaghetti bowl. But Jackson lightly smacked my hand away. I glared at him, but he just shook his head. Stupid Jackson. I guess I had to face the truth, even though covering myself in tomato sauce sounded better. Suddenly, warm arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me against a hard chest. Pleasure overcame me, and I was immediately filled with joy. My mate. My nerves skyrocketed and I froze. I felt like I was going to throw up again. I couldn't do it. I couldn't tell him. I missed you. He whispered in my ear, making a shiver run down my spine. I become so weak in his arms, love just takes over. He let me go and greeted Katie and Jackson. What am I supposed to do? I can't just not tell him. That has to be against some relationship rule, right? I don't even know if the baby will make it. Just that one thought breaks my heart. I don't want to say goodbye to my baby. I want to be with him or her. I want to help them when they need it and kiss their boo-boos. Hey, Anna, are you okay? Katie whispers to me while Tyler catches up with Jackson. Look, Anna, you don't have to tell him now. Just wait until you're ready, okay? I nodded thankfully and plastered on a fake smile. Who's hungry? So Tyler, how was the meeting? Katie asks him while relaxing on the white couch. After eating dinner, well, I more like inhaled it, we gathered in the living room to hang out. I feel horrible for not telling Tyler yet, but like Katie said, I should wait until I'm ready. But when will I be? It was boring like every other meeting. He groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. All I wanted to do was release his stress, make him comfortable. Goddess, my wolf, would do absolutely anything for him. But that makes me more vulnerable. We continued chatting until we all became drowsy. I didn't think that being pregnant messes with your body and emotions so much. I almost cried because I was getting frustrated about how tired I was. Acting normal in front of Tyler won't be as easy as if thought. Jackson went home and Katie went to bed. Tyler headed upstairs. I told him I would be up in a minute. I was thirsty. I pulled open the fridge and grabbed one of the chilled water bottles. I took a couple sips. I couldn't help but notice my head slightly spinning and pounding. I grabbed the counter in a panic to steady myself. It was probably because I haven't let my wolf out in weeks. I should go for a run tomorrow. I took the water bottle upstairs with me and carefully made my way to the bedroom. The lights were off, so I'm guessing Tyler's sleeping. I slipped into the room, trying not to wake him up. After I brushed my teeth, I snuck under the duvet. Now that Tyler's back, I'll finally be able to get some sleep. I curled up under the covers, waiting for Tyler to pull me close to him like he always does. But he didn't. Worry overcame me and I reached out, combing my hand through his smooth hair. But it's like he didn't notice. "How could you not tell me?" His voice sounds pained. "What do you mean?" I whisper back, confused. "What is he talking about? Did you think I couldn't tell? What is Tyler talking about?" "Tyler, I don't know what." When a she-wolf is with child, her scent changes. He breathes out. I was motionless. The room started spinning, and I wanted to hide under the bed. How was I stupid enough to not think about my scent changing? I mean, it changed when I got my wolf, when Tyler and I fully mated, and it should obviously change if I'm pregnant. My mother told me about this. I asked her one day when we found out our beta's mate was pregnant. I asked her all about mates and pregnancy and the future. Tyler knew right when he got home, during dinner, in the living room. What am I supposed to say? That I'm scared? I shouldn't be scared. I should be strong. "I'm sorry," I whispered gently with a shaky voice. "It's just, I'm scared." Suddenly, I was engulfed in his big arms. He pulled me onto his lap and I snuggled my head into the crook of his neck. "I'm sorry, I didn't know what to say." I apologized again, almost crying. "Shh," he chanted in my ear. "I love you and everything is going to be okay." "I'm sorry." I glance up at his chisel face. "I know, Anna. No, I don't even know if you want this." I mutter and stumble over my words. "Don't you ever say that." He looks down at me, into my eyes. His thumb gently wipes a tear from my cheek, and I lean into him. After our little conversation, Tyler held me in his arms until I calmed down. He gently rubbed my back in circles, just like my sister used to. My eyelids grew heavy, and we laid down. I rested my head on Tyler's chest. He slowly played with my hair. "The doctor told us the chances," I mumbled into his bare skin. Just the contact soothed me. "Shh, everything will be okay," he whispered. "Hey, Tyler, do we have any pretzels?" I whispered to him and turned my head to see him. He looked up from his desk and shrugged. "I'm not sure. Do you want me to look?" Tyler offered. "Oh no, it's fine," I whispered again. "Anna, why are you whispering?" Tyler asked, confused. On the couch in Tyler's office, I rolled onto my stomach. "I don't know." I stopped whispering. "But don't pretzels sound good, right? No?" Tyler rolled his eyes and set down the piece of paper he was reading over. "Anna, I can get you pretzels." "Tyler, it's fine, you're working." "Anna, it's just pretzels. I can—" "No, Tyler, you're working." I shout at him and roll back onto my back. I grab the throw blanket resting on the top of the couch and pull it over my body. "Sweetie, if you want pretzels, I can get you pretzels." "Tyler, I don't want you to put important things on hold just because I'm craving pretzels." Tyler got up and walked over to me. He bent down and kissed me on the forehead. "I'll be right back." "Okay, just don't take long. There's important work." I called after him. I sighed and rolled onto my side. All I can think about is crunchy, salty, delicious pretzels. These pregnancy cravings aren't giving me a break. Yesterday, I couldn't stop eating tortilla chips. The day before, it was pickles. I turned my attention to the TV. I grabbed the remote and turned it to Nickelodeon, only because Adventure Time was on. Tyler came back in the office, but holding a big bag of crunchy, salty, delicious pretzels. My eyes lit up and I could take them off of the pretzel bag. Tyler walked over to me and handed me the bag. I immediately pulled him to his knees and kissed him all over his face, saying thank you in between. When I finished my kissing attack, I let him go to do his alpha work. He let out a chuckle and lightly shook his head. "I love you," I yelled at him with a mouthful of pretzels. Suddenly, a pack guard came bursting through the office doors. I quickly sat up and put the pretzel bag of deliciousness aside. Tyler stood up from his office chair. "What is it?" Tyler called to the guard. "Alpha, we're under attack." The man breathed heavy. My eyes shot to Tyler. "Bring the Luna and Katie to the safe zone and don't take your eyes off of them," Tyler ordered. I got up from the couch and ran to Tyler. He pulled me into his arms and I looked up at him. "Promise me you'll be careful," I begged. He nodded and quickly kissed my lips. I went with the pack guard to the living room where Katie was. She was staring out the window in panic. "Katie, let's go," I shouted at her. She didn't think twice before following us to the safe zone. The safe zone was under the coat closet. There was a trap door that the guard opened. We all went down the steps into the underground room. I turned on the light and sat on one of the couches. The safe room was fairly simple. I've only been in it once, when Tyler was showing it to me in the case of an emergency. The walls were gray and the floor was a medium wood. There was also a chair, couch, food, water, a bed, and separate bathroom. It was like a little basement. I pulled my knees up to my chest and rested my head on them. My heart was beating like crazy, and I couldn't stop thinking about Tyler. What if he gets hurt? Tyler's POV, finally. I swiftly kissed her on her smooth lips before she left with the guard. I would do anything to protect her, and the little person inside her, our little person. Jackson led me through the pack house and into the commotion. Rouges were sprinting from the trees, and pack members were running into their houses. The pack fighters were already lined up, waiting for the game plan. I glared into the groups of Rouges as they invaded my land. I really wanted to spend the day with Anna. Now I'm stuck killing a bunch of Rouges. This is just a waste of my time. Okay, guys, we can take them. I shouted at the fighters. Oh, and try not to die. I quickly added before lunging into the air and shifting into my midnight black wolf. My paws crumbed the dirt under them as I started to run to the nearest Rouge. I swiftly jumped on its back, flipping it over. Not wasting a second, I sunk my canines into its fur and ripped out its throat. One down, a couple hundred to go. Next, my wolf pounced on a larger dark brown wolf. It's stronger than a normal wolf. It must be one of their stronger fighters. I bit into his back and threw him at a nearby tree. Suddenly, another wolf jumped on my back, aggravating me. I tried to shake them off, but their claws dug into my back. My wolf let out an irked growl. I glanced back at the stronger wolf I threw as he stalked back towards me. In a split second, the wolf on top of me was tackled to the ground by Jackson. I nodded at him thankfully before lunging at the bigger wolf. I latched my jaw on his throat and tore it out. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man leaning on the trunk of a tree. He was watching the attack, amused. Right away, I knew it was Richard, the man trying to steal Anna, my Anna. He's going to suffer. My wolf thrashed through the bushes until Richard was in range. I leaped in the thin air, landing on top of his surprised body. Quickly, I bit down on his leg, leaving a large gash. He cried out in pain, but suddenly kicked me off his tense body. In one smooth motion, he shifted into a light brown and gold wolf. Richard's wolf was strong and big, but I'm stronger and giant. He growled deeply before jumping at me, causing me to land on my back. I immediately shook him off and grabbed onto his neck. Just as I was about to clamp down harder, he clawed at my back, making me let go. I pushed the pain to the back of head and kept my gaze hard. There's no way he's getting out of this fight alive. I charged at him and tackled him to the dirt floor. While he was still in shock from the fall, I took the opportunity to bite down hard on his neck and end the fight. I left his limp body laying in the dirt. Hours have gone by, but it felt more like days. Katie's tried to comfort me, but I've decided to stay silent. I didn't want to talk about anything. All I wanted was to still on the bed and stare at the wall, worrying. If something happened to Tyler, I don't know what I would do. How could I live on without him? I know I shouldn't be thinking that way, but I can't help it. Anna, the noises outside have cooled down. Maybe the fight's over. Katie informs me, hopeful that it will cheer me up. Guard, will you please go check? She asks the nice man that's been staying with us for protection. Of course, Miss Parks, he answers with a smile. He got up and climbed up the stairs, leading out of the safe room. Are you hungry, Anna? You haven't eaten in hours, and with the baby. I'm fine, Katie, thanks, I answer briefly. Before I knew it, the guard came back down the stairs. It's all clear to go outside. The fight has ended. Oh, thank goddess, Katie breathes out in relief. I didn't waste another second before rushing up the steps and charging through the living room. I bursted through the front door and frantically searched for Tyler on the porch. Then I saw him, walking back towards the house with Jackson. A ginormous smile lit across my face, and I ran towards him, which wasn't very fast because I am carrying a baby, which, by the way, makes your backache really bad. When he saw me coming, he looked lovingly at me. I ran into his arms and he held me tight, Feeling him and smelling him was like a breath of fresh air. "It's over, Anna," he whispered in my ear. "Wait, what?" I pulled away from him. "I killed him. Richard's dead." "He's dead?" I asked quietly, not quite sure I heard correctly the first time. "Anna, everything is over. He's dead," Tyler assured me. He pulled me back into his arms and rested his chin on the top of my head. I let out a shaky breath. "Good. I'm glad we don't have to deal with this any." Suddenly, I was cut off by a sharp pain in my lower spine. I immediately started rubbing the spot with my hand in attempt to soothe it. "Anna, what's wrong? What happened?" Tyler panics and turns me around to see what's bothering me. "Oh, I'm fine. I've just been getting weird little pains in my back." I shrug it off. "Do we have Cheetos?" I ask randomly. I've been craving them for the past hour. I just didn't want to say anything. "Let's take you to the pack doctor," Tyler suggests. Well, more like tells me. No, she's probably busy. I mean, we just were attacked. Plus, I made us an appointment tomorrow. I have to get a checkup on the baby." My eyes wander down to the tiny baby bump. It's in there, and tomorrow I'm going to get it a checkup because it's still there. But the 70% chance is still there too. Let's head inside. I'm going to take a quick shower. I tell Tyler before I enter the bathroom. "Okay, I'm going down to the office to finish something really quick." He lets me know before leaving our room. I went in the bathroom and shut the door. I took off my shirt, but turned to the mirror. My hand gently ran across the small bump. My baby is in there. Tyler's baby is in there. Our baby is in there. I let out a sigh and stripped off the rest of my clothes. I turned on the shower, and the warm water shot out of the shower head. Hopefully this will soothe my back pains. I stepped in the shower and closed the glass door behind me. The inebriating water cascaded down my back and over my baby bump. I grabbed the shampoo and squeezed some out onto my hand. I massaged my scalp with it, creating a relaxing sensation. I took a deep breath. Everything is going to be okay. I'll have the baby and we'll be a happy family. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll have another baby in a couple years. Tyler and I will get married and grow old together. Katie will find her mate, and we will have family barbecues and dinners. Everything will be okay. I felt something tickle my leg, so I glanced down. A stream on crimson red ran down my leg and into the drain. I couldn't breathe. My head became light and the world started to spin. I tried to stable myself by placing my hands against the tile walls. I slowly slid down to the floor, then curled up into a ball. Tears stung my cheeks, but they were washed away by the shower water. I couldn't speak. I just sat in the corner of the shower, alone. I wanted to cry out, but my body wouldn't let me. It's like I'm trapped inside a box and I can't get out. The 70% won. "Anna, you okay? You've been in there for almost an hour." Tyler calls to me from the other side of the door. I didn't say a word, I just wanted to be alone. Why did they have to take my baby? They took my brother, my sister, and my mother. Why couldn't I have my baby? Why? Anna, opened the door. "I want them to pay. They will pay for this." Suddenly, the bathroom door was knocked down. When he saw me, it's like he wanted to break down, but he didn't say anything. Tyler quickly turned off the water and grabbed a fluffy robe off the door hanger. He wrapped it around me and picked me up bridal style. I was limp in his arms as he ran out of the pack house and outside. The cool air burnt my skin. He swung the car door open and carefully placed me in like I was a piece of glass. Tyler gently shut the door and ran to the other side. After he got in, he started the car and sped out of the driveway. "Tyler, the dress," I muttered quietly. "What? What dress, Anna?" He panicked, but kept his eyes on the road. "I never called her, Christina." Tyler pulled into the parking lot of the pack doctor. We swiftly parked, and Tyler immediately got out and carried me to the entrance and kicked the glass door open. "I need Dr. Kent No," he yelled at the women at the front desk. The women nodded a bit frightened and quickly picked up the phone. One of the women loudly spoke into the phone, then hung up. "Please, Alpha, go to the last room." Her voice was shaky. Tyler didn't waste 1 second before rushing to the last room down the long hallway. He entered the room and went straight for the examination table. He didn't put me down, but laid down with me in his arms. Tyler held me tight and gently stroked my damp hair. My hands were clenched on his shirt, and I wouldn't dare to let go. I listen to his fast breaths as if my life depended on it. All I need is him. Katie, I love you, but you need to calm down or you're going to look like the Grudge. I yell at her and dip the makeup brush back in the white eyeshadow. I know, but I'm so excited. She cheers and claps her hands together. I'm finally getting out of that hellhole. I placed the brush caked in white eyeshadow back on my vanity. Next, I grabbed a more fluffy brush and swirled it in an elegant peach blush. After dusting it on Katie's prominent cheekbones, I let out a deep sigh. Finished. I breathed out, relieved. Her face immediately lit up, and she turned in her seat to gaze in the mirror. Oh, wow, Anna, you're good at this. She praises and examines my hard work. Why, thank you. Now come on, we're going to be late. I rush her and grab my coat off the bed. Late to my own graduation. I rolled my eyes at her. We both headed downstairs and into the living room. Playing on the TV was a diaper commercial. There were babies crawling and mother tossing them in the air. I longingly watched the actress pick up the baby and kiss it on its soft cheek. Anna, are you okay? Katie asks me in a remorseful voice. I quickly shook off the yearning feelings and plastered a small smile on my face. Yeah, of course. Was I depressed? Definitely. That was supposed to mean me cuddling and tossing my own baby. It's hard to think it's almost been a month since my miscarriage. I shouldn't have had my hopes so high. It was my own fault, and I had to deal with it. Come on, the guys are waiting in the car, I reminded her. Before walking out the door, I turned back to the TV Teen Mom was playing. Really? I whisper and grab the remote annoyingly. I pressed the off button, then tossed the remote on the white couch. I left the house and made my way towards Tyler's car. I opened the door to the passenger side and slid in. You ready to go? Tyler asked me and I nodded. Is everything okay? He asked, worried. Yeah, I'm okay. I answer him quietly and turned to face him with a small smile. He placed his hand on my thigh and my heart fluttered. He leaned in and kissed my cheek before pulling out of the driveway. The electric feeling was still there when he kisses me, and I have grown an addiction for it. To think when we first met, he told me to stay away from him, almost a year ago. After Katie's graduation, Katie, Tyler, Jackson, Michael, Nicole, and I all went out for dinner at a very nice restaurant. It was elegant, and all of us being together again was fun. We joked and talked about Katie's future, mostly about her finding her mate. She's been 18 for a couple months now, and Tyler keeps worrying that she won't find him, kind of like he didn't find me for years. But I think that whenever she does find him, will be the right time, and we shouldn't worry at all. I rolled over on the leather couch in Tyler's office in an attempt to take pressure off my neck. I glanced over at him, or more like drooled over him as he worked. Tyler was such a good alpha. He was responsible, trustworthy, respectful, intelligent, brave, handsome, muscular, sexy. Whoa, Anna, you got a little off track there. I slipped from under the throw blanket and got up from my comfortable position. I'm going to go take a shower. I called to him while straightening my clothes. Okay, just don't put on clothes when you're done. He called back to me before I opened the door leading out of him office. What? I looked back at him confused. I'll be up in a bit, and why put them on when I'm going to tear them off anyways? He smirked. I blushed fiercely and rushed out the door. I could hear him lightly chuckle from the other side. I bit my lip and practically skipped up the stairs. I walked into our bedroom and headed straight for the bathroom. I slipped off my clothes and reached in the empty shower to turn the water on. A sudden pain began to knot in my side, and I winced. My hand immediately started to rub the spot in an attempt to soothe it. I stepped under the hot water and relaxed my body. Memories poured back into my mind, but I tried to shake it off. All I could remember was the blood rolling down my leg and curling up in the tiled corner before Tyler came and rescued me. I stared down at the metal drain, and a hot tear rolled off my cheek. I flicked through the TV channels until I got to TLC. I glanced at Katie for approval, and she nodded. I'm going to grab a water. Want anything? I ask her while lazily getting off the couch. Doritos would be fantastic. She mumbles with her eyes glued to Honey Boo Boo. I don't know what's with her and her TLC shows. I trudged to the kitchen and grabbed a chilled bottle of water out of the fridge. I shut the door and spun on my heels to the pantry, which was filled with Katie's snack food. The party-sized bag of Doritos were right in my view when a sharp pain shot at my spine. I sucked in a deep breath and dropped my water on the floor. Ow! I mutter and try to stretch out the pain. It was a burning sensation like someone held a match against my skin. Quickly, I grabbed my water and the Doritos from the shelf and rushed back to Katie. Hey, can you look at my back? I think I burned myself or something. I call to her just as I enter the living room. When I look up, ready to see Katie lounging on the couch, but that's not what happened. All the contents in my hand drop to the wood floor. Katie is standing at the door with it wide open. My eyes have to be playing tricks on me. There's no way. Anna, his strained voice rang through my ears. Anna, it's you. He cheered and ran to me, crushing me in his arms. I felt as if I was going to pass out. Devin? I muttered in disbelief. It can't be. You died. Being in his arms felt like a dream. This can't be real. I have to be hallucinating. He died. He was dead right in front of me. Now here he is, alive. My brother, he's here. What? How? I look up at him with big eyes. How are you here? A giant smile draped across his face and he squeezed me tight again. I don't know. Just like that, he stopped talking. His face went pale and his eyes turned red. Devin? Devin? I call out and shake him lightly. Blood started to stream out of his mouth and nose, and I screamed. I looked down at his chest and there was a giant hole. I could see through him. Devin, what's happening? I cry and hold on to him as he falls to the cold ground. Blood covered the dark wood floor. I stroked his hair as his head rested on my lap. Tears fell from my cheeks and stained his shirt. I cried out, but no one came. I was alone. Through the front door in the distance was a man I've seen before. Richard. I looked back down at my limp brother, but it was no longer him. It was Tyler. Tyler's puke. I pulled into the driveway and got out of my car. After that long-ass meeting, all I want to do is sleep. I trudged up to the house, and as I got closer, I started to hear screaming, Anna's screams. Swiftly, I dropped all my things and sprinted into the house. I bursted through the door, and in the living room was Katie freaking out. Anna was thrashing around on the couch, and Katie was trying to wake her up. Immediately, I ran to them and crouched beside Anna. What's happening? I shout while trying to calm her down. I don't know. I told her I was going to take a shower, and while I was upstairs, I started to hear her screaming. So I ran down here, and she was like this. Katie panics and kneels next to me. No, please don't leave me. Tyler, please. Anna yelled. I quickly picked her up and held her in my arms tightly. I stroked her hair in an attempt to calm her down, which helped. Anna, baby, wake up, okay? I'm right here. I'm not leaving. I chanted in her ear gently while slowly rocking back and forth. Her breathing slowed down and a tear ran down her red cheeks. I wiped it away with my thumb and stroked her cheek. I'm not going anywhere. Just please wake up. A tiny sob left her lips and her eyes shot open. She sucked in a deep breath and stared up at me as if I wasn't real. What happened? Shh, everything's okay. It was just a dream. I cooed at her and she rested her head back on my chest. It was only a bad dream. She shakily nodded her head and closed her eyes. She looked scared and her grip on me tightened. I never want her to be scared. I want to protect her from everything. But unfortunately, I can't. I just want to know what she was dreaming about, so I can keep her as far away from it as possible. The sun poured through the silk curtains and lit up our bedroom. I stared at the window, watching the tiny dust particles floating in the air. I was wrapped up in the duvet and I felt sick, like I've been hit in the stomach multiple times. I didn't want to wake up Tyler, so I somehow managed to sneak out of bed. I crept into the bathroom and quickly brushed my teeth and hair. In a rush, I slipped on a pair of skinny jeans and a red flannel shirt. Before I felt the room, I blew sleeping Tyler a kiss, then jogged down the stairs. No one was up, which I was incredibly thankful for. It's been a week since my bad dream about my brother and Richard. I can't stop thinking about it. The look on Richard's face is glued in my mind. I snatched Katie's keys off the counter and rushed outside to her car. Swiftly, I got in and took off. For the past week, I've been getting pains all over. So I've decided to go see Dr. Kent and also decided to keep it to myself. It's not that I want to keep it a secret. I just don't want to worry anyone. There's already so much drama about Katie finding her mate and Tyler dealing with pack changes. I pulled into the parking lot of the doctor's office and got out of Katie's car. I speed walked to the doors and took a deep breath before entering the office. First, I headed straight for the front desk with the kind women. I told them what's up, then sat down in one of the many waiting chairs. Hopefully, Tyler doesn't wake up until I get home. I don't expect him to, since last night he stayed up extra late doing pack work with Jackson. Because of the new changes, there's more paperwork. Anna Evans, you can go on back. One of the women at the front desk called to me. I gave her a kind smile, then went straight for the last room at the end of the hallway. The second I entered the room, memories came back to me, lying on the table in Tyler's arms as he gently strokes my hair. Only an hour after that, I was told my baby was gone. I never found out the gender, but to me, it didn't matter if it was a boy or girl, they would have been mine. I hesitantly jumped up into the examination table and sighed. The paper lining under my behind crinkled. I hope Katie doesn't get too mad that I borrowed her car. If I borrowed Tyler's again, I would get in trouble, only because Katie and I spray painted a happy face on the hood as a prank. It was her idea. The door opened, revealing Dr. Kent with a joyful expression. Well, hello, Luna. What seems to be the problem? Do we need to take a pregnancy test? Oh, no. It's just I've been getting sharp pains all over my body. I don't know what they're from. I explained to her while I fiddle with my fingers. Oh, okay, then where are you getting the pains? Dr. Kent took some tests, asked me if anything hurt when she applied pressure, and did some other stuff. I didn't care if it took a while. I just want the pain to stop. She came back in the room with a couple papers and her clipboard. I looked up at her with hopeful eyes, but she seems worried. What is it? I asked, scared for the answer. My hands were shaky and sweating. I know you said that you didn't need the pregnancy test, but I took it just in case, she mutters. I couldn't believe this. I would be able to tell if I was pregnant. I have had no morning sickness or anything. And, I panicked, Luna, you're pregnant? I immediately ran out of the office while Dr. Kent called after me. I didn't care. I just wanted to go. How could the world be so cruel to me, to put me through the vicious cycle again? Become pregnant, lose the baby, cry, move on. I swiftly got in Katie's car and turned on the engine. Music started to play through the radio. Darlin' doesn't have a problem, lying to herself because her liquor stopped shelf. It's alarming, honestly, how charming she can be, fooling everyone, telling them she's having fun. She says, you don't want to be like me, don't want to see all the things I've seen, I'm dying. She says, you don't want to live this way. Famous and dumb at an early age, I'm lying. Tears poured from my eyes, and I cried. I sat in the car for a whole hour before sucking up my feelings and checking my phone. I had multiple missed calls and texts from Katie and triple that from Tyler. I even got a couple from Jackson. I better go before they start hunting me down. I pulled out of the doctor's parking lot and made my way back to the pack house. On the way, tears fell here and there, but I knew that they couldn't find out. Wait, I thought Tyler said a pregnant wolf scent changes? Wouldn't he be able to tell? Does he already know? I pulled off of the street and stopped the car on the side of the road. I quietly called Dr. Kent's office. The phone rang a couple times before she answered. Hello, this is Dr. Kent. How may I help you? It's me, Anna. I mumble into the phone. Oh, thank goodness. Dr. Kent, I need to make another appointment for questions and tests. I ask with a shaky voice. My throat was sore from sobbing and my eyes were puffy. I glanced in the rearview mirror. My face was flushed red. Of course, whatever day is best for you. She sounded relieved. Tomorrow would be great. Bye. I hung up and set my phone down on the passenger seat. I needed to calm down and take deep breaths before getting back on the road. By the time I got back to the pack house, it was noon. I've been gone for about 2 hours. I slowly got out of Katie's car and shut the door with no force. Don't cry, Anna. Don't you dare cry. I took another deep breath before heading into the house. I normally walked through the door like nothing happened, but then I saw Katie sitting on the couch. She looked extremely panicked. When she saw me, her eyes went wide. Oh, thank God, she sighed in relief. Where the hell did you go? Tyler was worried sick. Don't cry. Oh, I just went to the doctor to get my pains checked out. I answered and attempted to keep my voice steady. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, I shrug. Then why the hell didn't you tell us? I must have forgot, I mutter. She sighed again and came closer to me. She started to look at me funny, like she was scanning my face. Anna, were you crying? My entire body stiffened. No, why do you say that? I fake chuckled and brushed back a stray hair behind my ear. Because I'm not stupid. Now what really happened? Katie asks with kind eyes. She just wants to help me. Oh, Then my voice cracked. Don't cry, don't cry. Anna, don't break. The room started to slowly spin and my head started to pound. Just say it. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant and I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything if I lose it. Anna, damn it, where were you? Suddenly Tyler came bursting through the front door and he looked pissed. You can't just leave and not tell me. What if something happened to you? Something did. Anna, you're going to break. Don't you dare cry. Don't you dare fucking cry. I think I'm gonna puke. My vision became blurry as my eyes started to water. You can't tell, I whispered. You don't know. What don't I know, Anna? Tyler's attitude softened a bit. You can't smell it. I spoke louder. His eyes grew wide. Oh God, Anna, Katie gasped. I glanced down at the wood floor out of fear. I don't know what happened, but Dr. Kent took a test. A single tear hit the floor beneath me. The cycle. Tyler wrapped his arms around me and held me tighter than ever. Tyler, I'm pregnant, I cried in a hushed tone. Shh, Anna, it's fine. I'm happy. He cooed. This is great. He got down on his knees and hugged my waist. I could help but lightly laugh when he kissed my stomach multiple times. Seeing the big bad alpha on his knees, who would have thought? He got up with a big smile on his face, his amazing, contagious smile. There's the beautiful smile that I love. He chuckled and kissed me gently on the cheek. I promise, no matter what happens, I'll always be here, baby. I'm not leaving you. Suddenly, one of the pack guards came swiftly through the front doors. He looked run down. Tyler pushed Katie and I behind him for protection. Alpha, we have some problems. The Alpha from Moonstone said that his guards spotted the man, Richard. Katie, I swear I'm fine. I lie through my teeth. Tyler went off to Moonstone to deal with the Richard ordeal. He'll be back hopefully soon. Part of me just misses him terribly. Ever since he left, I've been feeling under the weather. Of course, I always feel sick when he's gone. It's no big deal, just a runny nose, sore throat, and headaches. The only thing is, Katie's been bothering me about it all day. I can't even focus on being sick. All I can think about is Richard. What if this isn't just a joke? What if he's really out there? I'm not doubting that Tyler didn't kill him. I'm just worried. The last thing I want is to be pregnant with that psychomaniac running around. Don't even get me started on the pregnancy. All I can think about is losing it. I think I might be going crazy. I'm so set in my mind that I'm going to have a miscarriage that I think I'm going to jinx myself. Since Tyler had to go to Moonstone, I had to move the appointment with the doctor to next week. I feel like something's wrong with the baby. I found it weird how Tyler can't smell that I'm pregnant. Maybe this baby's stronger, or maybe it's weaker. Katie, I swear to the moon goddess above that I am. I started coughing my heart out before I could finish. Yeah, okay. Sure, Anna, you're fine. Her voice is laced with sarcasm. Oh, shut up, I grumble and throw a pillow at her head. She rolled her eyes and let out a huff. Okay, I'll be downstairs making you some soup. Before she left the room, I called out to her. Sorry, love you. Yeah, I heard her mutter. I laid back against my pillows and pulled the duvet up to my chin. I snatched the remote off the bedside table and started to flick through random channels. My phone started to ring, so I set down the remote and answered the call. Hello? Hey, it's just me. I wanted to check up on you. Tyler's voice filled my ears, and an immediate smile lit up my face. Oh, everything is going well. Katie's just making me food. I inform him while grabbing the remote again and continuing to go through channels. Baby, I'm sorry I had to leave you. I know you're not feeling well. He sweetly apologized. My heart swelled and I made a weird squeak noise. This guy will be the death of me. I still can't handle when he calls my baby. No, don't worry about me. I mean, you already doubled up guards around the territory. I'm sure nothing will get me. I should be coming home tomorrow, and when I get back, I'll tell you what's happening, okay? Okay. I love you. I love you too. Just like that, I no longer heard his voice. I sighed and tossed my phone in the other half of the bed. I hate it when Tyler's gone. I just get so lonely. Out of boredom, I got out of bed and slowly made my way down to the kitchen where Katie was. When I entered, she was stirring soup on the stove. Decided to get out of bed, I see. She smiled at me and continued cooking. Yeah, I mumbled hoarsely and looked down at the counter as I sat on one of the bar stools. Miss him that much? She asks lightly. Yeah, I mumble again. She set down the ladle in her hand and leaned against the countertop. He'll be back tomorrow, and in the meantime, we can do stuff together. I would love to go on one of your adventures, but I don't think I can handle getting arrested right now. I didn't mean that kind. I mean like, go for a walk so you can get some fresh air, she suggested. A walk sounds pretty nice right now, mostly because I've been living in the bedroom for the last 24 hours, plus I could use some fresh air. Yeah, that sounds nice. I agree briefly. After we ate soup together, we headed out for a walk around the pack grounds. I didn't bother changing out of my pajamas and robe. I was too comfortable. We walked to the training grounds and watched a couple sparing fights between pack members. I received many hello Lunas and good afternoon Luna. I thought by now I would get used to it, but it still feels funny. After watching a couple, Jackson came up to us and we chatted. He doesn't know that I'm pregnant. I don't want to tell many people and get them too excited, just in case. Hey Luna, want a spare? I turned around and came face to face with a girl about my age. She was beautiful and had platinum blonde hair. Oh, sorry, I'm not feeling too well. I smiled lightly at her, then turned back to Katie and Jackson. I wouldn't say yes anyways. I can't fight, and plus I'm pregnant. Oh, come on, Luna. Toughen up, she pestered me with attitude. I turned back around, but before I could say anything, Jackson did. Emily, don't talk to your Luna in such a manner, Jackson commanded in an authorized tone. Emily is the chick flirting with Tyler in his office that Anna overheard in Chapter 9 of AIWM. Immediately, anger filled my veins. This chick was trying to take Tyler from me. Usually I'm not the crazy angry type, but I'm sick and pregnant, which is not a good mix. Look, Emily, I can't fight now. Get over it, I growl at her. Katie and Jackson look somewhat surprised in my sudden burst. Why not? Scared? She pushed it too far. In a matter of seconds, my fist connected with her face and she fell to the ground, holding her cheek. Katie gasped and Jackson chuckled and clapped his hands. I bent down to her level and whispered in her ear, "If I were you, I wouldn't hit your sick, pregnant Luna back." The chapter between this one and the last one disappeared. The story is too old for me to remember and rewrite, but it is easy to catch on to. Tyler, Katie, Jackson, and I were all gathered around the living room, ready to hear about Tyler's trip. I was quite nervous. What if he really is still alive? What if he tries to attack us again? I sat beside Tyler cross-legged on the couch. Right when I arrived, I spoke with the Alpha of Moonstone. He said that a few of his guards claimed to have seen him deep on the north side of their territory, but they were never able to kill him. The second day, I went on a territory walk with the Alpha, and when we crossed through the North Territory, we saw someone in the woods. Did you get them? Katie interrupts Tyler. Then Tyler ran his hand through his hair frustratedly. No, it's like he vanished in thin air. It was a he, I blurted. From where we were walking, it sure looked like it. Tyler explains. I crossed my arm and drowned in my thoughts while they kept talking. How could he just vanish unless he ran? But what werewolf could run that fast, especially in human form? I mean, it's not like Richard is a... Holy shit. Immediately, I jumped from my seat and faced the three people. Guys, I think I might have a theory. I smile at them cheery. They all started in me, almost telling me to explain. Richard is a Lycan. I bite my lip and wait for someone to speak. Lycans are extinct. Jackson pipes up. I rolled my eyes and ran to Tyler's office. After scanning the bookshelves, I found a book about Lycan history. I snatched it off the shelf and ran back to the living room. When I entered the room, everyone's eyes shot to me. I opened the book to the table of contents and ran my finger down the page U till it stopped at abilities. Quickly, I turned to the page and scanned over the text. Look right here. It says the only way a Lycan can die is from another Lycan or natural causes. So that would explain why he would still be alive. I look up from the page to see everyone focusing on my words. And right here it says that Lycans are faster, stronger, and more intelligent than the average werewolf. I pointed down at the page. That would explain why no one is able to catch him. I think you're onto something. Tyler stands up and tells us he's going to do some more research on my theory, so he heads back to his office. Jackson had to get back to his duties, so that left me and Katie in the living room. I'm impressed. Katie claps and I start bowing. Why, thank you. It just came to me. I lightly chuckle. So what now? Katie mutters and lays back on the couch. Well, I was going to go over to the dance studio and dance until I can't anymore. I gently rubbed my stomach and smiled. So I guess I'll see you later. I got up and went to Tyler's office, just to let him know I was leaving. When I went back in, I shoved the Lycan book back on the shelf and casually walked over to Tyler. Hey, I'm going to head over to the studio, I tell him while massaging his shoulders. Right after the words left my mouth, his body tensed up. Anna, you know I don't like you going out by yourself. He sighed and leaned back in his desk chair. Katie will come with me? I gave him a puppy dog face and he huffed. Okay, just please be careful. I gave him a quick kiss and happily skipped back to Katie. She was still laying on the couch, but doing some weird leg clap thing. I gave her a weird look before speaking. Hey, Tyler won't let me go unless you come with. She rolled off the couch and landed on the floor. Okay, let's go. I grabbed some stuff before we got in her car and made our way to the studio. In the car, we sang along to the radio and laughed at each other. We are just idiots. Carmen by Lana Del Rey came on and my face lit up. I reached from the volume dial but accidentally knocked over the water bottle all over Katie. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I laughed, only because it looked like she peed her pants. Katie glared at me, then tried to grab tissues from the back seat. I wasn't paying attention. Tyler texted me and I was answering back. Suddenly, a loud horn brought me back to reality, and I looked up at the road. Katie, I screamed as a truck came right at us. Then everything went black. My world is black. I can hear my blood rushing through my body, my heart pumping, and a constant blaring noise, but I cannot figure out what it is. My eyes wave open and closed, seeing only slivers of light and blurred colors. The noise grows louder as I fight to keep my eyes open, fighting to discover the cause of the endless sound. I try to speak, but only murmurs escape my lips. Suddenly, something grabs me from behind and drags me over unusual bumps and curves, some striking my back painfully. My baby, my baby. Someone, my baby. The cries slip from my lips but only come out as moans and inaudible mumbles. Starting to drift back to reality, I see the sky above, cluttered with clouds as they float along. My head falls to the side and my eyes land upon asphalt. I am being pulled. Everything crashes into me all at once. The collision, Katie, the studio. I was in a car accident. My head rolls over to the other side, and my eyes grow wide. I see our car, but it is severely damaged, the front almost non-existent. Katie, where is Katie? I think to myself as I try to regain control over my body. My neck screams in pain as I attempt to look up. Panic overtakes me, and my heart begins to race, my chest growing tight. Who is dragging me? Where am I? Suddenly, the asphalt shifts to patchy grass and the sun is shielded away by towering trees. This person is taking me into the forest, away from the road. My feet try to move, but my legs are limp from exhaustion. Against my will, my eyes betray me as they warily close, blocking me from the truth. I fight to open them once again, but darkness engulfs me and does not let go. The next time I find myself regaining consciousness, I discover that I am in a car, laying on the back seat. There are no restraints holding me down, but my limbs are too weak to move anyways, deeming the point of restraints useless. Someone must be driving, but it is not Tyler. I do not smell him. I try to speak yet again, but as before, nothing audible comes out. Frustration causes tears to rise. She's awake, an unfamiliar voice says from the front of the car. Does not matter. Her arm is swollen, and she can barely move. She's not going anywhere. The driver, who I can barely see, says back. My head pounds relentlessly, making me feel nauseous. I try to touch my small baby bump, but my good arm refuses to move. The tears stream from my eyes and fall into my hair, and a rough sobbing noise quietly sounds from my throat. Where am I going? Who are these people? Where is Tyler or Katie or Jackson? The questions never seem to stop. The car turns and begins to drive on a slight incline before it comes to a halt. I swallow and watch the two men the best that I can as they get out of the car and escape my view. Before I can conjure any sort of plan, the door beside my head abruptly swings open. A stranger's face reaches over my own, and I hold back any screams, not that they would hold much power anyways. Take her out and carry her inside. I'll inform Richard that we're back. The voice calls to the man in front of me as my throat begins to swell shut. Richard. The man said Richard. A deep, powerful fear settles in the pit of my stomach as the man roughly yanks me from the seat. He lifts me up, causing an array of pain-stricken cries to erupt from my throat. My arm is dangling, and pressure strikes the sprain with relentless punches. The man, whoever he is, recklessly places my arm on my torso, which hurts terribly but is better than the hanging motion. My eyes frantically search my surroundings as I am lifted from the car and swung into the crisp breeze. Clouds, trees, a path, a building, a door. I take note of every significant thing I see. The man carries me into the building and my anxiety skyrockets. Inside is dark, but the man drops me onto a couch, brown leather which sticks to my hot, damp skin. My hand caresses the damaged one as hot tears continue to fall from my eyes. "Who are you?" I croak, managing to form an audible sentence. Before the man can speak, another snatches the spotlight. Annalie, my sweet. A large, buff man appears from the hall with another standing behind him. It is Richard, my tormentor, my stalker, my greatest and most real fear. He is here, standing in front of me, and my mind cannot seem to wrap around it. After all this time, this is how it will end. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, my sweet. Luckily, you gifted my men the perfect chance to steal you away, he says with a gut-wrenching stare. Do you know how valuable you are? And now, you are all mine. My army shall storm with a vengeance because of the gift you hold. I swallow, my tongue dry. You've hurt yourself, but you are not dead. He stops. Richard strives towards me, causing me to flinch back. I can smell it, a she-wolf with a child. A smile grows on his face. He can smell my baby. My baby is okay. How excellent, a head start in some way. He cheers with a dark undertone. Do not fret. I will have your arm fixed up so you are in the best condition possible. Richard's rough hand reaches down and strokes my bruised cheek. What a gift. I could not imagine this unraveling any better. He turns to the men. Bring her somewhere to rest and get someone to wrap her arm. My eyes wander to the man as he lifts me up once again. Richard's eyes follow me until I disappear around a sharp corner, no longer under his harsh gaze. My eyes flutter open and I am greeted by a white ceiling. Groaning, I turn my head to the side and notice a nice table with a lamp, telling me that I am in a bedroom. Attempting to sit up, I wiggle forward but immediately stop when a sharp pain hits my neck. Glancing down, I see my arm thoroughly wrapped up, keeping it perfectly in place. How long was I asleep for? My eyes roam around the room until they land on a door off to the side. I try to move my legs, but they only reach a few inches from where they were. My head is dizzy. Someone must have given me painkillers, the same person who must have taken care of my arm. I may not know what will happen to me, but at least I know my baby is okay. Tyler, he must be so worried. The last time I saw him, he was in his office, researching more about Lycans. What if I was right? What if Richard is a Lycan? Sighing, I rest my head down gently on the pillow. I miss him terribly. If only I knew how long it has been since the crash. Surely he will find out about the crash and come looking for me. He could already be searching now. Tyler could be minutes away and I would not even know it. Please let him find me. I do not know how much longer I can last here. If my father was right, Richard will not kill me. He already mentioned building his strong army, so my father's words held truth. All I need is Tyler. All I want is to have him here with me, I think to myself. Just as I close my eyes, wanting to gain more energy, they pop right open. Katie, how could I forget? She was in the collision. She was with me. So is she also here? If Katie is, I have to look for her, find her before anything horrible happens. Suddenly, the door clicks and glides open, revealing the man who haunts my nightmares. Perfect, you're awake. My brows scrunch together as he walks over and takes a seat on the bed. Yea, you? I murmur, annoyed by my dry throat. Oh, shh, save your energy. Anger bubbles inside me, reaching the brim as it is dying to come out. Tyler, I breathe. He will come. The Alpha? Richard asks, amused. He can come if he wants, but he will not make it too far. My face turns red with fury. I want to fight back, to defend myself and shut him up, but my useless body is detaining me from doing so. His man has ruined my life, and all I can do is listen to him savor it. Soon enough, you will give birth and commence the beginning of my pack. The first pack of Lycans in decades, he breathes in, drunk with power. It may take years, but I will eventually be the strongest leader alive. It is best if you forget about your past, he continues. You will be the Luna of the strongest pack in the world. Soon, you will not even remember that Alpha's name, my sweet. I flinch back as he brushes my cheek with the back of his hand. His touch makes me sick. I should be going. He stands up from the bed. You need your rest if you're going to heal in time. Tyler will... Yes, he cuts me off. Your mate will come for me. I will not get away with this, and all. You will get over the past soon, and I will not have to deal with your threats. My eyes harden as I watch him leave the room. The door clicks again, and I am alone. I have to make a plan myself. I cannot wait for Tyler or anyone to come save me. If Katie is here, I have to search for her, but at the right time. There must be guards around, watching, so I have to prepare myself. Finding a phone is on the top of my list also. Just a 2 seconds with Tyler could make a huge difference. He could track the call. Taking a deep breath, I relax. I need to heal as fast as I can. There is no way I can sneak around this building all bruised and scratched up. I will have to deal with my arm, but as long as my legs work well, I can at least try. There are no windows in the room, only the door, so I will have to get through somehow. The clicking noise tells me that the door is obviously locked, which I expected. I will have to wait until someone comes in again, then I can make my move. Though I would be grateful for Katie's help. I hope they did not take her also. What if? No, I should not think in such ways. Katie is alive. She survived the crash. She is fine. If the men did not take her, she could have escaped and found her way back to the pack. That is what I need to hope for. Closing my eyes, I try to sleep with thoughts of my mate on my mind. I have to be strong for him and our child. If I do not try, I will be letting them down. I have to try and escape until Tyler finds his way to me, because I know he will. He has to find out about the crash somehow. He has to come searching for me. Relaxing my aching muscles, I listen carefully to any noises either in the building or outside. After a few minutes, whispering voices sound from the other side of the door, yet I cannot make out what they are saying. Groaning, I calm the rage building up inside me, and I focus. Just listen, Anna. Listen for anything. Katie. My head spins and pounds as I slowly crawl out of the car. Once I hit the asphalt, I search for Anna, my eyes roaming the entire incident, but seeing her nowhere. Suddenly, when they reach the forest, I spot Anna on the ground being dragged away by a stranger. My eyes bulge from my head and I immediately attempt to get up, but my body refuses to cooperate. Frantically, my hand feels my surroundings and my eyes stay fixed on her until she is engulfed into the trees. Looking back into the car, I see my phone resting on the floor, tucked underneath the seat. I groan as I move myself forward, only a few inches at a time. Thankfully, I grab it and check to make sure it still works. The screen dimly lights up and I see a missed call from Tyler. Sighing, I hit the notification and hold the device to my ear. He picks up after 2 rings. Tyler? I manage to call out, my voice hoarse. Tyler? Katie, is that you? Car accident? I briefly breathe out as my throat runs dry. The car crashed. Where are you? He asks, rushed. Where's Anna? Are you both okay? She's gone. What street are you on? My head gazes to the street sign. Regent, somewhere by an open field. Forest on the other side. Hurry. I drop the phone and look up to the sky. I have to try and get up. After rolling onto my stomach, I push my chest up with both arms and begin to slowly move my knees so they are against the road. One on my hands and knees, I reach out to the car and try to pull myself up. My limbs shake and my face heats up. My entire body is sore. I glance to the truck, the car who collided with us, to see the driver incapacitated with his head against the wheel. I steady myself and slowly make my way over while holding on to the car. Walking becomes easier and I begin to move faster. Sir, I call out, but the person makes no movement. Sir. I grip onto the driver's seat door handle and tug it open. Reaching out, I feel for the man's pulse, and it is there. Next, I check for breathing, and he is. The man must have been knocked out on impact. Distant sounds of a car fill my ears, and I glance behind me to see someone coming from down the road. Soon enough, I realize it is Tyler. Anna. Getting up from the bed, I shakily move towards the door and press my ear against it. Sleeping through the night, or what I assumed to be the night, benefited my weak bones greatly. My arm is still sprained, and my legs are still bruised and battered along with the rest of my body, but I have managed to get out of bed. Listening carefully, I hear no sounds until footsteps draw near. Swiftly, I step to the side of the door when the handle giggles and the clicking noise sounds. The door opens and a man walks in with food. Standing behind the door, I slip out and push him to the ground. What the? Before he can draw too much attention, I throw the lamp at his head, knocking him out cold. My heart races in my chest as I slip through the door and creep along the hallway wall. Stepping gently, I pause every now and then when sudden noises come flying at me. A door ahead grabs my attention, so I rush towards it, not wanting to waste any more time. The door thankfully opens and I close it once I am inside. The room is empty and I immediately curse inwardly. Peeking out into the hall, I slide out and rush to the next door, but this room is again empty. Frustrated, my hands fight to yank at my hair. I take a deep breath and continue on. A larger door opens smoothly and I swiftly shut it behind me. My eyes search the room. It must be some sort of office. My eyes grow wide when they land on a phone resting on the desk. Before I can attempt at using it, footsteps grow near and I begin to panic. I tuck myself underneath the desk and pull the chair in to cover me as much as possible. The room lacks any other hiding places, making my odds of not beginning spotted decrease to barely anything. The door leisurely swings open and someone walks in. Their feet reach the edge of the desk and seem to stop there, while shuffling occurs above me. Assuming they are grabbing something from the desk, I keep quiet and wait until they turn around and leave the room. Swallowing, my hand reaches onto of the desk and I pull the phone underneath. I hurriedly dial Tyler's number and hold the phone to my ear. Nothing. They stay close to the walls as I rush back to the room. Since the phone does not work, my hopes have withered. I slip back through the door, but freeze when I spot someone crouched down beside the man who brought me food. My heart comes to a harsh halt when the stranger gazes up and Tyler's eyes beam into mine. "Thank God," he murmurs and traps me in his arms, squeezing me tightly. Tears spring from my eyes. "How did you?" I mumble. "We don't have time right now. We have to get out of here," he tells me, and I nod my head, eager to leave. Together, we sneak down the hallway and search for any exits. I stay close behind him as he navigates through the building, pulling me around corners or into rooms when someone walks by or seems to be close. He does not let go of my hand. As we come around a sharp corner, Tyler immediately stops. How interesting. My eyes shoot up to find Richard standing before us, like a wall keeping us from my safe haven. Tyler moves me behind him, though my eyes do not leave the ones who haunt me. "This is over now," Tyler tells him. "It's over." Richard does not seem fazed. "You know, I was thinking similar things. This is over. You have to be removed." My grip on Tyler tightens. My heart jumps as large hands grab me from behind and restrain me in their arms. Before Tyler can make any moves, he too is detained. Richard watches as the two of us struggle, uninterested. I would not try anything stupid. My eyes wander down to the blade gripped in the man's hand as he holds it close to my chest. Not being able to move, I whimper at the thought of being cut, sliced, and bled out. "Obviously," he continues, "I cannot physically hurt my Annalie, but I can kill you," he says to Tyler. "And I think I will." "You can't," I shout at him. "If you do, I'll kill myself. You can't have your pack without me." Richard's eyes shift to me. "I will not let you," but it was a very romantic gesture. My face heats with fury. Richard makes a quick motion to the men holding Tyler, and one lifts their silver blade to his neck. Tears pour from my eyes, sobs erupt from my lips, and my limbs do not stop fighting. "Stop, please. You can't. You can't." Just as the blade touches his precious skin, an intruder swings open the door. The men are distracted, along with Richard. Standing in the frame are too easy. I have never been more grateful to see. Jackson, he is here. In a matter of seconds, Jackson attacks Richard, and Tyler escapes from the blade. Stupidly, the man lets go of me to assist his as Jackson has shifted and pounced. The two take on Richard and the men as I cower with my hands on my bump. I cannot let anything happen to my baby. Tyler's eyes find mine. Go, Anna. Run as far as you can. Before I can tell him anything, he is busied with the guards, holding them back from seizing me. Though my heart yearns to stay with my love, I know I have to run. I dash out the open door, experiencing sensations and feelings I have felt before. Men fight outside, bodies slain on the grass floor, guards battling with no hesitation. This all feels terribly familiar, like I have lived through this moment before. Avoiding all interaction, I sprint into the trees and disappear within them. I weave through the trees as the cries of battle shrink behind me. My breathing fills my ears as I try not to fall, tripping on roots and branches. Everything around me seems to close in, threatening to crush me, a feeling so familiar. My mind taunts me, convincing me that if I glance to the side, I will see my family slain as I did before. I want to be home, safe and sound, no longer running through the forest, running for my life and my child's. How can a single man cause so much terror? Does he feel nothing for the pain he has caused my family? Then again, Richard is no man, no wolf. He is something powerful and evil, something that torments children in their dreams. He torments me in my own dreams. Coming to a stop, my gasping lungs force me against a tree while my legs beg for rest. I lean over, breathing heavy, until sudden movement steals my peace. My eyes shoot up to the man himself. Didn't think you could get away that easy, huh? He strives over with visible cuts and marks on his face. Come, before I change my mind and hurt you. I dash behind the tree and push my legs as hard as I can to continue on my run. The sounds of paws smack and thud on the forest floor, telling me that he has shifted into something more dangerous, more unstoppable. Defeat threatens to overtake me, trying to get me to give in to protect my child. But how safe would my baby be with him? I will not let him hurt me. I will not let Richard take my life from me. Reaching a hill, my feet slip from the wet ground as rain begins to fall down on me. Trying endlessly to get up and to continue climbing, I fight back screams and shouts of frustration. Why is the world working against me? Why can I not receive one break, 1 minute of an advantage? My fingers claw at the dirt, which is now dampening, turning into a muddy mixture. Richard's teeth clamp down on my ankle, making cries erupt from my throat like a bursting volcano. He drags me and swings me to the side, throwing me against a tree and into forest brush. My hands reach for my wounded ankle, but there is no time to focus on my fresh injury as Richard is stalking closer and closer. I want to give in, to throw my hands up in defeat. I want to tell that he won. Richard won, and I have lost my freedom and chance at happiness. My head falls to the dirt as tears of exhaustion roll across my face and into my hair, which is now sprawled in the weeds. Go away, I cry. Go away. Before his wolf can steal me away, a quick blur dashes by me, wiping him out of view. It is Tyler. With a sudden burst of hope, I struggle to my feet, just in time to catch him in a relentlessly fight. Wanting to help take the bastard down, I near, but Tyler blocks me after taking an advantage. His eyes dig into mine, praying that I stay away from the difficult brawl. Jackson's wolf comes flying through the trees and dives in, helping Tyler in any way possible, more than I ever could. Teeth, claws, rich, thick fur torn. I fight to look away, but I cannot shift my eyes from Tyler as I back away. Richard is a Lycan. Only another beast of his species can wipe him from existence. Tyler, Jackson, they are not his kind. They can fight as much as they want, but the only way to kill Richard without being a Lycan would be by natural causes. The look in Tyler's eyes as they meet mine for a split second tell me that he knows this fight will be endless unless he is the one being ended. Something not done by a person is the only way. Drowning, heart attack, starving, burning to death. Surely if Richard dies in a fire, he cannot last. Immediately, I head off back in the direction of the building. There has to be something there I can use to start a fire. Coming up to the building, I do not risk going inside. If I do, I know something will stop me. My eyes search frantically until they come up upon a few cars cluttered off to the side. I rush towards them and attempt to open the doors and trunks. The second I find extra gasoline, I snatch it and take my victory happily, feeling as if the clouds are beginning to clear. I need matches or a lighter or something. After finding nothing usable in the cars, I take a breath before nearing the building. I wanted to stay out, but I cannot waste any more time. What if Tyler is hurt? What if he needs me now? Slipping through an open back door, I creep inside and begin to search. My mind primarily looks for a kitchen, as I believe there to be a likelihood for a lighter or matchbox to be there. Turning a corner, I freeze when a guard working for Richard appears at the other end. I swallow. He stalks towards me. Gripping the gasoline tightly in my hand, I dash in the opposite direction and desperately search for a room or hiding place. At the end of the next hall, as I finished running down many, I spot an entrance to a room. I sprint towards it and slide inside. Scanning the area, realization quickly hits me that what I have found is indeed a kitchen. Not much scatters the area, but my hands shoot for the drawers and cabinets. Open one, empty, open another, plates and such. Open a third, cutlery, then a fourth, empty. My heart races in my chest as if it will soon explode. In one of the few left, I find a small box of matches with a white, cardboard exterior. Before I can cheer, I grab the matches and face the door, but my way out is blocked. The guard stands like a brick wall. Without thinking, I briskly take one of the knives for the almost empty block and point it towards him. The guard seems rather amused by my amateur weapon, but with a scowl on my face, I throw the knife straight at him. The blade lodges itself into his chest, causing him to wince, but overall be distracted. I swiftly slip past him and run the home stretch out the door with my matches and gasoline. My body wants to give up and crash to the floor, but I am too close to freedom. Back in the forest, I follow the sounds of fighting until I come upon the battling trio. Jackson and Tyler look beat, hurt, and tired. Without wasting another moment, I grab my mate's attention and go to him. He sees what I have, and he quickly shifts, leaving Jackson to hold down the beast. Tyler takes the gasoline and drenches the restless animal, coating him fully. Knowing what is about to happen, I look away as he lights the match. Heat brushes against my back, whispering that the deed is done. It is over. I have my chance.